What up? What up? We're live. How's everyone doing? All right. I was messing around with just finding a background or something, just to change things up. Um, yeah. So everyone is welcome to join. Let me try this. Okay, I got a few options. What's up, Nico? How you doing? Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
How's your week been?
It's been all right. It's just hanging around.
Yeah.
I mean, it started with an insane day. Yeah, only three things happened, but I'd still call that insane.
Cool.
Um, how about yours?
I don't know about insane. Hi, RA Gaming. Um, yeah, just normal week. Um, Lots of thinking and stuff like that. Rockstar, rockstar. Hey, you got a hi from David. He's on the toilet. You shouldn't text on the toilet. Finish up and get over here.
Hey, David.
So what's your insane day like? Did the techno Satan lock your trunk on you again?
No, 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 no,
All right,
no. But Techno Satan did take my light bulb, my car
I
headlight.
see.
It's all
Mm.
it is just a full frontal assault on my car at this point. But actually today I'm gonna go and get the headlight replacement so I can fix it. So
Okay. So is that why your day was crazy?
no, no, no,
No.
no. This was the crazy day started on Sunday whenever there was the live stream of
Oh,
the
right.
Dave and Chan the shave live stream. Yeah,
Yeah, you went on that, right?
yeah, yeah.
How was that?
And well, the first thing that that they said whenever I joined was type twin question mark. And I'm like, okay, type first off, I'm thinking to myself, type twin to who? And then but
To
I'm
Shan?
assuming it was to Shan. Oh
To
well,
who? No.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah,
I
because
I
you're not
purposely
Blast Savior.
I purposefully didn't ask,
Right.
but I I'm assuming that it was something like whenever you and I first met and how it was you were like, oh yeah, you're like, your lead SE, right? So I'm thinking it's something similar.
Oh, okay, yeah. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know if you're lead SE or not. I know Blast last, that I know. Yeah.
Well, um you see, I whenever I look to like the lead SE, right, and I look to kind of what those guys are, I'm like, I feel like a bit of like, you could say jealousy, in the sense
Yeah.
of, dang, they're jumping over that fence so good. Oh man. And then I'm sitting there just imagining myself do it. Then I go to do it and I just like die instantly. It's like the SpongeBob episode where he's like, "Yeah, I'm a man. I'm all tough and shit. Yeah, I'm a censor." Just goes into the bar, slips on an ice cube, comes out. Man, I slipped on an ice cube. I covered in boo. Yeah, that's me.
I saw a video this week that I want to put up on that. But then, so the live stream was your crazy week or crazy day? I don't get what you were saying.
Yeah, it was.
Okay.
Because the thing was is that I had been for a year and whatnot, like here we go. For a year, I've kind of been not kind of. I've definitely been like just rehearsing. They're rehearsing like the conversation with them. It didn't matter if it was in a year or whatnot, but I was rehearsing that, and I was rehearsing me telling them that I've been rehearsing it, and so you got that infinite spiral, and so I told them about that, got that off my chest of just
Okay.
I've been processing this for about a year, and so that was cool. That was and on top of that, they seem to like me. So that's also cool.
They win.
So big W's in the chat type stuff. But anyways, I was gonna talk about a thing that I've been processing with. It spurred off. Well, it didn't spur off with the squirrel, but it essentially is like, okay, so you guys are seeing a similar thing. Of they're like they're
Did you see
pet
this, by the way?
squirrel.
This guy trying to jump over this fence? Have you seen this one?
Il a failli se niquer, mais je crois qu'il va se
I have
niquer.
not seen this. Oh, that was close.
Il est en train de se niquer le skate.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Il est bloqué.
Oh. Brother's hanging on for his dear life. The floor is lava over there, man.
C'est pas possible.
Oh my god, he tried to do Tarzan with the whole
Oh,
clothes.
that's,
What the
that's
heck?
it. That's it. That's all we get to see.
Yeah, that's all you get to see. That's a fence jump fail. Hi, Luna. How you doing?
Hello.
Thanks for jumping on.
Hi, Luna. You're here. Oh, she's talking in private chat.
She's on mute, so maybe she's.
No, you can, Luna.
Same thing
I
that
finished-
happened with David.
I was eating a tortilla. Let me show you guys. Hold on.
Oh
You got
gosh, he's
tortilla?
gonna prove it.
And I ate it like Batman. It's like it's like Batman.
Very close. Very well done.
It's not like it's too fat, but like I was on accident. I didn't even try it. Anyways, I'm going back to eat this.
It's symmetrical because of the way you folded it. There you go.
Oh yeah, you saw me fold it. Yeah, that's right.
And then you unfolded it like Batman.
But anyways.
Oh no.
the thing
Okay.
that I
See,
was-
Luna message still the string. David is back. I'll go back to chat. No, don't go back to chat. Come here. What are you doing?
live in fear.
All right. Well, maybe eventually we'll deserve your presence up here.
Oh, Luna, I gotta go to the bathroom again. Wow.
Oh, David, are you gone?
That
Oh,
tortilla
man.
was
I'm
really
sorry, I
really
gotta go.
blasting
Save us from the
through
black
you.
hole, Luna. You got to come here.
Bruh. Am I really that bad?
No.
What?
Here, see, it got a laugh. See, that's what matters.
There we go. Effie validation, baby.
There you go.
Yo, you gotta get that Jubilee in there.
Yeah.
But
So they
It's
like
a-
you, yay!
yo, yeah.
And
That's
that
But
was an SC Dom trying to jump that fence, or that was is that what you're jealous of?
no.
Okay.
No, that looked like some type of not SE right there.
Right. Although I can see myself getting into that kind of situation. Don't tell anyone. Probably not that bad. No, probably not
Yeah,
that
No,
bad.
no, you
That was a big fence. I gotta be honest.
no, you just shoulder tackle it.
Sure.
Like it got those metal spikes. Just cut the fence. You know, you can't cut that fence.
But
Oh
no,
yeah.
so
Yeah, you were on the live show, Nico. I saw you. I said hi.
You were too, David.
yeah.
Yeah, I interrupted him.
Yeah.
He kept talking about how he's spiraling out of control with his thinking, and I interrupted him like the black hole.
Oh
Well,
yeah.
it's
Art
a
imitates
logic.
life. Everyone
It's
interrupt.
yeah, bruh.
Oh, you're talking again.
Well, it's a
That bit-
logic circle.
is that
One
it?
thing proves another, and then
Yeah.
like you just get like, I just get in this loop of well, shit, it's a paradox, and the same thing happened with the whole self-awareness thing. It's like, okay, do I need more objectivity? How do I truly know if I'm truly self-aware? Well, if you're asking those kinds of questions, then it probably means that you're this type. But also your logic and understanding could be flawed here. So it's like, so then it's like, okay, well then gonna need a bit more objectivity. It's like, or I'm not trying to say that my
What do you
logic and
think getting your
understanding
type is going to solve for you?
it'll get me out of this chapter.
The chapter of being stuck on what your type is?
You stuck on what my type is, and like essentially there's always the question of, okay, getting typed, like I've always had the question of, okay, well, how do they truly know what's happening in my mind? And it's like, how do they truly know that I'm like I'm that? And
Yeah,
it's like, they don't.
No,
And
that's not what they're looking for. They're not looking for what's happening in your mind. Nobody cares what happens in your mind. Yeah. Yeah.
But it's like, well, they don't. It's like, okay, well, they don't truly know, and I don't truly know, but I have to essentially allocate truth to them, to objectivity, because the concept that I've been puzzling on is based in objectivity. It's called objective personality. Like, come on now. But there's that stuckness.
Yeah, I mean,
But
why do you need your type to get unstuck? That's my question.
essentially, so I can have that true self-awareness, and attain a deeper understanding of myself and what I truly do, and like what I truly am. Because a lot of this stuff is
I think you're putting a lot of weight on type. You're putting a lot of weight on that. I don't think it's going to solve that for you.
No, but here's the thing: it won't truly solve it. Like, that's not going to be the be-all, end-all, but it'll end the chapter in the book of solving it. So the end of the book is like, whenever I come out of the cave at like 50 years old, being like, okay, I know, or type stuff. And it's like whenever I'm actually comfortable to go out and like um essentially preach this self-awareness, which I know won't happen until like I'm very old.
Okay.
Yeah.
But that
Preach self-awareness. Okay.
preach in the sense of like, hey, this is, this will help you understand your life, and help you achieve like true happiness and whatever through balance.
I mean, that's a lot of promises, man. You know what I mean?
Well, it's vague. It's vague, but and and I keep it vague, and I keep things vague to have. It's weird. I keep things vague to have a degree of certainty to them, in the sense of, well, since it's very vague, the river can go in any way, the flow can go in any way to the singularity. But the singularity will be there in its in its way, shape, or form. Whatever whatever the sensor may be, or whatever actually happens, maybe. But the concept, it's not like fixed, in a sense of like, you know what I'm saying, like
Yeah.
since I have the vague idea, it's like, okay, well,
Oh, look at that.
it'll probably get there, type stuff.
Yeah, I just think you're putting a lot of weight on it. In general.
I put a lot
Yeah.
of weight on everything whenever it comes to that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I don't think it'll make you more or less self-aware. It might just give you proper categories to conceive of yourself in, like, I don't want to say proper, but like categories to perceive of yourself in a specific way.
Well, it's essentially to it's also to determine, okay, was I truly right, or was I truly wrong about how I saw myself? How do I adjust to see myself truly? And and OPS is a good, like, I honestly say, it's probably the best way to go about it, or at least start
The
the
best.
chapter book.
The best.
And
Well, I hope it's everything you hoped it to be. I hope
I
getting your
know
type back is everything. Yeah.
I know that it probably it more than likely won't be what I believe it is.
And also, like,
And so I prepared myself for that.
I hope you're able to get unstuck and not just get trapped in a new box,
Well, you see, I was talking to a guy a while back of like, oh, why do you want to get type? And I was just like, well, you see, I'm a guy who always puts myself in a box. I'm very
Right.
comfortable in it. But yeah, it's that kind of thing. But that spiraled out of the topic that I was going to get on.
All right. Well, why don't we
And
pause for a second and just ask David how he is? How was your week?
yeah, David.
Hi, good.
Other than making tortilla Batmans, how was your week?
Other than making tortilla Batmans, I've had an okay week. I got to meet more of my roommates that I've been rooming with for the fall semester.
Oh, you're leaving home?
Yeah, for fall. But
Right.
I'll be hanging out with them more over the summer, and we had a party there on Saturday. That was
Cool.
really crazy. It wasn't that crazy. It was just really fun. And here, I got something to show. So let me share.
Are you trying to indoctrinate them too? not
We'll
yet?
see.
Not
I
yet.
mean,
Yeah. All right.
it'd probably
You
be
got
more my parents that indoctrinates them or whatever. My parents they can't help blasting, you know. They're the blasters. Okay. All right. So what I'm gonna share is a little jam session that I had with Pranav. It was his first time playing drum set.
Nice.
So be nice.
Wow. Look at him go. I don't think the audio is shared.
It's not the audio.
Yo.
It's not sharing.
Here, I got you. Boom, 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 boom,
Thank you, Nico.
boom, 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 boom,
Wait.
boom, 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 boom. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Had to get that in there.
You're always more free than you think you are, right, Annie?
Yeah, I try to remember that. It's kind of difficult. Sometimes you feel backed into a corner and kind of stuck.
Yeah.
Let's try this.
Hey, is this mic okay? Does it work?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Here,
You're
I hear you.
fine.
We can hear you better than this
Nothing.
video.
Oh yeah,
I'm loading.
yeah. That one's not working out.
I don't know, man. My guy's going hard. My guy,
Yeah,
he's shadow drumming.
This is.
You,
Oh my gosh. This is.
you know how people shadow box? Bro is shadow drumming.
There you go.
Can you hear it?
You should tell Pranav it'll sound better if he actually hits the drums.
Oh
we
my
gotta
God.
fill in a beat. We gotta fill in the beat.
Why did that not
As-
make any sense?
How's your
Hey,
week
when
been,
you-
Annie?
Okay.
Oh, you just muted yourself.
I'll get that working.
It's okay. I feel really insecure, so that sucks.
Aw,
Why?
man.
But what?
Well, you know, just the usual.
Oh, okay.
I don't know
feeling-
what the usual is.
I don't know. I'm just a really insecure person. It's probably hormones too. You know, just a few days of intense insecurity. I was really intimidated by my work day yesterday because I had 3 clients and the last one was
Wow.
kind of difficult.
That's
Yeah,
a
so
lot
it's,
in
you
a
know-
day. 3 clients.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's really, the work is really athletic and
Yeah.
yeah, but the last one is more difficult because he's kind of unaware of a whole bunch of little rude things that he's doing, and it's hard to deal with him. And so, because I had that really intense day, I decided to take today off because I also have a lot of clients later on in the week. So, and it worked out. Sometimes I just need to, like, I never get sick, but sometimes I need to just kind of do a sick day.
Yeah.
I don't know,
I
sort
get
of a
that.
sitting around like self-protective day, and it works out because Russ went to work early and he was not able to bring his little dog with him, and so I'm just hanging out over here with them because they'll be more comfortable.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right. That's pretty sweet.
That's good.
Yeah, I've been liking your videos that you've been putting out. Yeah, on
Good.
both your channels. Yeah.
I have a funny story. So I saw my mom yesterday, and she apparently gets emails from Facebook, like that I made a comment on something. And so she clicked on it, and it was your post, your most recent post on your personal page.
Oh.
She was like, wow. Like, she didn't understand it. It was like, and I mean, she's really smart, but, you know, and her reading comprehension is really high, but she was like, I didn't understand it. So I just thought it was
What
funny.
did
And
I-
I was
I don't
was
know
like,
what I said.
shut off. Just more stuff about, morality. Like, is there a,
Oh, that one. She saw that one. Oh, okay. I see. All right. Okay. All right. I
and I
got
was
it.
like, Mom,
This is our
turn that
universal
off,
morality.
you know?
Right.
Because like I see all kinds of stuff on the internet. I mean, I'm not mean, but it's like she's getting these weird emails. Like, Annie commented on
She's
such
connected
and
to your
such.
Facebook for some reason. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yes.
you gotta stop being friends with her.
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I'm very I talk to her every day, usually more than once a day, and we are very
Wow.
like intellectually connected, like talk about books we read or articles and stuff. But I don't talk about really personal stuff with her. So I prefer if she doesn't watch my YouTube channel and stuff like
Right.
that.
Right.
Because I want to feel free to say whatever I want. And like Russ has never watched it, and I
You're
really
always more free than you think.
yeah, I know, but it's like
That's the theme. All
you know,
right.
you don't want to. You get older and older, and you don't want to censor yourself
Right.
until your parents die. You know, it's like
Yeah.
you have
Right.
to just be yourself and talk about difficult things. And like I made that video about how much I drink. Like I don't want her to see how much I drink. Like she's gonna take away my liver privileges.
Your liver privileges. All right.
Yeah.
That's a good SI.
So
What's
I
up,
just want
Jared?
to, yeah, feel comfortable to be me and say what I want to say.
Yeah.
Whoa.
At a noisy cafe, so
Yeah, the
I'll
cafe.
be on mute.
All right, cool. Well, nice to see you. How was your week?
Good. Just lots of commuting. My daughter has a summer camp thing, so I have to be on the go now.
Cool. Well, glad you could join us for a bit.
Oh man. Dang.
Well, dang.
The other, I mean,
I'm getting this thing.
like I got to meet with David. Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, you had something to say. I cut you off by saying hi to everybody.
I
We're
was
gonna
I
try
was
this
just
Hangout
like,
thing again.
man, I got to meet with Dave and Shan, and then also I got forklift certified.
You did.
And honestly,
Congrats.
I'm not sure which one I'm more hype about. The idea that I can like move very very big large like machines all over the place and carry like super big stuff with like this epic awesome forklift,
Yeah.
or you know, talking to Dave and Shan.
I mean, they're both pretty good. Yeah, it's
Definitely
pretty
the
good.
forklift, in my opinion.
The forklift.
That's pretty cool.
Honestly,
Well, yeah. Are you an observer or
considering
decider?
that,
Is it people or things?
well, Dave and Shan, they represent a thing.
Oh, they're a thing. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Yeah. They represent OPS.
I see.
That's
So I was essentially talking. I was essentially talking to the proprietors of the puzzle that I've been figuring out.
All right. Then.
But yeah, I get to
Background
move like
talking, well,
big heavy machine.
Yeah. Forklift. time.
Yeah.
all right,
All right, let's
Pranav, start drumming. What's this?
All right. What? Okay.
Is it recording with the flashlight on?
Yo,
Hear it?
I can hear him. Yo,
It's
Yeah.
recording you, yeah. Okay.
Why is
Bruh.
it so laggy?
I don't know.
It's like it's fine if I'm not
Pretty bad.
streaming it. Yeah. It
you're
has.
able
Look
to
at this.
stream Rocket League.
I can stream Rocket League, but I can't. Look at this. It's all buffered. Why is it not? Find out
Look at
why.
that. Techno Satan doesn't want us to see art.
All right.
Yeah,
that's
good
what
job,
you get.
Pranav. All right, that's
Look
good.
at-
Yeah,
Thanks,
Cool.
David.
he was going.
Here, how about maybe I send you a link to it and then you try to do it.
I think we got the idea. What do you think?
Oh, I just want to know if you wanted to hear it because I play the thingy. He
Yeah.
gets a lot worse, but that's
He
you
gets a
gotta
lot worse.
watch it.
Well, then let's not play it. Let's just leave it at that and think he's awesome.
All right.
All right, for now. But he can jump on the show.
Dude was passive. Like that was some of the most passive aggressive stuff I've seen.
Passive aggressive.
Who? What I
yeah,
just
we
did?
we can we could get that out of here. He's great, you know, so great that
Yeah,
you know,
it wasn't passive aggressive. It was pretty obvious. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. I made that post because of Claire last week talking about objective objective, what's it called? Value. No, intrinsic value. Do you see things like that?
Intrinsic,
Uh,
like inherent.
Inherent value, yeah.
I had a really hard time relating with what Claire was saying. You know, I feel
Really?
like I relate a lot to what he says, but yeah, in terms of value, I think it's something that happens only because of perception, which happens only because of duality. And
Right.
yeah,
That's where I was at too. Yeah, and I was thinking about it a little bit and got to a different kind of answer.
Yeah, same.
Hmm.
I couldn't divorce myself from the thought that the value is perceived. Like, how do you separate those two? I don't think you can.
Right, we're putting the value in the thing, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, what I guess what I wrote was a little bit too conflated at the time, but I just wanted to put it down. Cuz like what I was saying was, okay, the fact that we can perceive the value, like, okay, it's a relational value to us. I mean, if there was no us, there would be no value. But are we giving that object value from our perception, or are we revealing a value that's intrinsically there that would be there even if we weren't? Like, is value built into the fabric of the universe, and it's just getting revealed through us because we're also part of the universe, right?
That
Anyways,
goes. Ooh, that goes into stuff I've been processing.
I mean, I
well,
just
yeah,
can't separate it from. I mean, everything without us, things are whatever is still is maybe, but I just can't separate it from perception.
yeah, I know. That's where I was at too. So I was trying to figure out what he was meaning.
Yeah. I mean, you could say relatively, like you pick up a beautiful rock and you say this has intrinsic value. Like it's valuable because just because it's beautiful, which feels more removed, I guess, on a spectrum. It feels more, but it's still based on perception. I mean, it's more removed from this is valuable because it has utility,
Right.
or you could say, like in a hospital situation, people with insurance come in, people with a lot of money come in, and then indigents come in, and you could say everyone has inherent value, and so as a society we should care for this person, but it's still based on perception. It's like on a continuum, but requires perception.
Hmm.
Yeah.
To me, it sounds just a very intuitive thing where you just you see it's like you see something and you just know type stuff. Like that's kind of like what I'm piecing together from that. I really had to simulate that out of like, okay, what is this guy feeling whenever he sees something, and that's the closest conclusion that I got of like, oh, you go up to something and you just feel it. I, I mm, mm,
Yeah, I don't know.
but
I was just trying to see that perspective that things have value outside of our perception. And I got to that kind of answer. But hey, it was groovy, David.
We need to play it.
There's a
sorry.
link in the description, Rob. You're welcome to
Join.
join. Anyone's welcome to join. Please join.
All right, I'm trying one more time for the thing.
That I've noticed recently is like this, the video that I made about consciousness and truth.
Right.
I have seen several things like in Facebook memories, and then even thinking about the first time that you interviewed me, I think in 2019 or 2020. I've been singing this same song for a really, really long time, and I just didn't realize it.
Okay.
Yeah, the song.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember
You've been
like
saying the same
you,
thing. Yeah, yeah.
yeah, when you interviewed me, I said something like, we don't. No, of course it doesn't bother me that we don't know what's true or that I don't know if I'm right, because like we don't even know if we're perceiving correctly, and
That's right. Yep.
yeah.
Hmm.
All right, last time. This doesn't
Are you doing this again?
It's recording. It's recording you. Yeah.
It's working.
Okay. All right.
Every time that happens, where
Did we do the censor?
The what?
Good job, Pranav. Are you embarrassing him? Like, is he okay with this?
Yeah, no, yeah, he posted this online. So.
All right. Okay. Cool. Well, you're starting a band. What's your band called?
Two guys, the Demon Sensory.
Right. The Demon
where's the
Censors.
rhythm?
Oh yeah, not the literal song. Yeah. Yeah, Andy's been saying the same thing about perception. Do we know anything is? Yeah.
All right, that's enough.
Okay, thank you, David.
Yay!
Oh, and Jocko's here. Welcome,
Oh my
Jocko.
God.
How was your
He
week?
did it again.
Welcome.
What the
Hello?
Hey.
Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Uh,
You're good.
You guys can hear me? Okay. Okay, great. I won't be showing my face because I will be busy fixing my roof, so I'll hear you and talk back. Hope
All right.
hope you guys don't mind.
Yeah, no worries. How's your week doing?
Ah. Busy, been busy
Busy.
here in the sun. Yeah.
Hmm.
Okay, I want to drop some observer talk. Hope you guys don't mind again. But
Yeah.
anyone here that's a musician is scared of AI taking over the music industry now? That's kind of thing that's going on. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because
I'm not scared of that. I think there'll be a niche for it.
It's
Personally, I think it'll help create art. It'll make things easier.
yeah, but that's something that I've been wondering about because yeah, it will make it easier, but and then all the time that you take to learn how to play an instrument or how to do music
Yeah.
in general, and now can be sort of replaced for a instantaneous machine to do it. Because
Mhm.
well, that's once you dominate
But it was
something
already
or
like
you know
that.
that much about it, you can
It was already
Um,
kind of like that, where you don't really need to play the instrument. You can just get a keyboard and program it in.
Yeah, like using the apps, the music making apps.
Yeah.
I did some thinking on that, and that kind of evolution makes sense. Because it's whenever it comes to music and whatnot, the rudimentary like audio and visual, whenever it comes to art, can have already been kind of like what Ben was saying, like they've already been developed in the sense of you can just run a program and it'll make your music. The only difference is that now the AI is creating the program and running the music. But there's that disconnect that like so many people are getting upset over that. Dang, it's taking away our art outlets, and I still have to do the dishes type shit. Instead of dang, instead of the other way around. And it's like
Yeah, I saw those memes. Yeah.
and it's like hell. Okay, well then well what now? But that kind of thing makes sense in the sense of well, of course the kinesthetic physical labor is going to be harder to do for the AI and harder to
For now. Yeah, for now.
make.
Until we get
Yeah,
robots
of course for now. Yeah, we have. Yeah, of
and
course.
dishwashers.
But yeah, uh, I understand. But what I'm getting at is that the robots were made for more are more private in the sense of they're more business-esque, while the music and art is a lot more public. Because at the end of the day, robots and whatnot are more difficult to manufacture objectively. Kinesthetic, physical reality type stuff, I believe, it can be a bit more difficult, but or at least more complex. But
It's a
also,
physical
I'm
product.
aware.
Yeah.
Yeah, also I'm
Not a
aware
digital
that
product.
that's my own. Yeah,
Yeah.
but I'm also
What's up,
aware
Rob?
that that's my own worldview and type stuff.
Nice to meet you.
Hey,
Have we spoken before anywhere? I don't think so.
I'm not sure if we have, but your videos were really helpful at the beginning when I was trying to wrap my head around ops. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
How long have you been around?
I think probably 4 or 5. Well, no, I guess 3 years with ops, and then
Wow. Okay.
like a lot of time with the Enneagram and spiral dynamics before that. Like as a teacher, I was always playing games with the kids.
Nice.
So.
well,
Yeah, I just wanted to
Thanks.
say hi. You're welcome to join in the conversation. I think Jared had something to say on that, right?
Yeah, I was just gonna say the combination of the AI and the algorithm. It's even worse though because it's gonna be controlled by a corporation. Like Spotify is gonna have the market all cornered, like sort of edge out people. Would be buried underneath algorithm, AI algorithm controlled by a corporation.
I mean, maybe that's all variable in my mind. It doesn't have to be.
No, it doesn't have to be, but that's a huge risk.
well, I mean, yeah, but that also makes sense as they have the money to pool into such things, so they can, have more of that dominion.
I mean, it's
It's
an open
like,
market, and there's going to be competition too. So
Yeah, which
yeah.
edges it out in that
Yeah,
sense, but it's like,
it'll probably be all the same. It'll be homogenetic music. It'll all be so same, and then somebody from outside will make something better.
Did you guys see the? Am I on? Oh yeah. Did you
Yeah,
guys
you're
see
on.
yeah, what's up?
the when AI started when it went to the web to generate images, the images would be diverse, but as it started using more of its own content that they began to unify, did you guys see that?
No, I didn't see that, but that makes
I
sense.
wasn't
Yeah,
aware of that. Yeah.
it once AI starts learning from AI, then it just bottlenecks itself. Yeah,
Exactly, it's homogenous. And
right.
the other thing I discovered just last week, I've been really like deeply researching consciousness and trying to figure it out for a while. And I have a former student that like works at Amazon, and he just mentioned offhand like, well, a computer can't ever create a random number. It's all ones and
That's
zeros,
true.
literally. And I was like, well, how does it happen?
pseudo random. Yeah,
Yeah, it's what?
it's pseudo random. The numbers.
Well, the way that they're grabbing it is he said that most of them are using an equation based on
Yep.
the background radiation. The
Oh,
background,
I didn't hear about that, but that's definitely a good
Oh,
way to do
cool.
it. Yeah,
But
I know they're
that's
using
great.
seed.
Yeah, that's super interesting. And then
Yeah.
there's one Cloudflare, I think they do it with a video of a set of lava lamps.
That's interesting. Yeah. Well, I mean,
But these-
background radiation is a good way to do it. You just need a little antenna, and you got it. You got it there. You got it done.
Exactly, but that's pretty freaking fascinating because that could be the connection, between like the sensory and intuitive space.
Okay.
That's kind of like
Go ahead.
thinking like that's maybe that is the point of intersection. I mean, the sensory and intuitive is our inputs, and one's the radio and one's, I guess, the antenna. It's pretty interesting if they're both really using the same signal to generate RAM, and also how it creates creative,
Oh yeah, because you run the same AI with the same prompts, and it'll make a new picture every time. But it's not. It's only based on the seed number, based on the random algorithm.
Right. And maybe that's the same algorithm that we use when we pick an idea out of the air. Maybe the air is our,
We have an antenna somewhere? Sure.
yeah, like that's what intuition is, right? It's a receiver, like our body's a receiver for time space.
What are you doing, David?
I got my antenna. It's right here.
All right.
I'm sure.
Oh, he's.
Go ahead.
Okay, so that's why you both are bald. That you shaved your head to like protect yourself from the wrong ideas, like from the 5G stuff.
Dude, if I could grow my freaking hair, I would, bro. Like when I was 25, it rebelled and
25.
started
Wow.
real fast. Yeah. And now
Yeah,
I
I
live,
started at I think 16.
dude.
Oh my!
It wasn't balding. It was a hair loss disease. But yeah.
But you might be able to grow a beard. Look at that. Look at Rob go.
I know,
Yeah,
Rob. Come on.
Hand on your head and you're almost invisible.
I think it's because the double feminine NTPs, like our brains are too developed that we lose our
Right.
hair.
Yeah, exactly. 100%.
Well, yeah, solar panels.
Solar
Follicle
panel,
rebellion.
make room for the antennas.
simulation.
Yeah.
Stuff.
Oh my god, it's so funny.
But
Yeah.
I've been
Man,
trying to
All
work
along, I
on
don't.
curriculum
What
for
were you guys talking about?
teenagers to help them find consciousness, like help them find their type and like play it like a video game. And
Yeah.
You're on mute.
That relates to something I was processing in the sense of going all the way back to the topic that I was going to bring up at the very beginning was Maisie, the squirrel, and how they went about typing it.
Yeah, they did
Or
talk a little
is-
bit about that on the live show.
Yeah,
It's
they talked about
squirrel,
typing this.
Squirrel.
Huh?
But they're seeing it could be a sleep blast play.
Yeah, and
That's really all they can say.
so it's like
That makes
Actually, I
perfect
didn't-
sense to type a squirrel, according to human cognition.
well,
It is
I've been thinking. I'm like, okay, well, I'm seeing this trend where people are just shocked at how intelligent other creatures are in terms of their problem-solving skills, reasoning, memory, etc. Like, apparently, this is one, like, this is according to one video. So, like, don't take this as like fact or anything, but apparently, like, bears are about as smart as like primates and whatnot.
That makes sense.
And there's like all the there's all the other creatures that are just way more intelligent than humans believed. And so it's
Didn't they
like,
say
okay,
that octopus have any? You got any uses
yeah,
like
yeah,
octopus?
I think
Octopi?
that's what it looks like.
feminine any at least.
A brain in each arm. That sounds about
Yeah.
right.
It sounds right.
And well, whenever I was like, and essentially I've been fixated on this. I'm like, okay, well, what is the evolution of consciousness here? Like, where does consciousness truly start?
Mm-hmm.
And taking the mechanistic worldview approach that everybody is more in the more mechanized aspects, kind of like it's like whenever I think like that, and it goes, okay, well, now there's this whole mechanized thing where, okay, everybody's the same concept of just they're mechanized, they're a machine. And it's like, okay, well, then where does it start? Because you're typically going from simple to more complex, starting all the way from hydrogen on the periodic table. So I'm like, okay, so if everything's the same, just more complex, then would that mean that consciousness, then like, wouldn't that mean that true consciousness is a quote unquote fundamental force of the universe?
Yeah, I saw a guy
just
talking
these.
about that. Yeah, I saw a guy talking. It's
Oh, really? Oh,
yeah. The potential
dang.
for consciousness is in the universe. It's
You-
like always been in the universe. So it's and obviously you can see a spectrum even with people. Some people are more conscious and some people are less conscious. So it's a spectrum. And yeah, it doesn't have
and
to be one way or another. One person I saw talking about is used an analogy of like a light, like you can get a light from a candle or a light from the sun, or like it's all light, it's all the same stuff.
yeah,
It's just the source of it is different. Yeah.
and it's all the same. It's all the same stuff. The source is different, and yet the force is the same.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, and then that it's like, well, okay, well then that would mean that even the most simple, even that if consciousness is a force based off of complexity, then then that would mean that what you might call it, that would mean that even the most simple things have a nugget of consciousness in them, and that would essentially go to, okay, well, shit, well then where is no, that would wrong things. That would essentially go to like, okay, well, that's a thing that many other cultures around the world have been teaching, and of course their own way, their own language, whatever. But it's like, same idea of like, okay, well, this is what all of the other cultures have been talking about in their worldviews, of that God or conscious, whatever is like embedded within all. And it's like, okay.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, well, then it comes around to the conclusion of consciousness is a way that the universe perceives itself, and that leads to another paradox because black hole. But
I think Rob had something to say about that.
I don't understand the black hole part. Yeah, what do you mean by the black hole part? What's the paradox there?
For me at least, there's a paradox in the sense of the chicken and the egg. This leads to this, which leads to that, which leads to this. And
But
in terms of, okay, what came first, consciousness or the universe? Was the universe already conscious whenever it was made? Is this just NF talk? Like, okay, what's up here? And with that reasoning and line of questioning, you go in a circle.
but
And
but time started with space, so there was no before. Like it just doesn't
That's right.
make sense. Like the whole Einsteinian revolution in physics is truly mind-boggling. Like the implications are truly crazy. You know, it's and these I said 2 videos. There's a lot of talk about this. Fiery one. I think you'll dig both of these. It is about that idea, scientific evidence, and a theory and a basis that consciousness might be the foundation of the universe. That it exists as a manifestation of consciousness rather than the consciousness.
Yeah.
Behaviors. Yeah.
I mean, I don't think we're at that spot yet where we can say that for sure. But
No, I don't think we
definitely,
can say either, though. I don't think we can say either. And there's a lot of
Yeah.
arrogance on the mechanistic Newtonian side, because I don't think that sciences have caught up enough with Einstein in terms of the ramifications.
yeah. Like, I don't know if consciousness makes sense outside of the universe, because so far all we see is consciousness is within the universe.
Well, how are you
Just like
defining?
just like time makes no sense outside of the universe, and space makes no sense outside of the universe.
Well, nothing does, but that's the point. But metaphors make sense to us, and these are disconnected things that we know they're connected. I think that's what intuition is. I think that's what it is.
think
Is connected
Intuition
space.
uses metaphors, I think.
I think metaphors demonstrate conscious like mechanism. Like they pull ideas together the way gravity pulls material together in time space.
Okay.
That's a what's it called? A theory? My hypothesis. That's a hypothesis. I'd love to have someone destroy.
Sure. Say hi. What's up, Manuel?
Hi. Just introducing myself real quick. I've been in this, well, I was going to say in this space. I'm more in the shadows. I guess you could say this is my debut. But
Right.
I've been studying, well, I'm going to say study, but I learned about OP in 2018. And then 2020, everyone was in their rooms and whatnot. So I studied, learned how to type and all that since 2020. But getting to the point of consciousness, going back to what you guys were talking about earlier about intrinsic value, Donald Hoffman, he brought up this point about the Gödel's incomplete theorem.
Yeah.
You've heard about it. And if anyone has anything to jump in on this, or
Yeah, Gödel's incompleteness theorem. Yeah. Just basically
Yeah,
says
never
the
heard of
fact
that.
that we're of the universe means we can't define the universe.
right.
Oh,
Um,
dang! I came to that conclusion. It's crazy. Oh man.
but yeah,
I want to
so,
smoke what he's smoking.
You don't want that. It's not. It seems like a curse. Poor guy.
all that is to say that he mentions that because logic can only take us so far, it's almost like what that led me to think about is that there has to be something, or what I'm calling logical reasoning would be like, for example, math. There has to be an opposite coin to that. At least that's what I would assume in my
Yeah, well, I think Gödel's incompleteness theorem is just like, okay, how do you measure anything in the universe without using the universe to measure it? Like, you're going to take a ruler that's of the universe, and then you're going to measure something else. It's like it's impossible to actually get any measurement outside. Like it's only from inside.
That's
And
true.
so that's why any theory we come up with is going to be incomplete, because it's only going to be from an internal perspective.
Mhm.
Which is why I believe you need you need every perspective, and every single perspective in order to find truth. You need the universe to find absolute truth, which is why I say it's beyond.
Yeah, so it's only relative. That's what Gödel's theorem is talking about. It's only relative to anything you're using within the universe.
Yeah,
Basically, he talks about sets, and you can't have a set that whatever.
Well, okay.
I'm gonna need to look into that, because that sounds pretty
Yeah, a lot of people take it and use it,
perplexing.
way outside of the scope of what it means. Try to draw conclusions from it.
Make a narrative.
Okay, yeah, no worries. Yeah, they try to draw conclusions out of everything. People do that.
Well, but even though I would say it's not. We can't conclusively say that there's no such thing as intrinsic value, like emotion. I would say maybe it's too much of a stretch, but to me, it that in itself seems logical, because how do I put it? So, like, if reality is just a bunch, if nothing, is real, which Donald Hoffman believes so, then it's not to me, it's not odd to think that, I guess, objects themselves hold emotions. I mean, it's kind of the same as an electron, because he was just talking about how us looking at each other all on this platform is a portal. It's just an avatar or an image of us, but what lies behind is a portal to us, the self, if we could call it that. And then that kind of led me to think, well, okay, so that makes sense, because the soul, a lot of people already believe that the soul is just outside of the body, and so to us as individuals, it seems to feel real, and we have these beliefs and our own experiences, and they give us an emotion. So I don't think it's that far of a stretch to think that things hold intrinsic value, but that's just my thoughts. I'm not sure what y'all think.
Yeah, it's perspective. Yeah, you could take both perspectives, that like nothing is real, or that only everything is real. Like there's nothing outside of reality. You can take both perspectives. So Donald Hoffman believes nothing is real. That's okay.
He doesn't. I don't think that that's a fair assessment of what he's saying. I think what he's saying is that I think the point is, listening to him and Danica's stuff, is that we have a reduced, simplified interface to make shit easy. So we don't necessarily see what exactly is there. We see what's beneficial for survival. And therefore, and that's cognitive bias. And I think that ops shows us the fucking default direction our consciousness is pointing. You know what I mean?
As a community, because we need everyone's, default.
If all of us
survival.
had everyone else's thoughts, it would be the mind of God, but we're all just like a little sliver of whatever.
Or would be the fear of all man.
God is fear.
Okay.
God is fear.
You'll have to unpack that sometime, Nico.
The true observer God.
I guess I mean source, whatever made life in the universe and consciousness bloom. That is intuition. Whatever intuition is made of, it's made of that same shit.
Yeah, you keep coming back to intuition as consciousness. That's an interesting, because like I would keep coming back to thought being consciousness, right? Being a thinker.
Yeah.
And you being like a lead intuitive, you're going, no, intuition is consciousness. It's interesting. Just the bias.
Yeah.
I combine them both.
How? How do you combine them?
They flow with one another in a sense. They're not. Yeah, for me, they're not. They're not. I mean, I can distinguish them, but they flow together for me.
It sounds like
They're
Manuel's
both
seeing
they're
feeling
both part of
as
that black hole.
Manuel seemed to be talking about feeling as being a fundamental.
I think it's a part of it. I think thinking and feeling is the thing that creates consciousness, but I could be all four of them, because I mean,
Yeah.
if we look from an objective personality perspective, we have all four coins, and then blah blah blah. We all know this. Well, I'm assuming we all know this, but type wouldn't exist without feeling or thinking or sensing or intuition. You have to have all four in order
For
to
type. Yeah, for type.
Yeah. So
balance would equal consciousness.
Then the other thing is, like, we're differentiating our own consciousness into these functions. We're the ones doing that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that differentiation present in nature or only in our consciousness?
I think it's a result of genetics, and I think that's kind of where Donald Hoffman comes in with evolution game theory and whatnot. That's my guess.
How do you define the true nature? Like, sensory is pretty obvious. It's the physical, tangible time-space universe. How
we interpret it that, yeah. Because, like, we're not actually seeing a color. We're seeing frequencies of light, and it's activating different parts of our retina, right?
Yeah.
So it's not. So sensory is just our interpretation of that.
And how do you understand creativity and intuition then? What is the substance of creativity and intuition? If time, space, material world,
I mean, I mapped it out in my binary cognitive mechanics stuff. So sensory, yeah, I know. It's so there's like an implicit and an explicit side of the mind, and then there's a experiential and a detached from experience intellectual side of the mind. So intuition is going to be implicit and detached from experience. And those two things together will combine into intuition.
When you say detached from experience, what do you mean by that?
So,
because I have, like, as a songwriter or an artist, I have these things that like pop in my head, and then there's this thing that happens that I don't feel in control of. It's almost like looking at something as a painter, and then I paint, but mine happens. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah. But so what's involved in the experience, what's attached to it is the feeling and the sensory. They both have an experiential side to them. Experience plugs directly into sensory. It plugs directly into feeling. Whereas, like, when you detach yourself from the experience, you have an intellectual side. You have this detached side where there's intuition and there's thinking.
Okay. So I think you're saying detached, and I refer to it as intangible.
Intangible, sure.
Okay.
No, intangible would be implicit is the word we're using. So thinking is more tangible. Thinking is more explicit. You can prove things with thinking.
But it's not tangible because you cannot take a photo of you with no sense. Can you detect a thought? Only with your consciousness can you detect the thought. It's intangible. It's an intangible pattern that presents itself as
but you can prove using thought. You can, like, there's mathematical proofs that you can do, and everyone can agree on this proof, right? It's very explicit.
And when those proofs happen, there's also a bell curve of randomness that happens that is implicit and a total part of the universe, that scatter pattern. There is no such thing as 100% predictable anything except in theory.
Well, I mean, like, prove that x plus 3 equals 7 and prove x, right? That kind of thing.
The what now?
Like, x plus 3 equals 7. What's the answer to x, right? X is 4. Sure.
But x is literally just a symbol you're using to represent.
That's right.
Nothingness.
No, you could be using it to represent tangible things. All of the physics equations are representing tangible things, right? They're all predicting some kind of tangibility.
The prediction, though, itself is intangible.
No,
It's-
you can prove it, or
in
it's science. In science, you can prove that the predictions happen, right? Like general relativity is really great at predicting things. That's why we use it,
here.
right? So the
Yeah.
thinking side of so the thinking side of it is tangible.
But that
I
all runs
think-
off of the Einsteinian truths that physical matter is energy that's moving so fucking fast it feels solid.
That's true. Yeah. So nothing is tangible at the end of the day, too. You can have that argument.
It's all a wave, bro. All
You can also argue that nothing is
oscillations,
actually
man.
tangible.
I mean, is that or is that not what Einstein's theory truly says at the beginning? And isn't that why we can, and doesn't the fact that we can talk to in real time on other sides of the planet prove that it's real?
Yeah,
Like-
it's right. Yeah, it's real. Yeah. Yeah, it's like there's like intuition can't be completely detached from reality. It has to have some use, otherwise we wouldn't have it.
But the use is sort of a thinking and judging thing that happens after the input. What I'm saying
Right, but
is,
you talked about survival, right? You talked about all this stuff is for survival originally.
I don't think I said that.
Oh, it wasn't you?
No, but I think that's all part of the human experience.
Yeah.
I think that you can have an experience. I think that
Yeah,
dying.
you can experience your intuition. I agree, but it's not it's
the same as
detached
having-
from the experiential side. You can experience your intellect and you can experience the experiential side of your consciousness.
How do you discern the difference between the experiential side of consciousness and the experiential side of feelings that is produced by chemicals in the brain, like
Yeah,
dopamine?
so that's part of experience. That's part of experience. Feeling and sensing are both experiential functions.
I guess maybe what you're
But
calling
that would depend.
consciousness.
You're saying that feeling and sensing are intrinsic functions. They're
not intrinsic.
It's, I mean, not intrinsic. Whatever you call it.
They're experiential functions.
Experiential, yeah. There
Right.
you go. That's saying that it's that. Wouldn't that with what's his name? Wouldn't that break that theory of it is experiential, but in the sense of that feeling, it's like the sense of that feeling has already been there for
like you have to experience a feeling. Feelings come in through experience. There's no other way to get a feeling.
I know, that's not true. That's not true. So the other video, the Danica Patrick thing, they can measure that you have, before you're consciously aware of it, your body has the
Yeah, that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's okay. But you don't actually experience that feeling until you've like the feelings. The part that actually influences us is the experience. Like we can see someone else experiencing a feeling and empathize with that. We can see someone stub their toe and be like, "Ouch!" Right? Like that's a sensory feeling. But then also like we can see someone crying and sort of empathize with that.
Yeah, but like I'm saying that my creative process, when it happens, it's like literally I have to turn off my thinking. Like I play guitar and words start coming out. I literally turn off all the inputs, and it's like,
yeah,
a faucet a little bit.
Right.
You know?
Yeah. So there's
my feelings. Like I have my feelings in mind as almost like a boat I ride, but then the scenery it comes in words, and they happen to fall in line and with the right pitch and stuff.
Yeah.
It's
You're
not-
still experiencing the feelings though.
I feel like I'm being sung through. If that makes sense. Like when we meditate, it's like you're not looking at
I was
stuff.
talking to this girl who was having these problems at work.
Mm-hmm.
And like literally the word she used was, oh, like she was double deciding. She's just like, I just have to detach myself from my feelings sometimes. Like that, detach yourself from that experience. And then you can think through the problem. Like that it was just colloquially she was saying it. And it's like, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying too. Like
Or she was saying that she's lead feeling and she needed to be more logical right now.
Yeah, exactly. So you detach yourself from the experience of the feeling in order to think.
What detaches?
For me, it's like foreign because I don't know what that even means. Because all I'm doing is thinking. Like I'm always detached from the feeling, and I have to actually go and attach myself to the feeling to feel it.
I
Like
think the same thing happens with like the spirit, whatever that is. You have to get aware of it and then connect to it with intuition intentionally, or it feels more obscure.
Reasoning from God.
It doesn't feel like that. It does feel like a lot like a random number generator that's a little better than lucky average.
David sees the analogy. You agree?
Yeah.
Does it make sense?
Man, no, I don't know. I've been listening.
It's like weighted dice. It's like weighted dice. It can roll wrong, but it leans.
Any can roll wrong, but usually it rolls right.
It's
it rolls so much that it's right.
It's like a bell curve, or like a scatter pattern in science. Do any scientific study, and that scatter pattern is how my intuition is too.
Yeah, that makes
like,
sense.
Does it have
crazy
a positive
shit.
or like a negative relationship?
Extroverted functions. I do gamma spectroscopy at work, and so I've always related the extroverted functions to like the spectroscopy stuff going on.
What is that? Can you tell us a little bit about gamma spec, whatever that was?
Cool
you just get counts of. So what you're counting is photons in the very high energy frequencies, and so you just start counting these photons and seeing where they are on the energy spectrum, and then over time you start getting these plots of how much counts you were getting in each energy spot, and you get like these peaks. It's like, okay, there must be a source giving off this gamma frequency for this peak to exist, and the peak becomes more and more significant and pronounced the more time you're measuring. So you first of all you get certain that there is something generating it, and then you get more and more certain on what that frequency is and how much it's actually giving off.
What types of things do you discover in your workplace? Like, what are you looking for the frequency?
Anything that emits radiation. Yeah, anything that emits radiation.
Are these like planets or man-made?
Oh, just radioactive elements. Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. So every radioactive elements gives off a different fingerprint of peaks, right?
Yeah.
And so basically, whatever spectrum you get out, you're just like, okay, I see this fingerprint. That must mean there's radium, right?
Wait, what are you doing this for?
It's like personality type. It's like I see that's extroverted feeling.
So for me, like I've been doing that for a while, and when I got into OPS, I'm like, oh yeah, the extroverted functions are just doing that. They're just looking at these fingerprints in the spectrum and identifying things.
That's a good answer. That's a good answer to it. What would the introverted functions be doing?
Yeah.
What would that be?
Yeah, not that. Not looking at the spectrum. Yeah.
Not that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know.
One bucket to pull from. You only shop at one. Never go to.
I remember that you did talk about it. Sorry.
Mine is like never go to the competitive hardware store. It's like if that store doesn't have it, they don't make it. But you don't realize you can go across the street and pick. That's what my introvert PI. It's just like shit. Get out of the fucking box sometimes.
Yeah. I mean, one of the things that the extroverted functions do is they track introverted functions in others or in the wild. And so each one of those counts on the graph will be some kind of introverted blip, right? Extroverted functions are really good at discovering significant introverted blips on the map.
Dude, yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, glitch. I call it glitch tracking.
Glitch tracking. There you go. Yeah.
When I was a student, when a teacher, yeah.
That's right. So you see it really nice with the DEs. The DEs are going to go around and be like, you're a normal person. You're a normal. Oh, you're interesting. Let's talk to you. And then like all the introverts are like, shit, another one. Get away.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
A whole bunch of kids just made sense. Thank you for that explanation. Sorry, kids, if you're watching.
Are you gonna stream this video for your school or something?
So about 10 years ago, I had a stroke, and it made it a little too hard to work that hard and long. Because I was like a teacher all day and then a youth pastor at night. So I was like 12-hour days, just kids all day. And realizing now exactly what Benjamin was saying, I was just looking at patterns. You're just like, hey, kid, you ever notice you do this all the time? That's bothering people. That's what they're mad about, just so you know. Yeah, after losing that time, it got hard to figure out how to live, you know, like alone and quieter. So I've now retired in Puerto Rico, and I'm trying to find out how to get back into these. I love this conversation. Thank you, everyone. But
Yeah,
just
welcome, man.
Conversations more. I love.
Glad to have you. Yeah, come back often.
¿Tú eres de Puerto Rican?
Yeah, I'm in Puerto Rico. We're opening a retreat center to explore consciousness. We got all kinds of gadgets and cool shit to play with. So
My dad was from Puerto Rico. Nice.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
where about?
it's pretty cool. Yabucoa.
Oh, nice. I like their coffee. Yeah, I'm in Luquillo. It's really.
Oh, I
beautiful.
swam there.
It's a shitty day, but that's the beaches right there. So, but after the rain, it's really the water's all brown. But
Tragic.
personality community people are always welcome if you've got some interesting insights.
I mean, what is it like a stream or something?
Is what a stream?
Is it online? Is what you do online or something?
No, it's there.
Yeah.
Go there.
Oh, hell no.
No, but I want to start something online. I'm just trying to figure out now how to do it. I just sold my company. I had a big education company, did like with Adobe stuff, and I
Congrats.
just did Brain Buffet. And,
You're free.
and I'm free. So kind of returning to my childhood dream of being a youth pastor, but I smoke something that a lot of people in the church don't enjoy, and I'm a little bit of a potty mouth, so my theology shifted, and I'm super curious about exploring where science and metaphor might take us.
Look, you could just hit them with a little bit of if God is all things, then that would mean that God is also the curse words and the stuff I'm smoking.
Yeah, that doesn't work out. You can't do
No,
it.
they definitely will get pissed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know there's when we're stuck in our we need an answer one way. I know that I remember being there, and I'm trying to fight my way out and help some of my students who I indoctrinated into business or church, help them
Right.
think their way out.
Yeah, or at least think for themselves for sure. Yeah.
For sure, yeah.
It's
I've got
always
this-
good to be a clear thinker.
Oops. I've got this cool light that kind of shifts your conscious experience a little bit while you're under it. I'm going to send a video. But this is one of the things that kind of started my idea about building this place.
A cool light.
Yeah.
I don't really know how to explain it. Just watch the video.
Oh, you're building it in over there.
We
You
have
should-
one.
Where's the video?
You should totally post the link.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
put it in the comments. It's a Joe Rogan clip with McKenna.
Okay, if you could put it in the private chat too, because that way I can actually click on it.
Okay, sure.
If I click on it here, that's what happens.
Yeah, so I can trip balls while I'm driving.
You know, it's really it's a super subtle thing, but you can dial in certain tones of thought or experience. And later.
I'm gonna skip around, right?
Sure.
Where's the light?
He's just talking about it afterward. Let me see if they show him under it anywhere. Yeah, he's just talking about it after. Let me show you how I got the. If you just type Ajna light, what's in the comment there.
All right. Okay, I'm gonna watch this one later. Ajna AJ.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, there we go. Right away.
there it is. So, yeah, it's just white, but when you're under it, you just see like kind of cool colors sometimes, and I used to do
Oh,
this
it's
one.
like it's yeah. If you have epilepsy, it'll mess you up.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Not-
I don't recommend. Yeah, don't ride this coaster if your
Right.
epilepsy is not taller than this long.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, like different sensory experiences to sort of stimulate your mind, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I taught Photoshop and creativity for a long time, and I was a youth pastor a long time. So we'll have like intuitive experiences to try and feeling experiences. My wife's a
Yeah.
psychologist.
They have like the sensory deprivation tanks too, like all different kinds of sensory.
Yeah, it was too expensive and high to
Right.
maintain. Otherwise, we'd have one of those and a cold.
So
tank.
sensory overload is cheaper.
You know, it's coming out here, and the water is salty, so you float real high. And,
Okay.
just
Nice.
snorkeling, and the reef is beautiful. That's a great way to really think, relax. It's super calming. Pay attention to your breath. It's like meditate snorkeling, kind of. It's just stuff like that. People, what's it like to be calm and not worried about work, and remember that when you go home. That's kind of what we're trying to do.
Right. Yeah. Get yourself out of your stressful state.
Yeah, just
Mm-hmm.
find out what it feels like just once, and you can find it again a little easier. So, yeah, it looked like I got a halo.
But you're free now. You sold your company.
I know, but the most fun I ever had was talking to kids about this kind of stuff. So
Nice.
open house and
Manuel,
integration.
what type did? Oh, he.
I'm done.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I wanted to check what type he was. He bounced. So you're running this sort of new business about consciousness. That's kind of what you're doing over there.
Yeah, it really, like, literally just in the last couple of weeks.
I see
kind
what
of
you're doing. Yep.
got wrapped up, and I've been lurking. That's why I've been lurking for the last 3 years. For a long time, had a lot of crazy health stuff going on. Have had some really super crazy experiences. My degree was health and phys ed, so kind of, and in the Army, I was in a medical unit, so I got some medical background. And after the stroke, just a lot of things were super interesting, and how my personal perception changed from the stroke, because I've got a hemanopsia, so I'm a little bit half blind, and it's really interesting to be 40 and that happens, and recognizing how often my brain just fills in gaps in the world where
Right.
I'm blind, but I think I can still see, because
Right. Exactly. That's exactly what our eyes do. Yeah.
and it does it all the time. So what we're
Yeah.
trained to see is what we see, and what we pay attention to is what we notice. And
Yeah.
Guy in the gorilla suit when people playing basketball, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Benjamin, you asked me a question?
Yeah. I was just wondering what your type was.
Oh, well, okay. So I'm self-typed. So
Okay.
take this,
All right.
just throwing it out there. I type myself as a tester, ESTP, consume, play, sleep, blast, last, number 2. So,
Okay. Cool.
and I was actually going to ask, how many
Rob,
ESTPs have you actually found?
how many ESTPs have I found?
Yeah.
There's a few. Have you come through CRG at all?
CRG, what's that?
It's just a typing group, a community typing project.
Oh.
And he's running it actually.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yep.
No, I haven't actually, but I'll probably look into it.
Did you make a full recovery, Rob?
No.
I did in my conscious experience, but I'm still half blind, and this arm's a little weird, and but I finally feel normal again.
Do you feel like yourself, or you feel like you're different?
I feel like myself, but that has more to do with counselor and trauma stuff, trauma counseling and all that kind of thing, than medical. From the medical stabilization happened like maybe 5 years ago, but then I started losing weight and had all these weird symptoms. Nobody could tell.
Did they ever figure out what the cause of the stroke was?
Yeah, they think, like I said, I was the big shot Adobe teacher guy. And so working too much, just sitting in that chair all the effing time, never get up. And they think I got blood clots in my legs that went through a PFO, a little, opening I had in my heart. So instead of the clot going to my lung, it went straight to my brain. That's what they suspect. So they closed the PFO. That was the procedure there, and fused a little bit of my neck that was bothering me at the time. I think that was a mistake, but
Yeah.
I'm doing pretty good. I feel healthier and better than I have since I was 20, and I had a stroke when I was 45 or so.
David, do you guys notice that SI is a bit different? And well, I don't. It's all the same for you guys, but are you like oversensitive to illness or things like that? Do you
Oversensitive,
always
like
do you have like phantom illnesses? Can you like create an illness from your SI?
like our own illness,
Or
like
the
our
sen-
own.
Like the sense of one at least? Like psychosomatic stuff like that?
I could possibly. Why would you want to do that? Like,
No,
why
you
would
wouldn't want to do that. I'm just wondering if it had. What about you, Annie?
I've been thinking about that actually because I have a younger brother. I typed him as an audio INFP, consume, sleep, blast, play last, and he started having hives back in 2020, and he kind of calmed it down, but and he did it the FI way, which is go do push-ups out in the on the yard under the sun, but. And he's also had a medical history behind all that. But I actually started taking it serious. Like, okay, I wonder if there's something where his emotions literally caused this. I don't have anything to back it up. But...
Have you read The Body Keeps the Score yet?
What'd you say?
Have you read The Body Keeps the Score?
No, he did though. He read that book.
Okay,
so.
yeah, that helped me a lot.
Okay. Well, I probably need to read it for myself.
Yeah, I see this all the time with my massage therapy clients. Occasionally, I get prior, and it's when you're working on certain areas, and that's where the trauma is stored. Yeah, for myself, I don't know if I have a whole lot of psychosomatic stuff, but maybe that's because I think it's all real. I mean, I am really in touch. Like, I have a headache right now, and that's sort of like having SI and having high sleep. I'm always really aware of any little thing that's off, but I also do stuff to take care of it right away. Like a couple weeks ago, my eustachian tube hurt really bad, and I think it was a complication of allergies. And I know that if I let that fester and ignore it, it could become like a secondary bacterial infection, where the original cause was just allergies. So I did stuff about it. I jumped on my trampoline a lot to clear the channel. And yeah, I'm really aware. And I think it can be annoying for the people around me, like I have a headache is kind of like a joke around my house. Like, or like my finger hurts, and it's like, oh, that's a new one. Never heard that one before. But I think because I'm so aware, like I'm always putting on the brakes and adjusting, and I never actually get sick, except that I did in November. But that was the first time I'd been sick in 8 years.
Wow.
So it's like little complaints every day, but never down for the count, like a lot of people.
I also don't get sick, but I don't know what a vistation tube is or what it even means.
Yeah, it runs from your throat. So sometimes if you're kind of like, my ear hurts, but also your throat hurts a little, that's the eustachian tube.
Eustachian tube.
It's what clears I
don't get sick either for some reason, but I'm not tracking that. Like I'm just trying to see the difference between the SI and the SE here on that, and you definitely are aware of what a eustachian tube is in your body. I'm not tracking that.
Right. Yeah. I think I have a lot of medical knowledge for some reason.
Yeah.
It feels like general knowledge to me, but then I think maybe I'm just keyed into it because I think it's interesting.
You feel keyed into your body like that, David?
Yeah, a lot of it. I can give one example on that. So I remember last time we were talking about this with Kelly. We talked a lot about this, and I had drank a Sprite, and the sugar was kind of hitting me, and then I was like, why am I amping up? And so I was like, oh, it's the Sprite. And so it's a similar thing. I'm drinking in Arizona right now, and like just like taking like a very small sip, or just like even smelling it, I could feel like the caffeine. It just kind of runs through my body. I don't know. Like I'm aware of it. Yeah, I can just feel how it's changing things. I don't know. Like it's kind of useful. It's not.
Other people know what these tubes are. That's interesting. Well, you learn something new every day.
It's kind of not a popular, like, unless you're like in the health fields, you probably wouldn't be familiar.
Right.
I don't know what those are. Are those?
It's like, when you go, if you ever snorkel or when you go in the airplane, you got to clear your ears. That's what that is, keeping that.
Oh, right.
So extra tiny. What does she mean?
No, your sinuses are like almost the size of your fist. You got a hole in the front of your head, like almost that big. It's crazy how much space is all right there.
Yeah. I don't really like drinking caffeine, but I got to do it.
And specks of cannabis with consciousness, right?
The what now?
Right.
No, she had a comment earlier.
I have theories on.
If every step you could raise your consciousness by smoking a lot.
Your mic isn't working too great, Annie, for some reason.
Oh, me? I thought it was the other guy.
Oh yeah, he's
Maybe me?
echoing too. Yeah, you're echoing.
Is that me?
Nico, yeah.
Oh yeah, my left AirPod's garbage.
I'm gonna mute you, okay? Or do you want to
Yep.
mute yourself if you're not talking? Yeah. That way you can unmute yourself when you want to.
Yeah. Actually, hang on. Am I better now?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Kind of. Sort of. No,
Okay.
100%.
Oh, I do have a question since we're kind of pausing. I'm assuming most of us here masculine TI. That's what I'm kind of getting at. That's what it seems like. But what does feminine TI seem to you guys? Because I've only met maybe 2 people in my
So
life.
Huako was just here. Huako has feminine TI. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah. But he was, I don't know, he was painting or something. He's doing housework at the same time.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, you definitely need to talk to them. They're interesting people. they don't know how to. They won't give you any masculine TI on how TI feminine works. But good luck trying to get it.
I feel like I see more of their masculine FE than their feminine TI. Like
Well,
they could explain that. Sorry.
I have a friend. She's a visual ESFJ. Play glass, and the first thing that really hits me from her is her masculine energy. Seeing the swings of single deciding very interesting to watch.
I personally believe that I'm feminine TI, but again, I could be wrong on that. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I mean, I have a hard time tracking feminine TI. I'm pretty good at tracking other people's TIs when it's masculine. When it's feminine, I have no idea what's going on there.
I mean,
I'm guessing it would be like more data and research driven, because mine's a little can be a little bossy on like my intuition says this is the right one, and I'm guessing feminine.
Yeah, I think that's more like masculine sensory. Maybe masculine sensory is more like that. Yeah.
I think just get that wide sensory. Yeah.
I will say though, they are very intelligent. At least the 2 feminine TI people I've met in my life.
They can be.
They're very smart.
Yeah. You just can't follow their logic. I just don't know how to follow their logic.
I mean, it's a lot of.
Yeah.
For me, it's a lot of like iffy logic. It's like, yeah. I mean, that makes sense, but
That's that.
makes sense. But I could be wrong. But it's personal, so I'm not trying to be wrong. But you know,
Another question I had was, so Benjamin, you are a number 4, right?
That's what I am, I guess. Yeah, sure.
Okay. Well, because I remember someone was it Kendrick? You did an interview with Kendrick, and he asked you about it or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
How does that feel for you? Because I know you're an ISTP and you double activated play. So like, is it obvious to you that you're 4, or how does that work?
It is now. It was obvious to me. Yeah, just before the social types came around, I sort of got my type in Enneagram, and I got something sort of similar to what a number 4 is. And then so when they started talking about the social types, I'm like, oh yeah, that's the one I am. Like, it just made sense. Yeah, like my priority in life is not like success in the workplace or, you know, any of that kind of stuff. My priority in life is family, and yeah, that's it, family. Like my own kids. And yeah, it just feels very empty. Everything else just seems empty and with no intrinsic value, if I can use that term. Yeah.
Huh. Because I've been thinking of like what it's like to be a 2. Because like, I wasn't sure I was a 2 because like growing up, I was very much a jackass, to be quite frank. But I was always really focused on my own thing. But over time, now that I kind of know what like the generalist point is, I kind of see it, but like I did not truly figure it out. I mean, now I've learned to I guess be kind, but it still feels odd to like try and think of like what a 2 is, because like I know 2s. I'm not the only 2 I know, but it's but yeah. So, but what have your observations come up with as a 2? Or seeing 2s, I guess.
Seeing 2s?
Yeah.
I don't know. I only really notice this stuff when it gets really unhealthy and bad. Like when it's healthy, you know what I mean? Like when it's healthy, you don't really see it. It doesn't seem out of the ordinary. But when it's bad, yeah. So I can tell you about like the bad 2s I've noticed. But like,
well, then what about that? Then what about bad 2s?
I mean, they just mess everything up. They just mess everything up. They make a big mess everywhere. And just for the sake of restructuring, they'll restructure things, or just for the sake, like they, without understanding what's going on underneath the surface, they'll just like make a mess. And yeah, they could crash a company, or things won't work, or whatever. Like the bad ones.
TI?
Okay.
What's that?
Feminine TI you're talking?
No, I'm number 2s. The bad version of number 2s.
That's what I thought I was. And I almost did crash my company just sort of for the fun. Not the fun, but like the challenge, you know, like shift it up and like make everything new and exciting again.
Right.
They tagged me as a 4, which makes a lot of sense. I'm either a 4 or I'm exceptionally traumatized, is my conclusion.
I mean, the good 2s, it's weird to say it like this. It's like EJ versus IP sort of thing. Like the good 2s will value all of the 3s properly, and will take some time to see at least what they're capable of, what their capabilities are. Because like really, what you're looking for in a boss is someone who understands your capabilities and is best able to utilize you. Like that's what the 3 side of me wants, to be utilized correctly and like in the most efficient way. And so if you can get a boss that can do that, that's just great. So I would say that's like a good 2.
Okay.
Yeah. And because like you feel it, like when they actually do that, you feel it. You can't fake it. You can't just be like, oh, I know you're good at this, and let's just throw you at this problem. No, You actually have to take the time.
To actually get to know your skill set.
Your skill set, yeah, and utilize it correctly. Yeah.
Well, when you put it that way, I can see that in myself as well. Because like my friend, I love her to death, but she's going to school as an engineer, and but like when I say she makes masterpieces of art, like to me they are, regardless. Right. But like I've told her multiple times, like, look, you're great. I love you, but engineering is not for you. You're an artist at heart. So like I feel like that's where you should go in that direction.
But what's her engineering skill set like? Did you take the time to see that?
Yeah, I did. It's she can do math, but it's almost like I have to like grab her hand and like, okay, we go to this step because of this.
Right. Okay. Yeah. So then, yeah,
like it's just the comprehension is just not.
It's going to be hard for the engineering then.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just difficult to for her to get to the next step. But yeah, I don't know. It's just me.
Yeah.
Also, I realized it kind of got quiet because everyone kind of muted themselves. But what was I gonna say? For masculine SE, how does that feel for you, Benjamin? Because I have feminine SE. It feels like masculine SE, but whenever I see people with it, like my dad, he's a kinesthetic INTJ, and he's double activated play, and that's interesting to watch because I can be physical, like I work out and whatnot, and I don't mind doing construction, but like he comes alive with construction, and that's just like I don't know. It's just like I can do it, I don't mind it, but like he loves it, and so I wanted to see how does that feel for you.
Okay, so let me tell a story. I guess I was at Dead Sea picking up my kids, and Deanna was there, and we sort of got stuck in like there's like a field of trees or whatever, like not trees, but like heavy bush, reeds, I guess is the best description. And so like instead of going around the reeds, I was like, let's just walk through it, and it was just a really bad idea. But I just kept sticking to this, just keep pushing through, and it was like this huge struggle to like push through. A lot of effort, a lot of work, but I just kept feeling no, just a little more. It's just a little more, and yeah, should have gone around. Not gonna lie, but like when the masculine SE is going, it's just like let's just plow through this. Yeah.
See, I relate to that, but like, cause I was in Albuquerque. I'm in Oklahoma right now, but I hiked up the Sandia Mountains when it snowed one day, cause I like to make life hard. And yeah, I should have just turned around a long time ago, but I just climbed up that slope, even though it was a pain in the ass.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what else. I guess I do remember sounds or sensations at least. I remember like how Dave and Chan caught it is I was talking about one of the first fist fights I had when I was in grade school. And like the first time I actually had to punch another kid in the face sort of thing, which was I still remember the kid's like face on my fist and how it felt. And yeah, they said, oh yeah, that's masculine sensory. It's like, okay. Yeah.
Word.
But yeah, for me, like I remember the feeling too. I felt bad while I was doing it. Like I didn't want to punch this guy, but like you're in a fight. What are you gonna do? You have to. No choice. Right. Yeah.
Jeez.
I remember the kids around were getting annoyed too. They're like, just start hitting each other. What are you guys doing? I think this other guy also had not been in a fight either. So we were just like, we had a crowd gathered around. They're just like, this is boring. Like, fight. So I had to do it for the tribe.
Nice. I see a warrior. Thank you for your second.
Could say you went back to Rome.
Benjamin, are you familiar with? I heard you say you're familiar with the Enneagram a bit. Are you also familiar with spiral dynamics or Graves model?
Yeah, I mean, I heard about spiral dynamics. It makes sense. It's not something that was outside of my NI, I guess. Yeah, when I heard about it, it seemed like it was already there. So,
Where'd that
how
come
about you?
from?
You're
Already
heavy
there.
into
Where'd
it.
it come from? Yeah, I'm very curious about it because I heard it was like well researched, like Dave and Shan shit, and there was all this data, but now I understand.
Yeah,
It's lost
you
or
could
something.
confirmation bias prove anything, but yeah, no, there is like a trend. There is a historical trend. That's
Yeah,
obvious. Yeah,
but I
and if
thought
you
he had
learn
also
history, you
all of
see these
his.
cycles repeat themselves.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, like the generation theory stuff is interesting too. It's almost like
Yeah.
seasons and culture.
I mean, NI is just going to see patterns everywhere anyway. So, like in history, if you just
How do you see it different than NE? Because I don't understand NI, but NE is pretty clear.
it's clear. Go ahead, tell me what NE. I've never had an NE user be able to explain NE.
Yeah, so NE, okay, so the way I kind of see it in my head is like, those old, okay, look at the ops, the ops thing where it's got the balls with the little connections in between. The balls are the sensory and NE is the lines.
The bubbles.
Yeah, the bubbles is the sensory and the connections between them, the patterns or the cycles, like seasons, these kind of repetitive things that are generally predictive. We know there's going to be spring next year. We just don't know when exactly, how hot and when it starts, when leaves change and all that stuff. But we know the general cycle.
I mean, that sounds like SI to me too. Like you're tracking the past. So, like the sensory past.
But it's not the past because it can also be. I can see how the sensory past is just as applicable, maybe to a situation to use as inspiration for a solution as a line in a song, a Rolling Stones tune, or a Bible verse, or a piece of graffiti that I saw one day, and it had a little "fuck you" symbol. But the way they drew that mouse, that's exactly it. It's like metaphor. It's the connecting thing of all metaphor around an idea. That's like what it is. It's the connecting, the gravity of ideas that connect. That's like what it is. And for me, like the currents out here on the waves, I grew up in Florida, and the waves always come like this. They come to the ocean and they come in, and it's flat. So I didn't ever see mountains or anything. But here I have with these waves, the shore is so high that they come up and then they go back out. So you got waves coming in and waves going out. And then where the shore is turned, now it ranks them sideways. So you've got these currents where it's just all forward, back, and everything. Is
this making sense to you, David and Annie?
No.
I mean, I can go along with it.
If you picture the pattern of the cosmic background radiation, just that weird, complex flow of back, forth, up, down, it's just not predictable with a human mind or a computer. It's too complex. That's why we use, that's like what it is. But it is what's similar about all those things, if it makes any sense. Like how we use metaphor in language, that's intuition. It's two different things that mean the same thing.
Yeah.
Like in Back to the Future, when he kept going like heavy, that's heavy or something, and Doc goes, "What happened to gravity in the future?" That's sensory versus intuition.
What did happen to gravity in the future, if I may ask?
No, the Marty McFly kept saying, "Whoa, that's heavy," and Doc would go, "What happened to gravity in the future that you guys keep talking about gravity? About gravity changing, or that's heavy?" Like he didn't understand because he was so
the idiom.
He didn't understand metaphor because he was so SE literal or SI literal, whatever. So sensory literal, he couldn't make the metaphorical jump. That's
Yeah.
Okay, I see.
the jumping, the connection that allows the jumps is intuition.
Yeah, intuition in general, but in terms of like IDI versus NI, I mean, it does
Oh.
make sense to me that NI is just going out in a lot more directions and NI is just funneling in.
It's explosion versus implosion with all the functions, I think.
So for NI, the metaphor isn't the NI. A metaphor is just a way to
Gravity. And I would be
Okay.
gravity. NE is the background radiation, the expansion of the universe.
Okay, yeah. So for NI, the metaphor itself isn't the NI. You're trying to share the NI, and so you have to make a metaphor to share the NI. And if the
Right.
metaphor doesn't land, then you just make a new metaphor, or you can think about the metaphor. You can make the metaphor better. You can work on the metaphor, but at the end of the day, there's like an NI behind the metaphor that you're trying to get over.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, there is.
Yes.
The
Yes.
core
Oh my
truth.
God. Yes.
Yeah. The
Yes.
core truth
It
thing
is just.
NI.
Yes. Oh my
Nico's
God.
got it.
That's like
Yeah.
gravity, and is an SI.
It is.
in truth.
It's a thing. Hey, you want me to go and say, oh yeah, it's a thing. Hey guys, yeah, it's a abstract beyondness beyond.
So
Yeah.
beyond
So
that.
when you say
understand.
any, the metaphor is the intuition. For me, that doesn't make sense. Like, because that's not what NI is. The intuition is something that creates the metaphor, that uses the metaphor.
The introverted part is what uses it. The metaphor part is intuition. That's what I'm suggesting.
Yeah. So for NI, no. For NI, the intuition is pre-metaphor. Because you'll see NI people change the metaphor or use a different metaphor to say the same thing, to mean the same thing.
The same thingness is the intuition part. That's the core truth that all
Right,
these three details are connected to. Yeah.
So the intuition itself isn't the
Principles.
metaphor. Isn't the metaphor. It's not thinking in metaphors. It's just using the metaphor to communicate.
Yeah, it's an example. Just like how what's it called in nature when something represents, like the walnuts look like a brain and it happens to have the vitamins good for your brain. It's kind of like that, but with thought.
Yo.
Thoughts and
Analogy.
Yeah, like a consciousness analogy, or a truth analogy, a core truth analogy. I don't know. It's really hard to just explain, but it was hard for Young too, so I cut myself slack.
Yeah, why is any like the hardest one to explain?
Did you see the video of Young trying to explain it? That's a cool one. So
I didn't see that. No, we can actually post it. Oh, I might get flagged for it. All the Young videos are property of some museum somewhere that bought all of Young, so you get flagged for it if you ever use it.
Those fuckers. That stuff makes.
I didn't mean to trigger your.
No, that's why I just retired. They're just holding the information from the kids back behind the paywall. What was I just gonna look up? I'm the wrong part.
Young and any.
I
haven't seen him trying to explain any. I haven't consumed that.
It's one of the ones where he's live.
Is it in his like face to face or which one is it?
He's in the library. He's like on the left in the videos. He's always addressing from the left.
Unless some YouTuber mirrors it on you.
Part of a 2-hour thing.
Oh,
who was asking about masculine SE?
Oh, I was.
Manual, yeah.
I was gonna give my take on it. I mean, here's the thing. I don't truly know if I have it.
I know you've got it. You're a smasher.
A lot of the things, like I said, a lot of the pattern lines up.
And your NI is not masculine; it's very feminine.
It's like everything that's in my mind is just like it's a flow, it's all my thoughts, my everything. It's all water. But
or like a cosmic space.
Yes, a black hole. Yes,
Black hole.
but you were
Are
going to
you-
talk about masculine sensory.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you an INTJ or like an INFJ? Because that sounds like an INFJ thing to say.
Yes, it sounds like him.
Gee,
You
sorry.
have
about-
the clip of Young in the any.
Yeah, sorry. Just this is
Very
a super
good.
short one.
Oh, you
But it's
posted
hard
in.
to
Can you
talk
post it
for-
in the private chat so that I can click on the
Yeah.
link? Yeah.
Sorry about that.
It's all good. So
We started using this right
I think
before
I've seen this one. He's not explaining. He's explaining intuition in general, not necessarily NE, right?
Correct. But when he talks about the thing with the ducks and the girl and her boyfriend,
All right.
and the
Well, okay.
guy,
Don't spoil it. You can't spoil it.
I'm not sure that's this part, but
So my definition is intuition is a perception by ways or means of that is as near as I can get. This is a very important function because when you live under primitive conditions, a lot of unpredictable things are likely to happen. And there you need your intuition because you cannot possibly tell by your perceptions, by your sense perceptions, what there is going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. You're on mute, by the way, Rob.
we I guess just pop in. But that's the whole section of the video is about 15, 20, 30 minutes. He talks about intuition. And he starts off by saying it's very difficult. It's a very difficult question you have asked. I remember it starts that way. And that's when he starts just ripping.
Yeah.
And have you guys seen the Red Book?
Yeah. Yeah, he gets into some stuff, Young.
I just got a copy. The art's incredible.
Are you able to decipher it and understand what he's talking about?
You know, when I see the art, I can see it's like really easy for me almost to see what he was thinking and feeling. But I haven't gotten to read too much because we've been under a lot of construction with the place.
I mean, you could see the NE in his books. Like they just go all over the place. It's hard to. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're just following his train. Very unorganized.
Oh. Yes. Well, let me. I'll go get mine.
Like he's got the black blast.
It looks like.
Oh, you muted yourself.
You're on mute again, yeah.
But it looks. I was saying it looks almost like a Bible. You know, like those old Gothic Bibles, German Bibles.
Right. Yeah, it's a nice version. Yeah, you got a nice version there. Should be fun to read.
It's beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, it's all.
Mine's all blank.
You gotta you gotta fix your background.
I can turn it sideways and it works. It's not hardback.
It's amazing to see his art, and he's incredible.
Oh, he drew this, or somebody else did?
No, he drew all of these. This was like
nice.
in his mental freak out.
That's yours.
This is. I think these are his actual literal journal. This is him flipping the fuck out.
Let's see.
Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Are you sure it's not just like an artist's recreation or something?
Yeah, because this is the literal translation of every page. The literal translation of the words that are here. You know, like on all this, and it's done by by entry. So yeah, you got the textual translation in the back, but then all of his art. This is the this beautiful art. It's like Einstein. Like, what was it like when he played his violin? You know, it had to be exquisite, right?
As in mandalas, yeah.
But this is intuition looks a lot like a lot of my NE stuff. It'll be like shit like this, like this. Like if you've ever done like a psychedelic where you get those kind of mandala type looking things, it's like these impossible kind of conceptualizations of intangible things, but then they like look mechanical. I don't know how to say it really.
Are you guys?
No, I agree. That's exactly, yeah. They're mechanical. Yeah,
Yeah,
they're weird.
so weird. But it'll be like a mechanical representation of how like science connects to religion, but then I'll see it as like pulleys or water going down a waterfall. And yeah, it's just weird how they.
I mean, I like how you described it at the beginning when you weren't trying to describe any, just rolling the dice and being right most of the time.
Yeah,
on the
like
dice rolls. Yeah, I think that was probably a yeah a definition I could see more, like more explicit at least.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard to explain it. You gotta see it. You know.
It feels like a hunch, or a gut
Yeah,
feeling.
the hunch is a good word for it.
Yeah, it's like a weighted hunch.
Rob?
Yeah, it's super feminine. Or actually, no. Actually, they said that my
masculine
sensory
for you.
is
Yeah.
feminine. Yeah.
Yeah, so she was saying maybe you might want to consider M-any instead of, or like feminine any and masculine sensory.
Yeah, that was one of the things that kind of confused me. But my sensory SI is so feminine. That could also be the stroke, though, But I feel like it's always been that way. Yeah, it's always. I can't lie. It had nothing to do with the stroke, man. It's always been super fucking feminine.
No, it's good. You're making fun of it. It's good. It helps.
But yeah.
Yeah. So
I'm open to being wrong.
I don't know. I'll have to disagree.
Is bullshit, but I don't know what 30%.
I don't know, but what you're describing, visually, what you're describing, it sounds similar to what I'm also trying to describe.
Yeah, a lot of times when you're talking, I'm like, I think I got the same picture.
You have an ESTJ definition of any here, if you want.
He also has masculine any.
Does that work for you, David?
Communicated fashion. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, more mechanicalized. Yeah, I don't know what kind of definition of it, but yeah, sure. And no, Brian's got a lot of
We're gonna make her talk.
Cool stuff.
I'd almost switch mechanical and metaphorical. I feel like and maybe that's the feminine part. I feel like the metaphor part is the strongest part.
What's up, Claire?
Hey.
Yo.
I'm not going to stay for. I just wanted to add to the conversation about intuition, because I've had a metaphor for a while where basically, and I would get frustrated thinking about like what typing is, and it's like imagining like looking up at the stars and seeing constellations, and then like other people like say, look here, look at this constellation, and then you start to get it like, oh yeah, I see it, like that's an INFP, and then oh, I see the INFP over there too, and then it's like, and then I feel like what I do is like I'll like grab the constellation and then pull myself into the stars, and then when I'm in the stars, I'm like, oh look, there's more stars, and then I do it again, and then now I'm at a point where I look back and I don't know where the planet is, because I'm only in stars at that point. And I'm not really.
You're on mute again, Rob. Yeah, that's a nice metaphor. Do you guys resonate with that? Anyone?
Wait, Claire, are you masculine? Any or okay? Yeah. See, I'm feminine any, and then also my SI is double activated and masculine. So my NE just doesn't feel very intense. So when I'm listening to masculine NEs, I can hear the intensity of it, and sometimes, yeah, mine Mine just feels wispy, not very substantial.
The way you described your writing was what sounded really intense, like the description of the setting.
Hmm.
I was thinking about how you were talking about writing, Claire, too, how you were talking about it. And in relation to, you know how you've got like these bad TV series that like they're amazing the first few seasons, but then they just go to crap.
Hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it's like,
Well, yeah, because the writers get out of control and it gets more and more outlandish.
yeah. Or like, so Claire was talking about how everything is where it's supposed to be when you're writing, like you're putting things into place, and like it can't be written any other way. This is the way it has to be written.
Hmm.
Yeah, and so it's like when you see these TV series that go out of whack like that, it's like, okay, they weren't doing that process, whatever that was. Like, and somehow the audience is doing that, and that's why they're like, they don't like it, like they're rejecting it. And Claire also has this thing where like when he sees somebody behave like the way they were written, he'll laugh, like someone according to their character, right? So like you have this sensitivity to the way things are supposed to be in the sensory. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it's like it sounds like this is the story, yeah. And it's like but I was confused about the metaphor because I was like, I thought it might be like an introverted intuition kind of thing where it's like, like trying to go into the stars. But no, that it makes sense. I don't know.
Benjamin, try that video that I just sent you and see if this Claire helps. This when I saw this the first time, I was like, "Holy crap, that's what it's like in there, man." When I'm like looking for an idea, it feels.
So I think David has this masculine intuition. Let's see. Present.
This infinite zoom is what it was called, but.
Oh right, yeah. That's the stars stuff.
Yeah, for me, this is how it feels. It's like as I zoom in, it's almost like this whole other thing up here.
Right, and you could have zoomed in anywhere, so you don't end up actually zooming in anywhere.
Oh yeah.
Or no, you do, like, because they're the one straight path through all of this is like the intuition, the one intuition of the art piece. Or like since I know how it's done, I can see how the intuition, artistic intuition, lines up the way the different artists work together to make, the layers, the way that these images are built. Like kids in my class, if they were in different classes, they didn't do it and weren't allowed to talk. They didn't do it as well as if they could just share the same room and then like the same jokes and stuff going around. I don't know. And it's almost like all of it, like parts.
You know how they do these though, right? They're really doing a zoom out and then they reverse it.
Yeah. But you can do it the other way. And then the art challenge of that is a whole different experience. And that's like an introverted, extroverted thing.
Yeah.
So I tell the kids, do it the one way, and now do it the opposite. Zoom it out and fill in the gap. What do you get? And you taught the technical Photoshop ways to pull it out. And create the
is this what you're talking about, Claire?
I have to
make constellations.
So it's like, I think, like what Ron pointed out, I think is relevant because it's like
it's very visual.
Yeah, it's also like I'm understanding it by how I relate to it. So it's like I'm pulling myself into the stars. I'm almost creating this metaphor of like drowning. Like, if you start drowning and then you lose sense of where the surface is and then you can't get back to the surface. It's like I'm relating to the constellations. I'm not understanding them as like, yeah. So when I see that, like, it does feel kind of the same, but like, I don't know, it's weird because it feels too impersonal. But yeah, maybe it is the same if we're just isolating the intuition.
And what is yours is introverted intuition, introverted feminine?
No, masculine, NE.
Masculine NE, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what
but
mine.
INFP. So wow.
What's this, David, that you're sharing? Are you
Yeah, that
muted?
like that feels like my brain a lot. And that could be either like one idea, or that could represent the connections between like 30 different ideas, and you can zoom into them like that other picture and go like, oh yeah, engineering is this way, and philosophy it's that way, and religion it's that way, and I don't know how to explain it.
Is it? It to me, it almost sounds like string theory because even my brother said like that's how NE feels to him. It's like string
Yeah,
theory, which I don't really comprehend that, but
yeah, it feels like Einstein versus Newton is an intuition versus sensing. That's what it feels like to me. Energy and matter. Turns out matter was energy, where they can interchange. Like
Rob, are you sure you're not NI?
no, I'm not sure.
Okay, all right. I've just been wondering this. Yeah, you
and there's a good argument to be made for SE for me.
right.
Yeah.
You think it's like no matter where there's a metaphor, like I can go anywhere. It doesn't matter where I go. Like so I have like the constellation metaphor, but I'm like, oh, actually this is also drowning. And then oh, so it's like not knowing where the surface is. Oh, so that's related to this. And it's like everywhere there's a metaphor. It's
Yeah.
like it's not like I'm looking for like something, a metaphor for the thing that I'm. It's just everywhere I go. It's just yeah.
It's almost like the Plato's cave thing. And the world, it feels to me like the sensory world is the illusion, the shadows, and that the 3D people are like the reality above it all. Like the energy would be whatever the Einsteinian energies are that make everything coalesce into gravity and time and space. That's like the intuition stuff. So it's just weird and doesn't make sense. It's
I mean,
like,
I feel the same way. Yeah, I wonder if anyone else resonates with what Claire's saying. If they can riff off of Claire.
see,
Dave, is your mic working?
I'm trying to.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was muted. When did I share the picture? Was my mic also muted then?
It was also muted. Yeah, and I was saying you were muted.
Oh well, you guys, I thought you guys
Hey, what's up,
understood
man?
me. So yeah, it's just a picture of. Yeah, I'll share for one more second, but like I'll put it down afterwards. This. No, where is it? Okay, I closed it. My bad. Here it is. Yeah. So like this is the masculine NE, and like TI. It is like a very detailed, like fractal pattern of stuff. And so like this is like I know this is weird, but like this is like an idea. Like does that make any sense?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
this is
no,
what
it looks right. Yeah, yeah, that looks right. So like everything is like its own little idea, and it's all connected to some matrix in some way like that. And
so yeah,
those
big
connections make
amalgamation.
some kind of picture. Yeah.
Yeah, and then like you also
Like a
like you have I like
constellation.
all the portals here, all the portals to the different like these are all the different like what ifs scenarios that your mind runs you through. So you might
Nice.
follow. But yeah, I don't know. I found this one from Rick and Morty. So
Yeah,
see,
yeah, yeah. They're definitely using any over there. That's
they're
not
definitely
even a
using any.
question.
Yep. If you want to know what any is, go watch that TV show or go watch like Family Guy for the NFP humor.
Right.
That's the best way to learn the function stuff is just to see the humor, the negative of it or whatever.
That's the best way. The best.
It's like how do you know what the twos are? Oh, they're scamming people. Okay, I know what a two is. But yeah, it's just whatever the negative is. It seems to remember more. So, I don't know. I think the more the more visuals that you see of like what masculine NE is, it's just like they just keep making more and more sense. So I'm sure like Rob, he's not as like shocked by it because he's like, yeah, I've seen it. I've seen it before. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. But like for me, like I've only started like noticing this about like a year or two ago. So it's still kind of fresh in my mind of what this world is, like what the visual world is and what it's capable of. So yeah, I'm
Like you
definitely
only started
interested in
looking at
that.
art now, like recently?
No, I just like yeah. I mean, I guess so. I wasn't like super into art, so yeah. I guess I'd be more looking at it now.
And looking
I
at
just
it in terms of what now? What are you
not even
seeing in
like
art?
looking at art, but like the ability to produce it in your own mind. Like this is I'm saying like I'm talking from experience like of that the pictures like what the mind is creating. And I didn't like start seeing those and like literally until after I got my type. I'm like masculine any, okay. And I was like, oh, so I'm double feminine, so I could visualize. And then like I just started doing it. I'm like, what the fuck? I've been ignoring this my entire life. All this crazy shit. So I'm still very early on in my. That's what I'm trying to say. I still am kind
That's
of
good.
shocked by it, trying to figure out what it is. Yeah, yeah. So I guess yeah, people in art. What you're saying is like people have been able to kind of, in some sort of way, put together like the zoom in picture. Like yeah, that'd be one good representation of one thing that you can do. You can choose to do that, or you can do other things. There's a lot of opportunities, and I don't have like the Carl Jung go into
Right.
his castle for 7 years and
That's
figure
what
it all.
Jung was saying about any, is that like it becomes your prison. And like that's what it sounds like it is for you. It's like
Exactly. Yeah.
a
Yeah.
yeah.
I didn't know it was my prison, but it came out to be. Yeah. I don't know. It's like you're bored and you need to educate yourself. So that's what you do when you're bored in your pastime. Am I have I had too much caffeine?
No, you haven't had enough, man. Keep drinking.
Okay. All right. Ah, that was good.
All right, I'm
Sorry.
gonna go, but I'll be.
Oh yeah, thanks for jumping on, Claire.
Thanks for popping on, Claire. I always appreciate your helpful, insightful comments. You seem to be a better master of the visual world than I am.
I guess. All right.
Hey, Benjamin.
Hi. Nice seeing you.
I sent you a Facebook link with a video that's kind of, when I saw it, I'm like, that's kind of how any looks like, exploring the angles. I don't know how to get the video though, like on YouTube or something.
Yeah, okay. Let me pop it big.
This is almost like the other version of the that zoom in type image.
Yeah, my problem is I'm trying to get it so that you don't see anything else on my screen, and I can't, because YouTube will block the video if it sees like personal information of people.
Oh, I've never found it anywhere else.
Yeah, but yeah, I've seen this video before. Yeah, like the Etch a Sketch. It's just an Etch a Sketch video. You can find it on.
No. Maybe I sent the
like
wrong
it starts off like that, then it gets to the third dimension sort of thing.
Well, it does multiple dimensions, and that's where you can see. Yeah, like that's. I feel like that's what it is. Like personalities to me seem that way, and that's why we've got our own different.
I mean,
thing.
That sounds like an eye to me. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
How does NE sound?
I'm telling you, that other guy that you had on was I thought he was sounded like Jack, the NETI socionics guy.
Which other guy?
Rob saying a similar thing. I remember you had like it was like last time you like started with the thingy, a video, and
that
the guy saying, like we're like little particles, and this is how you should view the world.
This is how you should view the world. So that's NE.
I understand. Like the whole time, like I wasn't really listening, but he just sounded like Jack from Socionics, like the NT plus the accent. I was like, I couldn't get away from. Okay, this guy's some sort of NETI. This is my bias. So I'm still stuck there. Right. If you think it's NI, then great, but I don't see it as NITI. It's not like. Not NITI. I don't know. My bias.
You're muted again, Rob.
Great.
Yeah, you're definitely not. You're definitely an observer of some kind. You gotta unmute.
I muted myself like 5 minutes ago, so it's okay. It happens to all of us.
It happens to all of us. Yeah.
It helps me think out loud without interrupting you guys, and if it's worth it,
sure.
Yeah.
I know. I was talking about that yesterday. Like, there's a lot spinning in our any minds. Is that the any kind of has to be talked out. So like, if you are struggling with that, like if you have a lot of thoughts going out, you have to talk them out, because when you are talking out, you can only say like one SI line at a time.
It puts it in sensory.
So if you have like, let's say 5 thoughts going in your brain and you can't choose which one to, you keep like shuffling through them, like actually talking it out makes it actually like in the physical. And you can only move your mouth so fast compared to how fast you can move your mind.
And journaling's a smaller cage that way, and it's hard as fuck for me, man, because it's like,
yeah, right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like my hands don't go fast enough. I need to write with both, you know.
Ambidextrous.
One thought, one time complete. One thought, one time complete.
Yeah, Andy, you do the journaling with your dreams. How do you Sorry, you looked comfortable. I'm sorry.
David wants to talk about dreams. David likes dreams.
Yeah.
I'm a dream enjoyer. Mm-hmm.
So the reason that I do it with my dreams and a few other things, my journaling is very formulaic every day. I feel like there is some benefit in the slowing down. Like I know what you guys are talking about, that typing is faster so you can keep up with your thoughts, but in terms of the dreams, that's how I figure out what they mean, is by slowing down. So it could be something really mundane, you know, but in writing it out longhand, I have the time to slow down and figure out the deeper meaning.
Right. Yeah.
If I could add, I mean, I'm not a NESI user like you guys, but that's kind of
you're still a person and you're allowed to talk. It's okay, man.
But to me, that's kind of how it feels with like Anne, with my feminine SE is like, and I kind of relate to you, David and Rob. Is like my thoughts is they're racing too fast, and so but when I finally write, or well, yeah, I mostly write. So when I write, it just allows me to formulate the point I'm trying to make with all of my thoughts, if that makes sense.
That makes sense. Yeah. You find it also helpful to talk it out loud?
Yeah, that too. It really does, because it almost like I have to formulate the best way to portray what I'm saying.
Yeah. Good. It seems to be pretty helpful. Yeah.
Last night I had a really powerful dream, and it was I asked a question and then the answer was given to me, but the answer was the answer to everything, the one answer to everything in the whole universe. And it was also an image of an anatomical heart. And it was also this color that doesn't exist that I see sometimes. I see a color that there's no name for. And then it was so abstract that I pulled myself out and I said, wait, what was that? Repeat that. What was that again? But it was not verbal. And so then I said, well, okay, I don't know what the answer is. So what was the question? If I could just remember what the question was, then maybe I could retrieve some of that meaning. But the whole thing was so abstract. But I like to think that maybe I still received it somehow on some level. Anyway, I have the answer to everything now.
Yeah, you do. Yeah,
everything.
That's a great one. Yeah.
Here is the answer. By the way, I have the answer to everything, guys. You all suck.
No, there's a philosopher called Borges.
42.
Do you know him?
Say that. Yeah.
Have
I was
you,
gonna say
oh,
the answer to everything 42.
Have you heard of him, Annie? The philosopher Borges, I think, something like that.
Yeah, I've heard the name. I just haven't. I can't place
So
it.
he wrote such similar stories to exactly what you said, like the answer to everything and a color that I have that you can't visualize and things like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So what does he have? Oh yeah. So what he would do is he would write these reviews of books and like have a scathing review of this very interesting story because he didn't want to actually write the whole book. He just wanted to write the review of his book. It's kind of cool. So like that's how he would philosophize, like writing reviews of his books.
I love that.
Yeah.
That's very creative.
Yeah, I'm stealing that idea.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I had a laugh out loud moment yesterday when I was in the middle of a massage because, Ben, how you're always ranting about Estonia and how great it is.
Oh, I'm ranting about it.
Yeah, and I knew about
it
that
is great in my defense.
Yeah, I knew about that too. Because I watched.
Confirmation bias, Benjamin.
I watched a video about that on the Daily Show one time, a whole thing about Estonia, and I was so mad because I was like, "Why can't we have that? Like, why
Oh,
can't
you
we
saw
have?"
it? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I saw it. But I remembered maybe 2021. I was so mad. I was just so pissed off about a thing at the Oregon Board of Massage Therapy renewing my license, and I created a Facebook group, Victims of Bureaucratic Incompetence.
That's great.
We're one of the first people
Can
to
I
join.
join? Is it still there?
You joined it right away. You were the first member, but then I didn't do anything with it. I made the group an outlet of my anger because I can get really creative when I'm angry. I was thinking about all the pranks that I was going to play on the Oregon board, and I even submitted a complaint against myself to get their attention so they would answer my question. So I don't know. I just,
Yeah,
All
that's
right.
good. Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Yeah.
Look at Jared. He's tuning in. He's in the mountain range. Look at that. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I lost cell phone coverage for a minute there.
Thanks for sharing. It's beautiful.
It's springtime, so we got some snow up there on the top of the mountain.
Where are you?
This is Utah.
Wow. Oh, I've been there.
The green on the mountain still. It'll get brown pretty quick here.
Wow, that's so beautiful. Where in Utah?
This is what canyon is this? It's near Provo, Utah. I forget what this canyon's called. But you can see like the geological layers folded up there.
Wow.
No, not a single cloud.
You're
No,
in a cloudy
we
area,
have
David?
We sort of have a hot
Rob's
spell going
Rob's
on.
got all the clouds. He stole your clouds.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Look at
share
that.
the opposite. I'm gonna share an opposite scene.
Well, if Jared knows that everything is going to get dried and brown soon, that means probably no clouds. Yeah.
Yeah. Difference between Puerto Rico and Utah. So yeah, Benjamin, you care to share why Estonia is so awesome?
No, I don't think Estonia is awesome. I think their bureaucratic system is awesome. Like it might be awesome. I'm not saying it's not, right? But their bureaucratic system is awesome. Where like, yeah, you don't have to wait in line. You don't have to wait in line to wait in line. That's the most annoying thing.
Like or like the water fountain. You
Yeah,
just
right.
push everyone out of the way, and
Or like go back to the back of the line because you didn't put your name in this box right. So that kind of thing.
You spelled Benjamin with a I or
So
something.
yeah, they autofill all your forms for you, and you have full control over your data and which data you give access to people. So you can authorize whatever data you want, and yeah, it gets to them. And the forms autofill themselves. You can do your taxes in 5 minutes. Doctor's office is all linked up, so you have all of your old X-rays, all of your old dental records, all of your old blood work, all stored on your personal space that you don't have to give anyone access to if you don't want it. Yeah,
That's pretty cool. I gotta admit it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Is that a product
Shall
someone's
move to
working
Estonia.
on? I missed a bit.
No, they've had it since the year 2000. Estonia.
2000.
Yeah, since the year 2000, they've had this, and the world's been sleeping.
Governmental.
Just saying. Yeah.
Wake up, America.
Yeah.
Well,
Or not.
okay, so I'm American. What is this?
I know, right?
Puerto Rico is my 1 step, 1 foot out of U.S. I'm halfway gone.
Yeah, right. Can't control the EPs.
I mean, I think this is the purpose of nations, to try weird shit, and if it works, let's just steal it. This is great.
I was just wondering. I was like, no, yeah, you say that really concisely. Like you could do it under like 30 seconds.
Yeah.
Got it all narrowed down.
And you just did your taxes, so you know what that's like.
I did my taxes for the first. Not just did them. That was like 3 months ago, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, we've been doing streams for 3 months. More than 3 months, or you have been doing these live streams? Wow. I feel like
You're
we
here.
just
We're all here. We could do the DE stuff. Why not?
yeah, but you set them up every time. I don't set them up.
All right. You can set it up next time. How's that?
Yes, let me do that.
Does anyone use Discord a lot? I'm not familiar with the platform, but I understand it's another good way to sort of collaborate on thoughts like this.
Yeah, there's some interesting servers on Discord. You can try it out.
All right. You got me with that DE comment. I was not thinking about the tribe. To everyone else that was also on the live streams, I thank you for coming and showing us your
What's up,
amazing
little
children.
guy? What's up, Old Navy? You got the flashing lights in your eyes? No.
You got the fuck.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's your son or grandson? What is this?
And no, my wife's a counselor, and this is.
I see. Oh, so we can't. Okay, he's not yours. We can't. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna hop off for a bit, and but man, I really enjoyed the show. I'll be back. Thank you.
Yeah,
so
thanks
much
for coming, Rob.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Chaos, lots of chaos, eh?
Lots of chaos, eh? Yep. Jared's just doing the SF for us logicers. Showing us
We're
around.
pretending to live life while he's actually living life. Look at that.
I know, like, why is he on the live? He could be doing anything.
Could be enjoying it himself.
He's finding some good flowers over there.
I think that's
Yeah,
from the
yeah, we're
that's
going
from
back
the
to
Pea
that.
family.
That is a cool flower, yeah. Is there anything like edible around you? It's a weird question, but I came into my
Maybe.
head.
My brother was in the military, so he has like all the survival guides and stuff, and how to survive off the wilderness. I think there are some, but I'm not.
If he was in his office, he would pull a book off the shelf to the side of him, but he's not there.
Yeah. Maybe next time.
Do you hike often, Jude?
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I go bird watching and hike around. So. Yeah, there's a cool bird watching program called eBird, and it is sort of like a citizen scientist program where you submit your sightings, and they can use that data to
Nice.
like predict. Like they've used the data to show that the migration or the area where a bird's living at has moved like 17 miles north in the last 30 years or something.
So it's like reverse Pokemon Go.
It's actual Pokemon Go.
Yeah, exactly.
Because
Yeah.
some of those birds are.
I
dang
said that
hard
for
to
David's
find.
benefit. He didn't smile.
Yeah.
Yeah, like, and it's weird. Like in the bird watching community, it's sort of like there's observers and double observers, and it's like they are at war. There'd be
Really?
one guy that goes out
Okay.
and finds a bird, and he's an
Okay.
observer. He'll go find a bird, and the double observers will come by and be like, "No, you did not see that bird. It was probably this other bird that is similar, but not the same bird." And so there'll be like a huge fight, and this single observer will be out rocking it, finding all these birds, and everybody's like, "Dude, you're lying." And then the single observer is like, "No, I'm not. I saw it. I know I did." And the double observers will be like, "No, man, it was this other bird that's not in this region. So the likelihood that it was that bird is very low." So
You
there's
should
a
take
huge war.
pictures. You should take pictures.
Yeah, some people do. And then there's also like in the bird guides, there's like splitters and lumpers. So the splitters are like, they take a species and be like, well, this species is similar to this one, but let's split it and make that two species, and the lumpers are like
That's
the
annoying. Yeah.
lead in eyes, be like, no, this is all the same bird, like a finch. They're all the same. Put them all into one. So it's funny to watch it with the OP lens sometimes.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, really cool. Yeah, people are catching on.
I mean,
you kind
there
of
has
see
to
these
be a limit on
patterns.
splitting, though, right? You can't just keep splitting forever. You have to clump sometimes, right?
Yeah, yeah, that's true.
You did
That's
both.
the same thing I was thinking with OP is like you could split all the way down to 8.5 million
Right.
or billion people. Like you could split it that far if you
Well, it'd be
wanted.
more than that. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever the
lot of slices of
population is.
cake.
Yeah, yeah. If you truly did split it, then the population would only take up a very small percentage of the map. Because you'd have to split it based on every possible human that ever was or ever will be.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
We don't have the data on that.
No, we don't. So yeah, 512. It's a good enough place to stop, I think. Why not?
2048 or if,
Yeah.
male and female also changes. It's like 5,000.
Well, since we're talking about 512, has anyone noticed like in different ethnicities, there's like certain clumps of like functions?
Yeah.
Because I've noticed, because I'm Native American, and so like I've been to some different tribes, and I've actually noticed like each tribe, like there's certain.
Where's your tribe from, Manuel?
So I'm Southern Cheyenne, not to be confused with Northern or just Cheyenne in general, but I'm Southern Cheyenne. So, but we're located in Oklahoma. So
nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's what I noticed is like within my tribe, there's like a lot of deltas and alphas, or no, a lot of gammas and alphas, and then like if you go to like the Pueblos in New Mexico, there's a lot of deltas and betas. So I just find it interesting how that works.
What's it like growing up in a tribe like that?
So I'm what they call an urban native because I didn't actually grow up on the res or the reservation. And so like I kind of like, so I can't, well, so we practice Sundance, which I don't know if you guys ever heard of that, but basically I know about that because I've gone so many years. And I didn't realize that a lot of people didn't know what that was because I just kind of knew like what it was and why we do it. And then it wasn't until a couple of years ago, and especially recently, when I found out like that there's other tribes that do it, and then some tribes they do still argue how to do it. Like that, my tribe would be one of those because systemic what's it called? Generational trauma, all that good stuff.
Are you guys able to preserve your culture to some degree?
It depends on the tribe. So like if you go to like the Pueblos, a lot of them still have their language.
Nice.
My tribe in particular, we're in the process of preserving our language or gathering.
That's good. Yeah, you got a dictionary. Do you have some? You have some works of art and stuff like songs. Yeah.
Yeah. Actually, I bet if you look up ledger art, you could find some artists.
Like you have poetry and songs and things like to preserve the language.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
A lot of them are like hymns though for like Christians or not.
Oh, right.
But
those are probably a little bit more controversial, I guess.
A little bit. I mean, but they still have the language in it. So
the language in it, yeah.
Yeah.
So we have over here in Wyoming, Cheyenne, the city. Historically, was your tribe around that area, or?
Wyoming, where's that at? That's Utah, right?
It's a neighbor of Utah, yeah.
Wyoming.
Because we have there's the capital of Wyoming is Cheyenne.
Maybe because I mean traditionally we come this is like back in the 1600s, and actually I found out all about this from going to college because I went to a tribal college in New Mexico, so that's kind of where I learned.
How are you preserving your identity there? Like, how do you see your identity being preserved?
Well, so it okay, so I'm gonna start with like it depends on where you're at. So like the school I went to, uh, there was one other two people, like no, three, two were students, one was faculty. She was actually the president of student affairs. That was Cheyenne. But at the school in particular, they didn't have anything specific to our tribe, but they encourage, like, depending on which classes you take, they encourage you to like look into your own tribe and like see what you like, what traditions you have. So like I took an ethics class, and that's how I learned about some of the stuff, was like about my culture and our philosophy or religion, whatever you want to call it, stuff like that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but
Yeah.
So like, what evidence do you have of? You said there's gammas and alphas, in one place, and then over in Mexico there was betas and deltas. I think that's what you
yeah,
said.
yeah.
Yeah. So can you explain a little more what you mean?
Like it's like a clustering. It's not like it's not, you know, like if you were to take the population of that tribe, majority are going to either be like, if you did like a pie chart of each four.
Yeah. There's
Yeah.
more.
It
Yeah.
sounds like there was a split at some point, like a population split at some point in history.
Yeah, that's what I think it was too. Like,
Yeah.
just knowing what I know, that's what it seems like.
I
The
mean, I
funniest
believe you.
population split that I saw, like, so I grew up in Canada, and then I saw like there's the culture in Canada and the culture of the U.S., and you could see like the cultural split between the two sides, like very clearly.
Really?
And so you just look at like, okay, so when did this split? And, oh yeah, very obviously, all of the more rebellious types who want the freedom are in the U.S., and then all of the more loyal types who are more polite go to Canada. And it's like, okay, yeah, the culture makes sense that was the split. Yeah, the
Yeah, it's
loyalists.
sort of like
Yeah.
in genetic terms, it's sort of like the founder principle, or the founding.
Right.
Founders have a huge effect on the genetic waves
Right.
down the historical way. So
Yes, and so like these splits are founded on some kind of imbalance, right? That's always what it is. Like one extreme and the other extreme, and then they split. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's
well-
just like the birds. The birds
Right.
speciate in their different environments and develop different beak technology or whatever it is.
Yeah, it's like tribalism around an imbalance.
Well, and I was gonna actually say, like, there's a story. I probably shouldn't even be telling it, but oh well.
Go ahead.
Yeah, secrets. Tell us the SI.
Yeah. So basically, there's a story that like generations ago, like, you know, thousands of years ago, that we all used to be like one, but then there was a huge disagreement. No one really knows what the disagreement was. We just know that there was a disagreement, and so that's how each tribe split off. So
Yeah. I mean, even if that didn't happen, that still sounds true. You know what I mean?
yeah,
Like it still sounds like that's something, that's a story we could tell that repeats
Yeah.
itself. Yeah.
Just like Moses and everything, there's lots of splits.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, and then actually there was, this is a pretty hefty story, but and then supposedly later down the line, there was a medicine man, and he basically said that the creator said that we needed to get along together, because if we didn't, then we were going to be destroyed, and, you know, obviously.
Yeah, it's a good moral to the myth too. Yeah, it's a good cultural myth.
The creator and the destroyer. Yeah.
Well, if you put
No,
it,
we need to get along, basically, is the message.
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
but it was because it was a vision that was given to the medicine man that there was people that were going to come and take our land and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't want to point fingers, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, those people are long gone. The people
Right.
who did that. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. So there's something recent that I learned about that actually kind of surprised me. Is I recently, when I was on the live show, they were talking about genetics, like family generations, where like maybe your grandpa, maybe like it skips a generation, but people of they don't know. But my friend is he's the same type as Sadhguru and Vivek, and they also both originate from the same place in India. And very coincidentally enough, Srikanth was on the live show at that time, and he's also the same type as Pranav and Sadhguru and Vivek, and from the same region too. They're both from that
Wow.
same southern region of India. So they're like, so maybe the southern region of India is like NI or like NT more, and then Pranav is also he's seeing from Pranav's my friend. He's seeing like in the north, maybe if there's like more like SE like in the northern part of India. So yeah, it's just a lot
So
of
there was
interesting
splits over
stuff.
there too. Yeah, there's splits over there.
Yeah, we just need more data on it before we know
Yeah,
anything.
I was thinking about this several months ago when the racial stuff came up, when people were scared that people would be lumped into sensory and it would be racist if people lumped them that way. And I was
Yeah.
thinking that just imagine doing a mental experiment where you take a population from Africa that was highly SE and swapped them in Northern Europe for 1,000 years. Would they eventually become more NI or more intuitive?
Oh, that is interesting. I don't know.
Just because of the way your survival is dependent on the land, and you probably adapt to fit the land that's there.
Yeah.
So like
I
in the
mean,
north,
it's
you
about
have
the
to
genetics. So yeah, there's something genetic going on.
yeah, because like in the north, you have to prepare for winter and prepare for drought or the times of lean, right? And then in Africa, in the historical scope of it, a lot of Africa was pretty abundant and had more easily accessible food. So
Yeah. They also say SE is about survival, so it kind of make more sense. Is they're more focused on just surviving over there. So the people with
Yeah, I think
SE would
everything's about
survive.
survival.
yeah, everything should be
Yeah.
about survival,
Yeah,
right?
but like, look, I'm in a room with
But
air conditioning and a fan and a
Right.
computer and water.
yeah,
And
so
there's,
and I think a lot of modern life is like we are sheltered from those hard experiences, and then I think that's makes your DNA express differently or go down different paths that are outside the mean of historical, like the Darwin effect. Like you're not being evolving towards survival in a harsh environment because you have all these modern conveniences.
yeah, right. Yeah. Well,
I wonder if in India maybe they have they have like these guru places sometimes, like Tibetan monks and things like that. So that could also
Yeah.
be like a type of split where like it attracts a certain type, and then if that becomes a culture or a community, then it's not like a fighting division. It's like a priesthood division. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it could same with like Genghis Khan. He conquered and spread his genes pretty wide and far.
Right. Yeah. There's that.
Maybe
But that's going to be in every culture.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, I was referring.
That's probably why it's clustering. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why
I think
it's from Genghis Khan.
Yeah. So what we're doing right now, by the way, is a form of spectroscopy. So like what we're doing is we're like doing counts. We're counting the population, and then like if everything was evenly divided, the population should be completely even. Like there should be some sort of noise balance, right? But if you have like these forms of clusterings and peaks in certain populations, then that's some kind of fingerprint on that population, and you can even use that to identify populations.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. It's interesting. I don't know anything about Russians. Are Russians more double masculine? Maybe, I don't know. I don't have any info on that.
It's really hard to identify Russia because there were so many tribes there, like a lot of tribes going on in Russia. And then they were all completely communist, took over, and
yeah, that's how the communists they united under
Right.
communism. It sort of united all those ethnicities and pushed them and squeezed them.
Well, yeah, like
and controlled them
it's,
that way.
It's hard to like categorize. If I want to categorize India, well, there's like 1 billion people in India. How do I can't? There's gonna be different regions, that are gonna have different clusterings. And the same thing goes with Russia, but Russia is more not as cleanly. I don't know what I'm looking for here. It's not like India.
I think what you think of the quintessential Russian has some Viking roots way back.
Yeah, the Rus. Yeah,
Fair.
yeah.
Yeah,
A lot
the
of them.
Rus, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm interested in all of them, just to see where it goes. It's like I can make my guesses now, but I don't really need to because I just know that in time we'll get our answers, right? If this typing
Not
stuff
in our
cleans up.
generation, probably, but yeah.
Yeah,
in
probably
time.
not in our generation. No. As fast as it's going now, not. Yeah.
It'd be
Oh, yeah.
interesting to
Vivek Ramaswamy. I was referring to him when I said Vivek. Yes. Just to clarify that, because
and you probably could overlap like medical records too with some of those founding population type things. Like there's a type.
Oh, yeah. Also, like the medical
medical
stuff too. There's that in type. Like
yeah.
what
Like
is
if
it?
you're
The double masculine ESTP girls. They have some. I forget what it's called. They have some sort of
like
condition.
autoimmune stuff going on.
Yeah, there's clustering of illnesses.
Yeah, or like even like autism will cluster in types. Yeah.
Yeah, but that one every pattern they've given for that is not.
It's not close enough, and obviously
No, it's
autism
not.
is
It's
on a
not right. It's
spectrum.
just not right. Yeah.
It's probably not right, but like
It's just also because the definition for autism is very broad. Like
That's what I'm
it can
saying.
express itself in so many different ways.
It's
Yeah.
too like spread out.
Every
you can
type
see,
can
like,
have
you
autism.
can literally see autism or like Asperger's as like I just have a strong DI. I was like I was just like okay, I was maybe just being a little mean, and I don't have Asperger's. I was just being a little mean.
No, so
Well,
I
no,
did a deep dive on autism a while ago, and
a while ago, yeah. What'd you find?
It's basically an information processing thing. They have way too much information to process and not enough processing power. So
And I remember
it either comes because they're super smart and they're just preserving all that information and they can't, or it's like sometimes they just can't resolve the information so it stays around, or like there's all kinds of reasons. Sensory overload, some people have that. And you see like the autistic people, they do the stimming where like they put their hands over their ears and they yell. It's to like eliminate sensory information because they get overloaded. But that's just like one kind of autism where they have sensory overload. Yeah. So that's related. And everyone gets overload of information at some point, like maybe even right now listening to me. But but like for people with autism, it's like a constant thing all day long. And so your peaks in information overload is very different than their peaks. And that's why they freak out because their peaks are pretty extreme.
I know, I understand. I remember that you talked about that once, and you said the same thing.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was also like, what do you think about the ADHD part about it? You know, sorry, did you want to say something about that, Annie?
Oh yeah, I was just gonna say when I heard the fiery one ranting about the audio disturbances, I pretty much feel the same way, and it's like an anger response. I can't do bad audio. That's when I'm just gonna, you know, shut the laptop and walk away, or like my radio app for public radio is not. I don't know what they did to the app, but like there's no way to force close the app. I have to turn off my phone and turn it back on every time to listen to live because I'll think I'm listening to live and then it skips to the next story. It skips to the next story. It just keeps skipping. So it'll be in the middle of talking about something and skip, you know, or if there's like a bad microphone or something. I think that I feel as upset about it as the fiery one does.
That's fair.
Yeah.
With like static and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, you got the masculine SF. Yeah.
Sensory disturbances.
Yeah.
I do find like the whole genetic thing interesting though, because like in my family, a lot of the males. Well, I'd say a lot, but there's a handful of us that are all tester ESTPs, consume, play, sleep, bless, last, number twos, or at least. Well, okay.
You see a lot of people that are close to you.
Yeah, I do.
Whatever type that may be.
Yeah, my uncle, he's audio number one. I have a cousin, like a 7-year-old. No, he's not 7, 8 or 9. A tester, I think he's a 2. ESTP, consume, play, sleep. And then my uncle, he's also a tester, consume, play, sleep, number 2. And then obviously me. So
Do you have a highly competitive culture?
The culture, no, but us, at least us individuals, we're very competitive. I'm competitive. I can't like even playing card games. I don't know if you guys ever played it. It's called Happy Dinosaurs. Just playing that, I get competitive.
See, I get competitive, but it's for a different reason. It's for the friends thing. Because like if you beat a friend, you can be friendly about it. So like that's why I want to be competitive, just so I can beat a friend and
See, I wish I was like that. No.
Push on them, yeah.
No, I play to win.
Right.
Oh yeah, same thing. Yeah, I think the friends they try the hardest in the games.
Really?
You know, in like the card games or the board games or the video games.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll see. Like my competitiveness, it comes out in anything. It could be like even in class. Like I try and do like pass the tests as much as I like study and whatnot.
Yeah.
Or like just even in sports, because I used to play soccer.
Do you get frustrated when people tell you it's just a game?
Yeah, that pisses me off. See, like I'm getting mad just talking about it.
That makes me really mad. Yeah.
That makes you mad, David?
I'll already be mad, right? So I just kind of like that's just something to be mad about. Like I'm already mad. They already see getting mad. They're like, hey, David, it's just a game. I'm like, I'll get more angry because of that. Yeah. And people also know it triggers me, so that doesn't help.
Wait,
I feel like people are frustrated with me because I'm so not competitive. I just sort of roll over, and in a way, it's sort of like rude. It's like I'm so uncompetitive that it's as if I'm disengaged and I don't care.
Yeah, right.
I've observed you, Ben, and it seems like you really like in a very mature way understand this concept that if there's a little bit of conflict between people and you make nice, then it brings more closeness.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right.
Like conflict
I've seen
brings closeness, where I'm so avoidant that I'm missing all of those opportunities.
Yeah, I hear like Kendrick in his video games, like he also uses the friend coin, and he like when he plays video games, he just gets so angry and so mad and just so like fuck you everybody, y'all shit, like that's what his friends do. Like that's the plan when they play games, is to get all that angry energy out in a safe place in the masculine SF. Same
And
as
I
yours.
have like my sister-in-law is extremely competitive, and when she brings that energy to me, I don't compete back, and I think that it makes her angry, and that I'm somehow like missing out on closeness because I'm not just meeting her and like I don't know, but I can't bring it. I don't feel it. I don't feel competitive. I don't care. I literally don't care. So
Yeah,
I mean,
I feel that. Yeah, go ahead, Ben.
I don't care either, honestly, in games. Some people get super competitive and I just laugh at them. It's just funny.
Yeah, but
like those are the ones you go after. The ones that get super competitive, you're just like, okay, now I know whose buttons to push.
Exactly. Yeah. You're right.
So in other words, me and you, Benjamin, we can't play games. Good to know.
Yeah, no, we can play games. I'll just push on those buttons and watch you freak out. Yeah.
Oh, but going back to my whole
genetics.
Yeah, the ESTPs. What I find interesting is that in my family, there's and like just in general, but also in the ESTPs specifically, we do not like math. The only reason why I'm decent at math.
You like the most mathy type. Not sure. Sorry. Go ahead.
The only reason why I am decent at math, I'm gonna say now, is because I use that competitiveness to my advantage and like, okay, like it's not good enough for me to just like I'm bad at math, all right, whatever. Like, no, I'm gonna overcome this. So that's where that comes from. But I don't know. I just always find it interesting, or like even talking to other people and like
Do you
Yeah.
sometimes not want to try new things because you're afraid of failure, or will you try the new thing even if?
So, I gotta think about that. I'll be scared to do the new thing, but like I'll do it. Especially if there's like something I want to get out of it, then I'll do it. But
What if? What if? Like, are you okay with failing the first couple times? Like, is that just obvious that you're going to fail the first couple times, or is that hard to deal with?
naturally, no. But I've learned that
You've learned it, yeah.
I'm gonna fail anyway. So I'll just laugh about it and then just move on.
Nice. Yeah. What about you, Annie? Do you not want to try new things because you might be afraid of failure, or like when you do want to try something new, like would is that something that would bother you, or that you just accept that's part of the process?
I just accept it. When I
Yeah.
was younger, I would attempt things that were way, way, way above my pay grade, and I would get hyper focused. You know, like I
Right.
would be 6 years old and like trying to sew something complicated on a sewing machine, and I would get so frustrated and hyper focused. And then my mom also wasn't good at sewing, and she didn't know what to do. She would tell me just go outside. So I was angry. I was pissed off about failing, but not afraid. I would just keep
Yeah,
failing
yeah.
over and over again and keep trying.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
That's
Now
something that I keep.
I'm a little bit more chill about it now.
Right. That's something I saw at the juggling convention. Like there were only 3s and 4s there, and yeah, very weird vibe. And yeah, people were just doing all different kinds of, like, there's juggling as a specialist. Like you have to specialize in one kind of juggling, right? Not everyone, you're not going to be good at every single different kind of juggling because you have to focus on one to be good at it. And so they have these conventions where everyone kind of has their specialist, and then they would just go off and try something new. And because it would be a specialist in that domain that would help them, and everyone would just flow and just try new things. Like they had no resistance to failure of something new. They would just be like, oh, this is a new one, let me try this one, let me try this one. And
Yeah.
and then like over time they would just end up getting better at it. Like it's just specializing. Yeah.
I will say by default I definitely don't work like that. Like even like kind of go into art because I know Annie seems to be the artist. I like drawing. I'm terrible, but it wasn't until recently that I was like, okay, I'm gonna try and actually make art. And so like, because even when I was younger too, like I kind of like that. Like I would have this like vision or something that I wanted to create, but then when it came to actually do the thing, like it was too complex and I just didn't know how to bring it to life. But now I've kind of made like abstractions of like, so like for example, I had the thought of like what does acceptance look like to me, and then I kind of just sketched it out, and I didn't really try and like put any constraints. I just kind of just made a half-assed attempt of like what it looks like to me. But even then, like I didn't actually show anybody, and this is the first time I actually talking about it. So like that kind of shows like to me like I don't like to share, or also because like I don't want to be judged by something I'm trying to do, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, so one thing I can say is you're probably not a decider because you've voiced that so well. Like you're like, you know what I mean? Like a decider wouldn't even say that. They wouldn't even be aware of that. They would just
Totally
not
agree
show.
with you, Ben. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and it's just the fact you're talking about it probably makes you not. I think even when Annie jumped on the stream at the very beginning, she started talking about how she was insecure about something, and I was thinking the same thing. I'm like, I would never come on stream and say I'm insecure about something. This is very open. Good for you. Yeah.
Yeah, open. Yeah, EPs are the easiest people to get to know because they're the most open about their issues.
Man, well, a white man is not a white man. that is true. Yes.
Is that an SI you memorized?
No, I mean it's just like I
Yeah.
mean think about it. The IPs, no, they're hiding the stuff.
I think high plays are open.
That's true.
EJs are very open.
The more
overly
OE,
open.
right?
Yeah.
The more OE someone has, the more.
And DE. Yeah, I think extroverted in general is very open.
Yeah, but then the DEs are like talking about you too much. So it's like, I mean, yeah, they kind of they do want that your help to process whatever they're going through a lot. So,
I mean, I had this lady today at work that came up to me and talked about me in a way and related her son to me, and I'm like, oh, you want to talk about your son? Okay. And so like I opened up the conversation and floodgates. She's like, oh, permission to talk about my son. Here we go. It's like she
my
started
son.
off by talking to me and then relating it to your son. I'm like, I know what you want here. Like I've already typed her as an EJ. Like let's do this. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
And super open. Super open.
No,
Not
but
hiding anything. I know everything about her son right now.
You're holding all the cards.
Yeah. No, at all. Not hiding. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, there's extroverts for sure, but like, yeah, like, do you know anything? You probably know more about her son than herself. You know that she likes to talk about her son.
No, she talks about herself too. She always wants to process herself. Yes.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. But the IJs, no. I mean, not the IJs.
But yeah, so the difference is the EJs want to process themselves with other people. Like, I don't want to process myself with other people. Sorry.
That's true. I just feel like they're too good of double observers. They just kind of like run. You know what I mean? Like
the high sleeps will tell you who they are. They don't want to process themselves. Like you can hear them. They're just like, this is me and this is me and this is me. And they won't tell you, and then like the DEs, they won't say who they are. They're like, am I like this? Am I like this? Let's talk about me. And then all of a sudden we have an entire conversation all about this one person. But we're processing her with her. Like everyone gets a say in who she is. Yeah.
I agree.
Like.
Yeah. They need the try before the DI, right? So I just do see that. I do see that in my own life, with my own EJ peoples.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
And I'm only open about what's already processed, and I'm not telling you, I'm not saying everything. I'm just
no, yeah, you're not. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying like I've processed that I'm insecure lately.
But way more open than I would be. I would never say that.
Yeah,
open and like easy going with it. Like insecure, whatever.
If I was insecure, but it felt kind of vague, and I wasn't sure why, then I probably wouldn't say it because it was.
Yeah, for sure, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah, do you like? I think as an IP, we have like the swings of insecurity. So like, we know we're insecure, but we don't quite know that until we swing into being insanely insecure. So when you say, "Oh, I'm feeling insecure," I'm like, "Oh, that's that thing where you feel really insecure, like really, really." But no, it's like, yeah, you probably process it more often. It's just not that you're it's
not a big deal. Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, it's okay.
Not a big deal.
I feel insecure. It's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's only a big deal because you make it a big deal, David. You're more free than you.
Okay, well, sorry, I turned off my camera because I got a nosebleed, and it reminded me that like I had a dream last night where me and my mom we started like bleeding out our nose and our eyes at the same time, and I just forgot about that. So
that sounds like hemorrhagic fever. That sounds really dangerous.
I don't know. I'm just making random connections and processing them out loud with my tribe.
Why do you get nosebleeds? Why is that happening?
I don't know. This is literally like the first time I had a nosebleed in probably like 6 years. It's very small, by the way.
And you dreamt about it the night before, you weirdo.
Yeah.
And I dreamt about it. That's right.
I only had a nosebleed one time, and it was because I was walking to the bottom of the Grand Canyon. We just went down too fast. Really, literally only one time in my life.
I see.
Your SI knew. You were processing your SI in your dream. Your SI knew.
Yeah. I did. I forgot to write it down. I didn't remember the dream waking up, but then since I had the nosebleed, I'm like, oh yeah, I had that dream. Of course I did. Yeah,
it happens to me too, but not about SI, not about a nosebleed. I don't dream about that.
it was like a part of it. We're bleeding out our noses and our eyes. It was really weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not bleeding out my eyes though, so that's good.
Yet.
Oh,
that we can see. So you say.
So I say. Yeah. Something I wanted to talk about, but I forgot about it. I forgot. It'll come back to me.
One thing I wanted to say about the art is like I do post my art sometimes, and I almost always regret it because I want to argue with people that people say like, "Oh, that's so good, that's so amazing," and I really want to explain to them all the reasons that it's not good enough.
Oh, you gotta hire, the critiques.
And
the
I don't
Yeah.
feel like I don't feel like I'm delusional. I feel like, yeah, I understand this is something I can do
I
that
hate my art too. I agree. Yes, 100%.
yeah, like this part is good. Yeah, I can see I've made progress here, but there's a major flaw over here, and that still needs to be improved. And
All you can see is the flaw. All you can hear is the flaw. Everything else sounds, yeah, it doesn't make a
Yeah.
sound. Yeah.
It happens with like pianists. Like people don't know, like the pianist when they play it and they make a mistake, and then people don't notice they make the mistake. But the pianist when they make the mistake, they just like everything is they played one wrong note and it's all over. They played that one wrong note, but people didn't even notice it when they're listening to the song. Same thing with the art. You see you have your art piece, and people are like, "That's really good," and then you feel like they're lying to you because in your head you're saying, "No, this is not that good. This thing that's wrong, that thing that's wrong, that thing that's wrong." But then
Yeah.
you're like, "Yeah, like you're telling me it's great, but that's not helpful to me."
Yeah, I
I'd
wonder if that
rather.
is a number 3 cluster. It sounds like it. Yeah.
Well, aren't the
yeah,
number like one like the critics that feels like a number 3 thing to do? I'm gonna.
It could be everybody. It could be a consume thing. You know.
I know. I just feel like the vibe of it. This is what I'm like. Like thinking about Ratatouille. Like that guy was a 3. You know. I don't. What was his name? Have you guys seen Ratatouille?
oh yeah.
Yeah, that guy. You know what I'm talking about? The critic. Is that not a number 3?
Well, now I don't remember the critic. I mean, I have seen that movie, but I consume so many movies.
I'm assuming it's a restaurant critic because he was in a restaurant in the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, I'm pulling up a picture of him because he was
All right.
amazing. I mean, it's not like gonna be great. You gotta like watch it, but like, I don't know. It was really cool.
So we're talking about movies. Has anyone developed the like odd habit of like typing characters? Because like I realized that I'm typing people unconsciously because I practice doing it so much that I'll end up just typing movie characters.
Yeah, I do. But I like reality stuff better. Typing people on reality shows like Grand Designs where people get in over their head building like these crazy ambitious houses. Yeah, if they're real people, I think I find myself doing it more than characters.
Yeah, true. I can't. It's hard to type animated people, but you can still look at archetypes, right?
Yeah, that's true.
For sure. Yeah.
But yeah, like the guy, like he isn't a 3/3, but I'm looking at like the archetype of the 3.
Have you started trying to figure out archetypes, David, based on what
No, I
Young was
haven't
saying?
started writing the book on it yet.
No.
Have I looked at them? Yeah, I mean, I've read about them a little bit, but
Like, it's obviously true that there are archetypes in our psyche that are in many cultures, but like, it's like, what's the source of that? That's where I'm like, are you making intuitive leaps here, Young? Like
it's
the
just
source, because like obviously everyone's going to have an archetype of a father because everyone has to have a father. Like that has to be an archetype, or like a wise old man. Like that's something that is in every culture. So that archetype has to exist within the archetypes. It's just something that's well known, you know? And is it a part of our deep psyche? Maybe it's also there. It's just like hard to make that leap. You know what I mean?
I think it is part of our deep psyche, and there's always like parts of the archetypes playing out, and you could like fill in different roles of the archetypes. So you're not one archetype. You're all of them, or whatever the universe needs you to be.
Like the trickster archetype, like he was going on about that, but it's like every single class I've ever been in school, there was always the Joker in the class. There was always the trickster character,
right.
You know? And so like, it makes sense that trickster archetype would exist because of our behavior, not because it's like a part of our psyche. But it could
I
also be a
know.
part of the psyche. I don't know.
Like it
But
could be psyche, it could be type related, but I feel like yeah,
Right.
it's just something that actually just happens. You know, when you look at
yeah,
it, right?
like someone has to play that role in society. Someone has to do that.
Yeah, the
So
weird kid in the
yeah,
corner.
where does the archetype come from? Is it like is it both? It could be both.
I mean, like in my life, you just like you have people. So here's like here I think I remember what I want to talk about. Like you have people that remind you of other people. So when you brought up the EJ talking about her son because it reminds you of you, right? Or her son reminds you of you. There's like that in typing, where like the first like archetype that you find of somebody, like let's say like an ESFP. My sister is an ESFP, and she's the most like classic ESFP white girl. You know, Starbucks, just all the way, last. Dates a bunch of guys. Like just like I had the most archetypical like sister, and so like
Yeah.
I feel like when you see like that archetype, and then like now like I'm not as scared of like all the other ESFPs.
It gets
Like,
burned
I
into your
know,
memory a little bit. Yeah, it gets
yeah, I
burned
know what's
into.
going on
Yeah.
behind the scenes of the ESFPs. I could see it. I'm like, I just because I had it.
Yeah, so
I
this
had
lady didn't talk to me about her son because he reminded me. Like that's what her excuse was. But like you could even see when she started talking, it was funny. She would like look at everyone else in the room and start talking to them. Like she didn't actually want to talk to me. She wanted to talk to everybody about her son. It's just like
Oh, okay.
the
Well, I
one way.
wasn't thinking about that. I was just like,
Yeah.
like at least with typing, like every like ESFP I run into now, I can't like stop thinking of my sister, or like if it's close enough. Like even like the last video they did, it was on an ESFP, and it's just like, wow, my sister is very much like that. You know, they can simply play. And so even with my own type, there's my type twins out there, and Davis and Jenny, the Davis guy, he's my type twin, and like they just like if you listen to me, listen to him, will kind of sound similar. Like,
Yeah.
but you heard me first. You heard me first, right? Or if you heard him first, then you would hear me second, and then hear third and fourth and fifth. So like this is like what I like about the typing is you hear like or like the audio ENFPs. You can see like who was your first audio ENFP? Like for me, I go to like Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad. Like that's my audio ENFP. Everyone after that.
Yeah. You're making archetypes out of the types. Yeah.
Or like yeah.
The
or like,
this is like an FI statement, I would assume. So and I would think he also has high consume. Like you do a lot of research, man. You know a lot of stuff. You've read a lot of books, so
he has.
Yeah, so yeah, I would say high consume and FI looks like
Ranchland octopus. Yeah, give him an NEs.
maybe. Yeah, it could be.
Probably FI. Power animals. Right. Like Claire, if he was here, he would be able to talk about all the animals because he does all the research on the animals, and he knows like the archetypes of the animals and kind of how they
Right.
play around it, like more and more.
No,
in
yeah.
depth
So
than
like,
I can,
so like,
but-
what you're talking about is an archetype of like actual type, right? I mean, based on whatever typing system you have. So like seeing the world within a framework, right? That's what you're talking about.
Exactly. Yeah. Right.
And then
like,
creating archetypes out of that framework. So, but what
Yeah.
Young was talking about is like looking cross culturally at, they don't have OPS in cultures like all over the world, right?
No,
But
I know
he's
what you're
looking-
talking about.
Right.
I do
Yeah.
the other thing as well. I did that for 20 years, and then I did.
But so what you're talking about is a mechanism, and it could be the same mechanism, right? Just like obvious archetypes, like the Joker in the classroom, like that's an obvious
Joker and
archetype.
the clown and the dunce and
Right.
all the other ones. There's like 12 of them. 12
They have the
archetypes.
wise woman too, like that's an archetype, and it's like it's not because that's something in our psyche. It's not, that's because that's in all the cultures, like the matriarch. There's always a matriarch.
Yeah, sometimes like you gotta like if you really want to have a certain role, then you gotta like go fight for that before it's taken. Like if you want to be the class clown, you can be. But like also if you're not that archetype, then too bad. You can't become the next class clown.
I can tell you I've been the class clown once, and it's just because it's not because like I was fighting for it. It's because like, oh man, this is falling to me. Someone's got to like disrupt this shit.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Like with my brothers are very aggressive, and they're usually the one that are very extroverted and doing stuff. But one time we were at a family function and they were gone, and I like afterwards I was like, oh my gosh, I filled all the role of that what they do.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've noticed that I can be the blaster if I'm in a group project and nobody is doing anything, then the inefficiency annoys me so much that I will just take charge and start
Right.
directing. people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That little one kicks in, that hobby one.
Yeah, that's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. If there's a void, then the void is filled by something in the universe. You know, if they're leaving out blast, then you're gonna go fill in the blast void. You know,
Mhm.
you don't have to like it. You know? Yeah.
Didn't
I don't know,
didn't
archetypes are
Young
interesting. We're
talk a lot
definitely
about that?
connecting them a little bit.
What's that, Jared?
Sorry, I said didn't Young talk a lot about like the unconscious?
Yeah, that's how. Yeah, I was looking at that this week. That's how I started the
Okay, yeah,
first
yeah. I'm
subject.
pretty sure he had like the collective unconscious was.
Yeah, that's
He was
where
big
he
into
also
that.
made another intuitive leap on the collective unconscious. And so I'm just like I'm not saying he's wrong. It's just like I can see how you got there. It's just like there's other turns you could have taken, like other explanations for this. So
Yeah, I remember reading something about that, and they were going into like during World War II, the babies were crying or whatever, and Jung was saying that it was like they were tapping into the collective unconscious, and they knew something bad was going to happen.
well, one of the things was he was predicting the Nazi rise to power and World War II. And like afterwards, everyone's like, "How did you predict that?" He's like, "Oh, I didn't predict it. I just had a bunch of patients, and they were telling me their dreams, and I just saw the pattern across all their dreams. Like it's not my
Exactly.
prediction; it was in my patients. They were
Yeah,
already
the
seeing it coming."
ESFP had a dream. There's the most recent video. Oh, hey Hank, what's up?
Yeah, I don't. I think Lacan's models make more sense than Young's models because Lacan has fewer boxes and that makes fewer assumptions than Young. So I'm not a big fan of archetypes because it's easy to get missing archetype and there's no symbols. There's no obvious symbols when you group archetypes.
Yo, Hank. Okay, what do you think about this? So, there's an ESFP. Sorry, there's somebody that works at a poll office or a toll, and they worked there every day for years and years. And then they had a dream that it was going to get hit by a truck the next day, and they got really scared. They started praying at like 2 a.m. in the morning. This happened,
Well,
and
it's called off.
they didn't go into work the next day. And coincidentally, the toll booth that person would have been working in got hit by a truck.
Yeah.
Like so, like it can happen. And it does happen, and like, oh, it's amazing. It's like, you know, God came in and God saved the day, or it's like the eclectic unconscious, or you know, your dreams, they tell you stuff. But like,
You're gonna reach an explanation of why. No one knows why, but
Yeah.
yeah.
no one knows why. But like,
So-
think about like all the like the entirety of the world of like how many times people have dreams and they think something's gonna happen, and it doesn't predict the future.
Right.
Like
Yeah,
you
there's
don't
that.
look at that because that's not amazing. You know.
Yeah, I would have called off too. So
I mean, I've had some of those
You would've
dreams,
called off?
and they're
Yeah.
traumatic. Like when you
I don't know
have
if I
those
would've
dreams,
called
they're
off.
traumatic.
If it's like that scary, yeah. If it's like that scary.
Yeah. No, like, and even if it's like something positive that's going to happen, and it just you wake up, you feel traumatized by it, and then it does end up happening, and it's like that's the weird part. It's like it's not like a normal dream. You have all these normal dreams, and sure, deja vu, they end up
Oh,
happening,
right,
not
yeah.
happening, right? But then, like when you have like a very traumatic dream, and then it ends up happening, then that's like, oh, like that stands out a bit more,
Now you pay attention to the next one.
right?
Yeah. It's interesting. I don't know. Like, I don't know. My nose bled in my dream, and then now I had the first kind of small nosebleed I've had in a long time. I don't know how to explain that other than maybe
Your
they're
SI
connected.
processed it, yeah. Your SI processed it somehow.
Yeah, I'm just not like that shocked by it. Like, it doesn't matter that much. Like, so what? Like, until it's like something so useful to the point where like it saved my life from getting hit by a truck. Until it's like that, like I'm not gonna like put that much effort.
Right.
I'm not like I don't care that much about it. But if it's like saving my life, then I'll be like, praising God, give me the good dreams, let me know the future. You know.
Yeah,
it's not like a normal thing for me. So, but and there's people around me who's less sensitive, and I have to teach them stuff like how to ignore them when they're not making their claims, validating their claims, and just pulling stuff out their butt. But when I can explain something, I will. But there's people just guessing because they're full of their own ignorance. So
Well, sometimes like what he explained in the video is like the girl that worked at that place, she didn't know it, but she'd be unconscious, like taking in the patterns, not knowing that like yeah, like they're at a toll booth, people come flying into these things. She sees a truck every day and kind of thinks, oh, it might hit me one day, and then that just comes out into, and then now it's like all those thoughts that she was gaining, it kind of comes into yeah. Annie, did you want to say something about that?
No, I was just thinking, like, I don't understand why it's the stupidest stuff that's so inconsequential sometimes. Like, I go to bed really early and I'll have a dream about a client I haven't seen in a really long time. And then I wake up in the morning and I notice, oh, they booked an appointment, a new appointment at like 11:34 when I was asleep. Like, why?
Yeah.
Why did I not think about this person for 6 months and then think about them and then suddenly they're on my schedule? Why does that happen?
Yeah, Carl Jung did the same thing.
synchronicity.
Yeah.
That's called synchronicity. I don't know what mechanism makes it work.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
know.
it's another Jungian term, the synchronicity stuff.
Well, like, yeah, I'd say a similar thing. Like with the summertime that was coming around, I knew I was gonna see a lot of my old friends, and so like, yeah, just, I guess because I thought about it, and then I would start to dream about it. Because like my brain is trying to give me thoughts that would help me in those scenarios. I'm not sure. But yeah, Carl Jung had the same thing. He had a patient, and the patient called in, and like his secretary was like, "Yep, he was expecting you." It's like that. That's his confidence in these sort of things. Yeah, like once you actually get to know how accurate it is, like I'm assuming with his TI, he'd actually figure out how accurate his NE is, and knowing like, oh yeah, these predictions are right, these predictions are wrong. This will maybe happen in reality. Okay, that won't happen, but this will happen. Like he'll be able to sort all that out.
Yeah.
I don't know. Have you had any other experiences like that? Similar to
That's
that?
sort of like the when the grass rustles. If you're,
I want to hire. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah,
You wanna hire?
it's like ancient humans. If the grass is rustling it and you're afraid and you move away,
Right.
you're saved, right? But if the grass rustles and there's a lion there and you don't move, then you will not be surviving. Your DNA doesn't survive. So it's like we're predisposed to
You're being programmed, yeah, by
we're
nature,
predisposed
by survival.
to It's like those little synchronicities you're talking about. It's like evolutionarily we've been pruned way back in the tree to make
I wanted
that.
to say on the previous point that I want to hire an assistant that everyone who comes to see me, she says he was expecting you.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
That'd be badass.
I think I don't know. Like I think it's the unconscious like statistics. Like your mind is building all these statistics up, but you never really think about them in depth. So like Annie probably has had clients that have gone away for 6 months and then called back in 6 months, probably more than 10 times or 20 times, and so her mind is just like knows that that's a pattern, whether she knows it or not. So just be
like maybe that client that booked in June always books at the beginning of June because it's her birthday, or that's when she starts playing pickleball more, so she's more sore, or it's something that is in information that's in my brain, but I'm not conscious of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that. I don't know. Like, can you get more conscious about that stuff? Is that just like a SI thing to do? To really track all the unconscious sensory that's coming in? That's kind of, I don't know.
Well,
It's not that side, it's Senai probably.
Yeah, it's probably that eye.
I was gonna say, like I was saying earlier, I've been kind of watching up on Donald Hoffman, and he was explaining his equation for, I think, conscious agents. I don't remember what it was exactly, but he mentioned that he had to put a probability field. I'm probably saying that wrong.
Yeah.
But basically, he was explaining that because he had to put the probability field in, he's saying that experiences are random. If I'm
No, yes. Okay. So this comes
What
from
was he trying to say?
quantum physics. This comes from quantum physics, and this is how you express things in quantum physics.
Yeah.
Just because you can express it in like your predictions of reality,
Mhm.
like that's what you do at a betting, like you give odds to everybody and at a betting place.
Oh yeah, like yeah.
Everyone gets their odds, yeah. And so it's like yes, all of these are possibilities, but it doesn't mean there's a multiverse. Like, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, yeah.
Well,
Anyway.
but even then though, wouldn't
I did not think about that. It's the multiverse of betting odds.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So like there is a probability space on the betting odds. It just doesn't mean that like there's a multiverse there. And so just because you can apply a probability space to something doesn't mean it's part of reality.
Well, here's the thing. I define multiverse as a set of objects that conditionally have physical presence with each other. So if you want to just ignore some stuff and just call this chunk of universe and have another chunk of universe, another chunk that we just that's there that we ignore, in that some sense that would be a multiverse.
So you're talking about the intersubjective part there?
Yeah.
Thank you, Hank.
But see, like at least the way I understand Carl Jung and how he explains it, I almost like imagine it like a clock type of thing. But like it's almost like kind of like the stars have to align type thing. But that's kind of where I came up, or that's why.
Yeah, the synchronicity.
Yeah.
But like there's that old adage too where it's like, yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day.
Right.
Like you'll still get synchronicity. That's in sometimes twice a day.
I think you gotta look for synchronicity. You gotta like, really, really like look back, have a far back point of view where you can see it.
I mean, I have one that's really annoying, and it's like I hate it when it happens. Like the number 2 shows up for me a lot, like 222, 22, like everywhere, and it's really really annoying, and I hate it. Like it pisses me off every time it happens. I'm just like, it's at first I was like embarrassed to talk about it. It's like weird and stuff, and now I'm just like just stop.
Yeah. Now you're making it. Now you're making like I bet you've seen it. 200.
Benjamin, my birthday's on the 22nd.
Yeah, see, you're adding to it. Go away. Get out of here. You
All right, bye-bye.
But
no, don't go.
why does it make you mad? Do you like understand why it makes you mad?
Yeah. She would rather not see it than see it.
It's because like it messes with my NI, like the ghosts thing. So it just messes with my NI. And it's like, okay, does this mean something? I'm like, no, go away. Like I have this hounding annoyance at the back of my head saying this means something. I'm like, get off me.
No, I have the same thing. I did the same thing with like I think it's maybe like a TI thing.
Yeah,
like a personal subjective like logic block where like I keep seeing this before and I have enough like TI data on it, but it doesn't mean anything.
It's weird because 22 is my favorite number. I put it on all my passwords.
Okay, Jared.
And stuff.
Okay, now we're gonna have to be best friends. That's the way it works. Like that's the way.
Next year I'll be 22.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right.
All right.
That's why IPs don't share information about themselves because then they get recalls like this.
I never told you I liked video
like
games.
SpongeBob, and you're that guy.
Shut up.
See.
All right, I'm looking up how many days until my birthday. I bet it's gonna be 222.
No, it's not gonna be
237. You're 15 days. 2 weeks. I got you.
2 weeks to 222. Damn it.
Yep, 2 weeks until 222's birthday till my 22nd birthday. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Of course, it means something. It does.
All right, thanks.
The answer to the universe is 42.
That's right.
Jesus Christ.
And the most common,
the
most common random number that humans think of is 37.
Yeah. Okay. How is okay? I get that, but how is it was 37 a minute ago? Okay, sorry, but like, how is 2 thing a synchronicity thing for you? It feels like
that's what synchronicity is like something happens in that way, like over and over again. The 222 keeps happening, or like with 2 people have the same dream, and like that's synchronicity, or like stuff like that, where like
yeah,
there's a sameness in the universe where there should be randomness. That's synchronicity.
Or if you're shopping for a car, all you see are Toyota Tacomas everywhere.
Right.
Well, that's
That
more
could be
like
cognitive bias. Yeah.
well, I mean that's the RAS, but also if you notice synchronicities and the more you notice synchronicities, the more you notice them. So that's also the RAS in operation.
I think it is RES. That's what I was saying. Like you gotta go look for
Right.
them. Right.
Yeah.
You gotta
Well, that's
activate
what the
your mind to
222
know.
thing is so annoying because like I don't go look for them. They just like throw themselves at me.
Yeah, since you've already seen it 1,000 times, it's like
You know,
your
when
mind's-
like 3 of them happen in one day, you're just like, get out of here, go away.
It's
Why?
2. Like to me, like 2. There's no it's like 2. Yeah, it's after 1, before 3. You know, it happens. 2 is everywhere, right?
2 is everywhere. Yeah.
I'm
But
confused.
like
Like
when I get a parking ticket and it says $22 and I took it out at like $2.22, I'm like, go away. What the hell is this?
Oh,
That's
so like
just
a lot of
basically
twos
around
next
it.
to each
You
other.
don't-
Yeah. That.
Sorry, what? I didn't hear that.
Yeah, just use base 2 to get around it. You only see ones and zeros then.
That's true. That's true.
Well, now I'm gonna start seeing 2s, and now I want to.
I don't know, synchronicities. Something
No,
to-
I had 2 pieces of gum. I got 2 nostrils, 2 eyes, 2 eyebrows.
Yeah,
2
that's not.
mouth.
No, it's like $2.22 or something. No, it was Here it's like in shekels, so it's like 22 shekels and 22 whatever.
Okay.
But it's like a lot of 2s. At 222. Yeah. Or like
think if
I don't know, just really dumb.
I don't have anything
dumb shit.
similar to that, so I can't like base it.
If you want, I can start screenshotting it all and sending it to you, and then you'll be like, okay, that's weird.
Yes, send it back with the
You
law.
should, like,
Say yes. Say yes.
Probability stasis. We got to figure this out.
We should do experiment. Everybody take a picture of 22s throughout the whole week, and we'll compare who has the most.
That's how we do synchronicity. We got to come together and collaborate as a team.
I'll start researching thought down numbers then.
Hi.
Hi, JR. Welcome to the stream. How you doing?
Thank you. Good. How are you guys doing?
I'm doing awesome.
Good.
Where are you coming from?
Bristol, Connecticut.
Nice.
I have a story to tell you guys about the 2s.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I'm hearing.
I'm leaving.
So today is the new moon in Gemini, which is 2, right? And I have a story. Actually, I have a story about a synchronicity. I have a friend who had to sell her house, and she had 2 black cats, and she asked us if we could take her cats. And my friend had been talking about he wants a Norwegian forest cat. And I was saying, like, there's so many cats in the shelter. Why get a purebred cat? So we ended up taking the cats, and it just so happens it was on October 27th, which happens to be National Black Cat Day. And one of the cats, it turns out, is actually a Norwegian forest cat. Like, and he had been talking about it for months. And it just so happened, like, I'm obsessed with the synchronicities. I'm sorry, I'm a little crazy.
No, that's I know Jim Carrey was into it too. He had a few things going on with that.
Yeah. Right?
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. That was a good story.
Yeah.
I love cats. Where are all you guys from?
From Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, United States.
So most of the people on this. Oh, sorry.
I was just
Yeah,
saying,
most of the people on this panel are, at least the way it starts, is from an objective personality community, which is the personality type thing. You know
I'm
about
from
it?
there.
Oh, you're
Yep.
from there too. Okay, never mind.
Yep.
Okay,
I know
great.
JR. I've
I'm
seen
the
JR around.
cat down the road. I
You're
was
the cat down the road.
commenting.
Oh, okay, nice. You're this one. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Nice. So what did you get typed or?
Yep, I'm double feminine SITE. Blast, play, consume, sleep. Not sure about the social.
Okay, yeah. All right, that's a interesting type.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's a boring
SITE?
type.
Is that what you said?
All right. The ICJs, man. ICJ awesomeness. Have you seen that video?
No.
It's on their channel. You should watch it if you want. I don't know. Don't watch it if you don't want to.
What so what do you do out there?
I just do deliveries, Instacart, DoorDash,
Nice.
and also, I could say this other thing too. Like my neighbors who just moved in a year ago, they have a black cat, and I took a picture of him. And this was like before my friend got this painting, and I'll show you. It's the same exact picture. Like it's the same thing,
Nice.
right?
That's right. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a bit of a weirdo. Like if I saw twos everywhere, I would think it absolutely means something. It's got to mean something.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That's really nice of you.
Don't let it make you mad.
No, it's not making me mad. It's just
That's too bad.
There's a lot of Ben. You got the loaded energy behind the two story.
lots of loaded energy. Yes, I know.
I feel it. I can sense it.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to mention I like how I threw out that I'm a number 2, and then I ask you a question about number 2. It's just
it's
now you're just doing it on purpose.
I know. I know. It's like right. It's like you try to make it go away, but it only makes it worse.
Yeah.
Like, I have this.
See, this is why you never share anything about yourself. That's it.
Yeah.
Never again.
It's better programming though.
Well, my trolls are just weak and stupid, so it doesn't make a difference if I share something about myself. They'll forget it and make their own thing up anyways.
There you go. So share something, Hank.
I'm wearing a hat.
No, that's not personal. Show us your hat collection.
Well, it is personal, but we can already see it. So is Jared. What kind of hat is that, Jared?
Got a hat and a hat.
You could say
Got
there's
a-
two hats.
That's a found bone.
You have two hats on.
Would you rate his hat out of 10 there, Hank?
A bone and a feather.
Two.
Ooh.
It's very
I'm
practical.
going to say an 8.
It's really good. Oh, an 8 from the Hank?
Yes.
Okay.
This is my practical hiking hat that I keep in the car, so I'll need shade if I go out and do anything. So.
Looks good on you. I like it. Gives you a new look. Have you ever tipped a madam with that? Like, my lady.
No. I say howdy though.
Do you have a better hat collection than Hank, Jared? In your car?
I got a few. I got some in my car. Yeah.
All right.
Black sheep.
Nice.
Hank sticks mostly with the fedoras. I see. The rounded caps.
I've got a fedora at home.
A big
And
dog.
a newsboy cap.
Looks
I
like
guess
a
I do
sheep.
have a lot of caps.
Nice. I think Hank has different caps because he wants to make them match his shirts, right?
Yep.
That's why you have one of each color?
Well, technically no, because how many colors are there? Let me get the color open. There's millions of colors, so no, I don't have one of each color.
Okay, yes. Okay, thank you. Technically, you do not have one of each color.
Like, you have a red hat and you have a green one, and I think you have a blue one and a black one, at least.
Yeah, I have those.
And then you wear matching clothes with that.
How long have you been typed Cat Down the Road, JR?
3 years.
Oh, wow. So you've been around for a while.
Yeah, I've been following David Chan since like day one, since like February 2018.
Uh-huh.
Are you guys like all typed? Everyone?
No, I didn't get typed yet because the objective personality process is really long, and I'm always producing a bunch of content. So if someone really cared, they could probably find that information to type me anyways. I just used extended MBTI, which gets me with the automated test to INTJ most of the time, and some of the tests put me at ENTJ. I go with INTJ right now because that's closely that's the most, based on how I actually react, that's the closest description of me. Even though the so-called more accurate test say ENTJ, I don't accurately ENTJ, stereotypical one.
Yeah, you're not an ENTJ.
Yeah, the top row has all been typed, I believe. Jr. So Benjamin, David, and Miserable Cow, also known as Annie.
Annie, I've seen your videos. I love your videos.
Yeah, they are great. Are you doing videos and stuff too?
I have a couple, but they're dumb. I don't really do YouTube.
Yeah.
I mostly watch.
And have you resonated with your type? Does it adding up for you?
Yeah, I was a little confused about the sleep last at first because I didn't see it. I thought maybe I might be play last because like I totally resonate with Annie's story about the money. Like I feel like I would have reacted the same exact way, like because like stuff like that makes me feel awkward and I don't know what to do. So I mean, sometimes I feel more play last than sleep last, but definitely an info dom.
Yeah.
Cool. You can see the info dom.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've met some of your twin types, I think, and they're very, very smart, very info dummy, smart people.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I never met anybody of my exact type. I feel like they'd annoy me.
Who's some of the celebrity twin types?
Oh, that I don't know. We can look it up.
Elizabeth Moss.
There you go. What do you think about her?
Elizabeth Moss. Okay, yeah.
She's cool. Like she actually I have synchronicities with her too. Like I see them everywhere. I mean, it's
Right.
crazy. She's a Scientologist and like I'm not, but I follow Scientology. Like I listen to all the stories from people that came out of it and stuff. I'm like fascinated with that for some reason.
Huh. Because like what about the stories are you fascinated about?
Just the whole thing, it's crazy. Like I think I'm fascinated by cults in general, but just everything that this one has done, it's just like, why are these people not in jail? Why is this still operating? It's just insane.
Yeah. What about the intrusive thought stuff? Does that happen?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
I believe you.
Yeah, you're not in jail because when you have enough people, it's a religion. It's just culture. It's allowed tacitly. So
They just do so many crimes. Like they disconnect people from their families. Like they've even had people killed. It's just insane.
yeah, but it's fewer crimes than the Catholic Church or the public school system. So, and they have a lot of people and a lot of money. So just let it go.
I don't know. I feel like a lot more is going to come out about them too. Like a lot's come out so far, but there's so many secrets behind there.
I mean, I think it's kind of genius the way they rope people in. They have those tapes that you have to do this confession on a tape, and then they've got all of your dirt. So it's like, why would you give them your dirt? Like that's how you.
So what I do is piece to the punishment. Just I'll release all my confessions to the internet. Then they can't find any more useful material and just give up.
Or you just sit there and you just lie about a bunch of nonsense dirt and say, "Yeah, well, let's watch you try to use this." This is. I don't have the NE to do that, but.
Well, that's all I do on some of my past phrases. It's nonsense. If you research, if you knew everything about me, you still wouldn't be able to get in unless that includes the nonsense I put in as my security question answers.
Yeah.
David, you muted.
So I was just agreeing. I was agreeing with Benjamin. We're like, at least like you're talking about Scientology, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tapes and whatnot. Like you just want to make up a bunch of random stuff. Like that's what I would do. That's not like tied to you. It's not tied to your SI.
No,
Yeah.
there's people that are still thinking L. Ron Hubbard's going to come back from the dead. So somebody can totally just walk in there and be like, I'm L. Ron Hubbard. I remember him at my past life. Like, here's all the information.
Yeah. I haven't followed Scientology too much. What is it? What exactly are
He's
they?
a science fiction author who created a religion because he found out you could make money without taxes if you have a religion. Basically, that's the whole
What's the
story.
religion? What's the point of the religion?
Hanks, you're muted. You're muted, buddy.
You make money faster because you don't have to trade a product.
There's that too, yeah.
So,
right.
So they think he hid all kinds of deeper secrets inside of his science fiction stuff too. And his science fiction stuff apparently is really bad. I've never read it. It'd be interesting to read it.
Yeah. Sounds.
Have you read it, JR?
No, but I
No.
hear it's really bad compared to like regular science fiction.
So they believe. So if you took it all literally, this is. I don't think it's actually them that say this, but the people that read it and take it literally say this is what they believe. There's like some alien race created the universe and inhabited all of these different planets, and we're just one of the many planets that this alien race inhabited, or some stuff like that. So it's like science fiction stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
So that's what they believe.
you don't find that out till you get to the upper levels. So most people don't
We
even
found
know
Ron.
about that.
We found him.
Here's the
He's
thing.
here. He came back to life.
Fuck so. Here's the
I
thing.
am Iron.
Why do all of the chosen?
The chosen?
Yeah, there's the Lubavitcher Rebbe here. There's like a cult around him where everyone thinks he's going to come back to life too. It's like why do they think these people are going to come back to life? Yeah.
The machine lies. That's
know how
bullshit.
people really
Why do you
believe
look
that
like Jesus when you're wrong? Come on.
Yeah,
How do
it's just like a
people actually
natural human
believe
thing
that?
to like once you have this this prophet, like singular prophet, you think he's going to come back or something. Like what is that?
The machine lies looks like Jesus. He has the same MBTI type as Jesus, INFJ. You're not fooling me, bud.
What? Okay.
You're wrong.
Hitler's going to come back?
Yeah, he's a good person. So all good people.
I was born on his birthday, so.
No, I didn't mean
That's
that.
synchronicity. There you go.
420.
You're the reincarnation, Manuel. That's it. We found you.
Thank you. Don't worry, y'all get free passes.
Have you read the book by that actress? What's her last name? Rimney. She wrote a whole book about leaving the Scientology. I think I read that one a while ago.
I do have her book. Yeah. She's suing them right now too. She's in the process of a lawsuit.
On
Yeah,
what?
cult
How
stuff's
does she do that?
Weird.
Leah Remini? I
how
forget
does
what
she
it's
have the
about.
lawsuit?
Oh, she's still doing it. They're in the middle of it. But they're going to get in so much trouble. Like, it's just, they have like a ton of lawsuits. It's like, it never ends.
Yeah, you talked about like they murdered people to keep people quiet.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I forget the other details. But yeah, some bad stuff.
Really bad.
Yeah, there's
I
a
don't know
bunch of
why.
those types of things that you see.
I don't know why I'm so obsessed with it, but I probably shouldn't be.
How about the Heaven's Gate? That
about,
Heaven's Gate cult. Have you heard about that one?
No.
I don't know too much about it.
Oh yeah, that was in the late '90s. Heaven's Gate. The leader. he thought when the comet came as a, what was it, Hale Bopp or something? The Hale Bopp comet came. He said that was going to transport him and his followers to the next dimension or whatever.
Oh
They all, like 40 of them committed suicide by drinking poison.
Yeah.
Oh, like I saw the Pirates of the Caribbean, or they turned the boat over by shaking it back and forth. If they were wrong, they would have just all died, or they would have sunk their ship. Do you know what I'm talking about? That scene?
Is that the same thing as the Heaven's Gate?
No, I just no. I'm just saying.
How did you get
people
there? I'm just
committing
curious.
Suicide, right?
Oh, okay. All right.
Because they have some sort of belief, and so in the movie, these people believe that like if they rock their ship and then they'd flip it over, they would get into another dimension. And obviously that it's a movie, so it happened. But it's like
Right.
the same thing. We're like, I'll get into heaven if I, kill myself.
And then you'll never know. Yeah.
And those that die don't pass on their genes, so that weird belief doesn't.
Sure.
But yeah, we don't know anything after death because we can't talk about it.
But it's interesting
Yeah.
how people can get Darren Brown like that, like how people can be so manipulated. Into
That's what
doing
I
that
was thinking
kind of-
about. Like, yeah, how do people get that manipulated with things?
Oh,
Like, how
this
do
is
they
simple because
believe the
people think
stupidest
souls
shit?
and bars are different things. That's how they get manipulated. They believe dumb stuff.
How did you get manipulated, Hank, into being in the Teal Swan cult?
She looks hot, and she's
She looks hot,
she's
that's it.
pretty much in the
Well,
dress.
she's pretty, and so
Yeah, she's pretty.
You
She's
were
pretty,
Teal
and she
Swan
doesn't
cult?
sound that stupid when she talks.
And she doesn't sound stupid. All right. Those are the
Yeah.
criteria, Hank.
That's
Well,
that's
it's
stupid.
stupid, but
Sounds
it's
stupid, but not. It's so stupid. It's intolerable.
There you go.
Oh my god. Yeah, there's
The
there's
lure
a
of
pattern of
sex,
this,
huh?
Then Darren Brown
Of
manipulated
course.
a guy to kill another guy. Without him even he didn't even remember.
Oh,
Yeah,
look,
yeah, I
that's
saw that
free.
one. I saw that one.
Yeah.
But like he picked them out at the beginning. Like he picks the people he thinks are going to be easily manipulated.
Okay. True. Like Andrew
Right.
Tate does a similar thing. Andrew Tate, is picking on all the desperate men, making them
Yeah.
go to these alpha male camps.
That's just pretty much a generic scammer tactic.
They
So
come to him, yeah.
They go by
They come to him.
volume, so they just pick out the stupidest people they can get a hold of. Stupid sounding people, because some of the dumbest people are just scam bears wasting your time.
Well,
Yeah,
that's an
okay.
interesting emotional like manipulation that he's doing there, because it's like he's targeting people by sympathizing with their pain, right? And so you
Yeah.
can see, right? And then because they have someone finally sympathizing with their pain, whatever that is, they just he can use that to push them. Here's an ideology that'll fix it. It fixed it for me, and then there you go. He's now the master.
Yeah, I mean he's not like a nice guy. He's a bit more rude, but like that's what's happening all around religion. Is how do they?
What's
control-
happening in OPS? They're sympathizing with our pain.
They're doing FE. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, they're through their system, right?
The system. Yeah, right. But like, okay, how about this?
And they're
Like,
promising that the system is the answer and it's going to fix everything. So
I know that freaks me out. But like the teriology thing, the 1 × 1 = 2 guy. Like, how are people
You still
believing
bringing
that?
that up?
Like
I
that
get to bring
guy,
up Estonia again. Just saying. Keep going.
No. It has nothing to do with Estonia. Like, I don't know how people are believing, because like there's not even a value system with the teriology. It's just like a math equation
Oh.
that's wrong.
No, it's well. If you just set up your axioms so that you switch the definition for multiplication and addition around, then it works. It's fine.
Yeah, but it doesn't work. It gives
doesn't-
you the wrong answer.
It doesn't work, and it's not like I'm
If-
relating. It's
if-
not like I'm
If we
relating
change,
to
if we
somebody,
swap the definition of multiplication with the definition of addition, it will work.
Yeah,
but
it
how do
works.
people
It works
believe
on
in it?
paper, but then like you get into all these mathematical contradictions that don't work. Like you can't do calculus. You can't predict anything in reality anymore.
So at the
Using
so no, because you still have the same operations. You just called them different names.
Yeah, but you get the wrong answer. Science is very precise. If you have the math.
Mathematics is only as precise as you want it to be.
Okay,
All right,
all right.
let's
You're
ask
right, Hank. I
JR.
agree with you. I agree with you.
JR is interested in the cult mentality. How do you perceive that with kind of I'm sorry for the unclear question, but how do you perceive that the cult mentality and how it's about like relating to somebody's needs or their weaknesses, their insecurities, and being able to use that to kind of rope them in.
Well, I know with Scientology, they have a whole questionnaire that you fill out, and it's designed to find some problem. Like, even if you're perfect, they'll find something wrong with you, and they'll be like, this is how Scientology can help you. Like, we have an answer for everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. Stuff like that just makes me not want to find an answer to everything.
Why? What
I
does
just
that
want to be
mean?
left alone. all these systems out here, they're all like, I have the answer to everything. I'm like,
Bullshit.
bullshit, you know.
Because context makes a difference. I don't want the answer to everything. I just want the answer to the problems I have. So I don't care. I don't care about the answer to something like a different type of problem. So when sometimes tells me they have an answer to everything, I can't believe them because it's nonsense. You don't even know what everything is.
So that guy Rant was on this channel. I think we typed him as the same type as Andrew Tate.
Andrew Tate, and probably similar to Terrence Howard as well.
Also Terrence, he's also Andrew Tate type.
Yeah, Bunny Christ on.
Yeah,
he's close. I'd say he's close. He's doing the NI magic trick. Remember?
I think Rant may be my type twin, but I'm calmer than he is.
No, you're not the same.
You're not the same as Rant.
You're not the same at all.
And that's a good thing. I don't know. I was processing Rant a little bit yesterday. I talked to him about my dad. I was trying to explain all these kind of connections I'm seeing with just the bad number ones versus the good number ones, because those are the like there's good and bad number fours, but they're not going to be that scary as like a good and bad number one.
Are you processing people as good and bad? Is that what's going on here, David?
Yes. Okay. What I mean is like where they
just
are.
Checking.
Like, yes, just checking. You know?
Just
making
checking
sure
if
that
that's
pattern
what
is
we're
still there.
doing.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's not about that, but it's like there's just a pattern with these people that are very similar between all of them, and I'm like, we're gonna see this again a lot more. Like, it's just like there's gonna be.
Yeah.
They're
If the pattern is real, it'll keep happening for sure.
Like, so how do I just like for the future? How do I just like process this? You know, in under 20 minutes. That's kind of the goal.
How do I process this in under 20 minutes? That's my goal.
Yeah, it's like it's taken me like weeks. I'm like, oh shit! Like by the time I'm like 50, I'll be like, okay, yeah, I know that guy's Terrence Howard. This is his bullshit. Blah 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 blah. Okay,
Can we write a program to do it?
Done.
We'll just offload the processing to automated units, so you don't have to think about it.
So your solution is we shouldn't be thinking anymore, Hank? Your solution is we need computers to think for us?
Yes.
Narrow down the thing.
Yes,
Okay.
ignore the machine lies, more computers.
More computers, and they need to think for us now, is what you're saying.
Yes.
Okay.
Give me root access.
No, think for us. That's never gonna be like fair. Like, how are you ever gonna program like an AI bot or like an AGI to like be balanced and fair with the universe? You know.
We haven't figured out how to do it with people yet either, so it's not really my
What's
problem.
the problem with the universe? Okay, it's the Americans. Just kill all the Americans, and we got a better universe. Like, that's not gonna go say that stuff that's that.
No, well, we'll just pretend we're Mexicans now, so you don't like kill anyone.
Yeah, sure. We're actually part of Mexico, so we're safe.
Yeah.
Right, like how like the data that you feed the bot, like, is it gonna have all the data in the world? Like, no. Like, let's say it does. Right?
Garbage in, garbage out, Dave.
Whoever made the bot, like that's like whoever's gonna make the best AI chatbots are gonna be the ones that have the control over that, and so they're gonna be the ones to.
I love. I'm going to remember this example till I die. There's like that one example of that bot that they taught on Twitter, and then it was just using the N word, and it was like swearing. And it was
I haven't seen that
garbage
one.
in, garbage out. Yeah. It just started dropping N bombs everywhere. It's like, yeah, that's what it learned on Twitter.
You got red pill.
That's right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like with the Andrew Tate stuff, it's like what I'm seeing with the number ones is that they want to have negative energy. They want to do something that brings some sort of negativity on them, like a lawsuit, or they do human trafficking. I know it's like there's not like it doesn't have to be a crime, but like it's something that's like super disagreeable, to the point where it kind of forces other people to want to, say why they're wrong. Like that's why I find teriology such a dumbass idea, is because that's what it does. It's like 1 × 1 = 2. It's like, nope, I have to stop you there. It doesn't not. But like, how are you like, since that's the energy added, it builds.
It's because when you
right?
divide
don't
it
wanna
back,
say
it
it's
doesn't work
wrong.
anymore.
I don't want to say it's
You
wrong.
divided
but-
by 1.
Yeah.
Okay, you know Jake Paul? Like Jake Paul's
Yes.
fighting Mike Tyson now, and he's like 60. Like that's not like Jake Paul doesn't do any real fights. He's not a real fighter.
Yeah,
right?
he can get
He
his
does
ass
his
beat.
number 1 shit, He just goes in there. I'm gonna go fight the. It's a lose-lose no matter what.
Wait, hang on. Wait, I'm sorry. That's the actual thing?
Yes.
They're
Yeah.
talking about it. Yeah, Mike Tyson wants to get in shape now. Apparently, he wants to
Oh.
smack this little kid. I hope he beats him. I hope he beats Jake Paul.
Those are
Yeah.
the people.
Okay, now I'm excited.
Yeah.
Exactly, it's that.
Like Jake Paul really deserves it.
Jake Paul, Jake Paul doesn't care about boxing, but he's like using it as like the level up, the lily pad.
How is he
right?
gonna make money? He's making money. He's getting a validation.
Because
Yeah.
I mean, he's not. I heard the main reason why, at least, he speculated, is because he's in his brother's shadow.
That could be the case.
Logan Paul's like 10 times more successful.
They're both. Are they both number 1? They're probably both number 1.
But
Yeah, they're both. They're
that's only
definitely
justification for a number 1. Like I wouldn't care. I'm in my brother's shadow. Great, I'll do my own thing. Like
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So when someone says something like 1 × 1 = 2, I don't want to say they're wrong. I want to know their axioms, so I could prove to them using their own axioms that they're wrong. I want to go further. Maybe they're right still. I don't know, but if they gave me their axioms and it's still wrong, I could point to them and say, "Hey, if I use your axioms, it makes no sense. There's a contradiction here."
I know, but that's what they want. Like that's their trap. It feels like a trap to me. It's like they're doing something that's legitimately wrong or doesn't make any sense, and then people they want.
And then you have to
people
think
go
about them
on
and
it.
keep talking about them every stream for like 3 weeks now.
Well,
Exactly.
not the way I
So
do
you
it.
keep going back. I'm building my own TI off of it.
No, I'm just joking. I'm just smacking.
But
you.
no, it's
I'm getting
yeah.
revenge on the 2 thing, to be honest.
Yeah,
Okay,
David. So I'm seeing what you're seeing, like a certain kind of 1 or even 2 that uses that as a scam, like some controversy or negativity to gain attention. But the other thing I've been processing is like success, how scary it is. Like if you're really, really successful, you're gonna be sued. It's just part of the deal. You know what I mean? Like if you're really
Yeah, not literally sued, but yeah, you're going to run into some kind of problem like that.
Yeah, and it freaks me out. I'm comfortable with a certain amount of notoriety, like being known locally. I'm known locally. People, I'm familiar to people because it's a medium-sized town and I've been a massage therapist here for 20 years. But I'd be uncomfortable getting like too popular because then you're vulnerable to attack.
Right.
Which is different than what you're saying, David. But I also have noticed that some people are using controversy just.
Well, that's exactly it. You have to be decisive and divisive in some way to be popular. You have to divide the population somehow, and then you're going to create enemies because of that. And then someone's going to quote unquote sue you, like not literally, but like you're going to have a group of people against you. And you always have to have that balance where you're talking more in an echo chamber than to people outside of the echo chamber. Otherwise, you're going to get more enemies than friends.
Right. Yeah. Like everybody wants who they like to be right. That's why popular people are really dumb. That makes sense. No, I see what you're seeing, Annie. I get that. Yeah, it's that. I just feel like I have so many examples of it that I see. Like there's just like I'm seeing like the bigger people, right? The people that are actually on social media that are the biggest streamers, the biggest YouTubers, the biggest people causing controversy and doing stuff. And so a lot of them, is what you're saying. Like they always end up in some controversy, and it's like bad for them at the moment, but then it gives them more attention, and so then they start using that later. So
If they're double
like,
deciding, it's not even that bad for them in the moment. But it's
right.
like, and he's saying like, I don't need that shit in my life. Like being number one isn't worth it.
Well, yeah, I don't need that. But also, I hear this from like blasters that are talking about how to succeed in business, to use that to your advantage. Like,
Right.
being controversial, piss people off on
Mhm.
purpose, because that's going to make your channel more popular. And it just rubs me the wrong way.
I know, yeah. It's I know I could just like I could really categorize this down into just like the 3s and the 4s. We don't like to see the scams. Like we see them and we don't like them, but obviously there's just like there's a little more going on there. But yeah, it is a business marketing strategy, and like
Why we
I
don't like the scams? We're the ones getting scammed, man.
we're the ones getting like ops from here on out. It just gets like less fun. You know what I mean? It gets less fun as time goes on. And maybe that's like an NF thing I'm looking at, but like it was really fun, and then just the more it's gonna head towards marketing, the less fun it's gonna be.
It's not like they
Obviously,
didn't tell you what you were signing up for, David.
I didn't know what I was signing up for, but like
Yeah, they told you this is not fun.
you see, you already know it's not fun. You got like 4 or 5 years. You're like 3 years ahead of me on it. So
All right.
that's I'm tracking the SI. You know what I mean?
Have you read the 48 Laws of Power, David?
Me, the 48 Laws of Power. I have it. I bought it. I'm reading it in 3 different books.
He hasn't read it.
No, I have 3 books until I read it.
Okay. Nice. All right. Well, that's actually one of the laws is gaining attention, but I'm just throwing it out there.
Yeah, I read the 48 Laws of Power when I was a teenager. I never read it again recently. There's only 8 actual laws because 40 of them has
they all
counter
do
rules.
that.
Yeah, 40 of the laws have just places where don't follow the law. It's not a real law. So
yeah, I've read the laws. I haven't read the book.
I read the book too. So
what are the 7, Hank, that you found?
there's 8 that's actual laws. I have written a Reddit post, but I had to dig in and find it. And it was a post towards trauma type, formerly known as INTJ equation. But that was like
in the laws they talk about INTJs.
So
No, it's a YouTuber. I had him on my channel once. I was on his channel once.
Trauma time. Yeah, I've been on his channel a couple times.
Yeah, you guys are friends. Yeah.
Yes. I'll go ahead and find that 8 laws are actual laws, but I wrote it down a long time ago, and again don't have it on in my memory banks.
Why did you ask that question, Manuel?
Oh well, because I mean, really, what we're talking about right now is power, and so that's why.
Yeah.
Well, because I'm reading it right now. I'm on the 23rd law, something like that. But
what did you learn so far? What's been the thing that stuck out the most?
Well, I'm just what stuck out. Well, so like as for me, what I struggle with is like delegating, because I'm always trying to do everything myself, and so I haven't really read any of the laws that kind of apply to that. But what I've learned so far for myself is mostly just like the best ways to get something done. So like concentrate your forces. Like me as a blaster, that definitely stings in the ass. It's like trying to concentrate on something. Like, and I think it helps. It doesn't help that I'm a 2 as well, because like something simple like, I don't know, cleaning my room, for example, like that's a pain in the ass. And like, I rather just not do that. But I mean, I realize that has nothing to do with power itself. But
yeah, cool. So delegating tasks and focusing on things.
Yeah.
So how do people in power is what is their focus? What are they focusing on?
Well, I think it depends on what you want.
I mean, there's a lot of laws in there that are like, respect the person who's above you in power. Like, don't betray that.
That's
like that.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't suppress your master or something like that.
Right.
Just a minute ago, did I use the word notoriety like 3 times?
I haven't
'Cause that's
noticed it.
I
Okay.
wasn't paying that much attention.
Yeah,
I think you said it, yeah.
I want to be really specific about words, and that's not what I meant.
Oh, what did you mean?
I just looked it up. Notoriety means famous for a bad reason, and I said that I had a lot of notoriety in my community.
Oh, you have fear of being
No,
famous.
no,
whatever that
notoriety.
word is.
No, infamy means famous for a bad reason. Not notoriety. Infamy.
Yeah, notoriety means you stand out.
Yeah, but it means for a bad reason. I looked it up. Because I needed to know the
I'm gonna look it
specific
up now.
Okay,
Well, yeah,
I'll
you don't
look
want
it up.
notoriety anyways, but that's not
famous
exactly what you meant.
or well known for some bad quality or deed. So I was
That's
using
what it says
in-
here on the Google.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was using it incorrectly, so I have to punish myself.
I hate arguing for dictionary. So on dictionary.com it says the state quality of character being notorious or widely known. Oh, it is synonymous with infamy, shame. Okay,
Interesting.
okay,
Well,
I'll
we
give
learned
it.
something here.
Dictionary agrees with you for now, but we change by the end of the year. So you're right for now, but the probably definition already changed, so the dictionary's probably inaccurate.
Was I echoing?
No.
The fiery
Oh,
one.
okay. Yo.
Nico.
Welcome home.
Hey. Yeah, just dropped in from the astral plane after dipping back out again, you know.
The astral plane?
When do you
Yeah,
get to
the
drive a
astral plane.
forklift?
Oh, okay.
Whenever I get a job.
Oh yeah. There's an order of things.
Yeah. Job searching's a little difficult. But I was essentially I heard a quote where they were like where it said it doesn't matter if they hate you if they're all saying your name.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
that's
that sounds
right.
like number one.
It sounds just like it. You know, there's some amount of
That is a number one, yeah.
like thriving off of it. You know, thriving off the haters. You know, so
I
whatever
can't
gives
see
more
someone
hate-
like Taylor Swift saying that. You know what I mean?
See, that's what I'm saying. Good versus bad. Right? That's what I'm processing. Good versus
Maybe
bad.
she did.
There's good ones and there's bad ones. Like Mr. Beast. You know?
No,
Good
I
number
bet
one.
her handlers have said that at one time or another. There's no bad
Right.
press, but I can't see her saying.
Oh, her handlers. Yeah.
The people
The number
trying
one's
to
working for her.
make more money.
Well, personally, I think it's just like a innate thing within humans. It's like just attention. I would assume. I'm not sure, but I will say, has anyone seen the show Shogun on Hulu? No. Okay. Well, anyways, it's
I've heard about it.
Like
Heard
a
about
modern take on Shogun.
yeah, basically.
Yeah. My mom was telling me about that.
Well, like if you watch it from the lens of like the 48 laws of power, or like just trying to, apply the laws to the show, like you can see, and it actually outright tells you in like certain, like it teaches you like kind of like what.
Yeah, like the ones who break it, they're gonna get, they're not gonna have a good end, and the ones that don't break it sort of succeed.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah.
So like Toranaga, he's one of the main characters, and what I find interesting is like along the whole way of the show, he's kind of like the good guy, but the whole point is that he doesn't want to be Shogun, which is like the warlord of Japan at this point, and he's competing against another guy, Ishido, who's trying to become Shogun as well, or not become Shogun, but like he's taking all these brute actions to get there by like killing people and all this other stuff. Whereas Toranaga, he's trying to take the more passive way, and eventually at the end of the show, he's already knows he's going to be Shogun, because that's how he made it. Like he took courses of action to get there, even though it wasn't like kill this person, kill that person. It's more of a misdirection type of thing. But
I just
Yeah,
can't leave the
I think
stream unless.
yeah, 48 Laws of Power is bad Machiavelli, pretty much. That's what I think it is right now.
I was hanging on Machine Lie's stream earlier, and this is another synchronicity story. So I was on his stream, and the entire argument that they were having there, I went to learn like a little bit of Nietzsche and philosophy after, and it's like the exact same argument that Nietzsche placed like two philosophers against each other. One was like Rousseau, and the other one's Plato. And so like the argument there was like government involvement, and you know Plato's idea of like the philosopher king or whatever is like, and like the state having all the power, and like that was definitely one side of the argument. And then Nietzsche said the other side was like the Rousseau side, which is what they're looking at, agricultural freedom and cultural, you know, communes type stuff is what he was going on. So I don't know. It was interesting. Nice, like actual argument that people were having is like Nietzsche saw this argument.
Yeah, I'm a Rousseau guy. I don't think having Stefan Model as the king is gonna be that great. So I'm a Rousseau guy.
I think those kinds of things like work at scale. Like, for instance, a group would behave differently, and you'd have different laws based off of the size of the group. So, like, you know, a certain size group, you know, would work better, like function better as, you know, with a communist ideology. Then you move up or down a peg, it's like socialist or whatever.
Yeah, so he was Rousseau wasn't talking about socialist. He was talking more about like culturalist, small families, small tribes, things like this.
Yeah, federalist.
No, I mean,
I don't know. I didn't
socialist
actually. I don't know it too great. I don't want to NI extract. Like, don't take off of my words. Read Rousseau.
But I will when
misrepresenting him.
I will when I extract federalism.
I'm
you don't have to
using
go down to it.
I'm using a placeholder, like socialism, essentially based off of the you know, the levels of group.
No, that's Plato. Plato's socialism. He wants a big state that does everything. So
yeah, but you're taking it too literally. What I'm saying is that
don't trust your words. Got it.
What I'm saying is that these arguments and whatnot can be you know, relatively avoided if you observe them in scale and acknowledge that different sized groups operate under different social structures best. That's what I'm trying to say. Like, for families, you know, communist, whatever, like some placeholder, villages, you know, socialist, or, you know, and then, you know, government democracy, whatever. Like, do you get what I'm saying? Are you picking up what I'm putting down here?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
What are your thoughts on that dichotomy, David?
Well, I was just not thinking about that at all.
What were you thinking about?
I was just thinking about, you know, like how far can you teach somebody something to then they can use it for themselves? Because at the start they'll be hesitant, you know, to whatever the culture is, but then after time, they'll be able to kind of pick it up, and then they'll start to see it in other people, and then spread it that way, right?
Memes, yeah.
So yeah, it depends. It depends on how well it works for them.
Memes are great. They're basically just a cultural lens.
Yeah, memes. Yeah, memes. They're the fastest way to learn about a culture. Just like go look at the memes, go understand the memes.
Yeah, not the but like the meme in it was coined. I think Richard Dawkins was talking about memes. It's like how knowledge is spread. David. It's not like
Oh.
just like, yeah, it's like how you spread knowledge in culture. It spreads in the form of memes.
Yeah, I saw this meme today where it's just like
It's like an actual mechanism.
you can't see it, but okay.
No, we can't see it.
Whatever.
Yeah.
It's like when I'm asked my opinion on a serious topic, it's like, oh, I had a meme for that somewhere. It's like all the serious topic. I have some sort of meme that explains it.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have you all seen have you all seen What If Autist?
No.
They call him What If Autist, What If etc. You know, they fuck with him a lot, but he's I've narrowed him down to some form of consume last NITI because holy fucking shit.
A lot of those.
Holy fucking shit, man.
Yeah.
He goes on these. He
What
goes
is he
on
talking
these.
about? What's his NITI theory? That
His
saves
NI His NITI theory is a manifesto for the new right.
For the new right? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, a lot of that's going around right now. Yeah. Yeah.
And he essentially looks and he says this multiple times. He looks at different cultures in the past and you know, finds the underlying themes of each of them in order to predict the future. You know, very classic NI.
Yeah.
Like I don't predict the future that far. Not with any. Like
Oh.
I want to predict the future to actually predicting the future. So like that they thought like the any tentacles. Like how far did they go out? Like, and you can think about things like 10 years, but it's more like, you know, 3 months, 6 months, and end of year. Like with at least with the NE, like I'm predicting something that's like actually going to be predictable. It's not like a big cultural change. Like I can't predict that. You know, I can predict that something might change, but the way that it's going to be changed, like that's what you're talking about with his NI.
He goes out 50 to 100 years.
Right.
I remember watching one of his videos of do you know the universe like 29, I think it is, the the mouse experiment, Mouse Utopia?
Yeah.
What they learn?
Yeah, he saw that video and he freaked the fuck out. He had a humongous observer freak out.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting here like listening to what he's pulling together with his NI, and I'm just like, oh shit. Oh shit. Is
well,
because he draws a parallel between Mouse Utopia and modern society, and he's like, I don't know. He goes, it's insane that people are not freaking out about this. This was insane. I can't believe people just bring this up in casual conversation. Whenever I learned about this, oh my god, my worldview just like went into like just set on fire type shit.
Yeah,
I
know.
You're right. I'm like, okay.
You know you're an observer, right, Nico?
Yeah.
You know you're an observer. That's why he freaks you out a little bit because you know you're both freaking out about the same thing, and that's what's great. You have someone that's on the same wavelength as you, so it's really like, like I can relax.
Yeah, I know about the most
kind of cringe.
You're rightist, but
There's also cringe,
things I'm
yeah.
like, okay, Thanos, whatever. What's your solution? And when I go ask those guys, they say, well, make me king, give me more stuff for my people. That's not a solution. Just a scam.
It's a scam.
It's weird because he speaks my language, but it's like almost he speaks my language, but it's like he's so sure about the language about that language that he just fucks himself over. Like he's so sure about like
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. Yep, you're not wrong.
Oh, are you watching him?
No, I mean all of the other ones. Like they're all the same.
Yeah, I heard all that stuff before. There's a whole bunch of
Rant is the same.
Yeah, Rand's the
Rand,
same.
yeah. Rand was-
The road,
Rand was
road
pretty
ended
crazy.
with
Rand was more
the
crazy than I thought, but like
with the eclipse,
Yeah.
the world already ended. So I don't know what we're doing talking here. The world already ended.
I know, it's like they all seem the same. Or like they're all like going anti math, anti like physics.
No,
like,
not
oh,
all
oh,
anti-math.
no,
There's
okay, not all
one.
of
There's
them.
one now that's going around talking about the new world currency that's going to come around, and he's already all prepared about it.
Is it Ripple again?
Tommy, it's Tommy.
Exactly. Like, what are they preparing for? Like, why not?
Tommy is he's going around telling everyone there's like this new world currency.
Ripple
It's
again.
it's like
I
yeah,
know
it's the
Tommy.
same type. It's the same type.
Like, okay.
All worried about the new world currency.
At what point did you stop consuming? Right? Like, what? At what point is your worldview like you've built it and it's done? Like you don't need to update it anymore. Like you get to stay in the past.
Who are you talking about?
Oh, we don't do that because stuff changes too much. So So even me, with my worldview, I'm not going to stop updating it because like software, you have to patch it because it's more some unexpected cases always rise up.
Yeah.
See, you always have to be learning new things. So it's like, why predict something that's going to happen in 50 years?
But so that's exactly what the consume lasts aren't doing. They're not updating that.
Like, yeah, like you predict your NI thing, but like when you predict it and it comes, and let's say you're right, like you're gonna have to update in another few years, or you're gonna have another big 50-year plan.
Yeah, it's just like
Obviously,
software.
it'll be dead,
So
but, like,
it's just how stuff works.
Well,
I don't. Yeah.
Eventually, it will become this old stale software, but maybe you want to go and use it again. And just still.
But Hank, have you ever spoken to someone where it's like you're talking to a wall? Like you've said the same thing 20 times and
All the
they still
time.
haven't updated it? Yeah.
Absolutely. That's
That's
why
what a consume last feels like.
Well, that's why I have the script I have for atheists. I mean, that's why I have the script I have writing. Can you be an atheist and say God's exist in any context? Because I've been hitting that wall. In fact, this script designed specifically to go after Force Valkai. When I get
So you wrote a consume script for people with consume last to consume? Good luck.
Yeah, well, I'll present it
go
to
well.
them. I'll be their shrink. I'll present it to them, and try to perform the
Good luck.
contradictions.
Just good luck.
Force them to have their 10-year crash.
Yes.
So this is what it feels like to have SEs. Like that's a wall. I'm just going to keep pushing on that wall and banging my head against it until I realize it's a wall.
I can
When
break.
I realized it was a
without
wall,
force,
I still
man.
bang my head against it.
You need a
Yeah.
forklift to break through the wall.
I'll get one of those excavators, drive right through that wall. It's not impossible. You can drive right through if you had the right equipment.
I bang my head against the wall literally.
All right, that's a good question.
Yeah.
But
Take a shot at it.
When it comes to making future decisions, should someone seek a career or a job that uses their saviors or their demons? Anyone want to take a shot at this?
I do, but I'm going to wait. I got an answer. I'm already loaded.
Go.
Already voted.
But go for it first, guys.
Oh, I'll take a shot first. So your demons and your saviors, like obviously you know what they're talking about there, because you obviously know. But like with the saviors, like you're gonna find something that you're gonna have to use your saviors anyways. So whether you're going for a career in like business, like I don't know what you're trying to do, but it would kind of help for that specifics. But like you're not gonna be able to make it work just using your saviors. Like that's the whole game, is that you're gonna try to use your saviors no matter what, but then you're gonna find that the actual solution is to use your demons later in the game. And so there are some like jobs that you can do your saviors with, but it's helpful because it's just using them together, right? But should you seek a job that uses your demons or your saviors? Like I would say, I'd say saviors. I'll lean on the side of saviors. My dog is now in my room, so I'm done answering that question. And someone else take a shot.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say no because, especially if you're not trained up, then you won't be able to use them correctly till you do. I can't give a good answer because
That's good. You're good. You're new to this. It's good. Good job.
No, I'm just saying if you have control of it, sure, but otherwise, I wouldn't recommend it because you'll be flaring up your demons too often.
I feel like Annie's gonna have a good answer for this.
Well,
I feel like Annie's got the best answer.
yeah, I have a thought. I don't know if it's like the answer, but it's just a answer. if you're really young, like getting, your first job and you're just making money and it's not going to be like your real career, I don't think it's a bad idea to do something that pushes you in your demons, to just get it over with and figure it out.
Exactly that. Yeah. Yeah. Do stuff that you don't like so you can start finding what you do like.
Put yourself in a situation where you have to do your demons. If you're just young and it's just like you're just making money to get by before your real thing. So then by the time you get to your true profession, that'll be like old. You already figured it out and you're fluid in that, because the reality is you have to use all the functions.
Okay, so I've got two answers to this question. The one question, the differentiator is the person want to be growth mindset or not? Because like some people just don't want to be growth mindset.
So
and
do your
that's
saviors.
okay. Yeah, just do your saviors. Yeah, if you don't want to be growth mindset, go do something that's only your saviors. If you can find a job that does that, and then go home and do more of your saviors, and then just live your saviors till you die, that's okay. Like that's your choice, right? But if you want to grow, like I would choose a job where like the optimal thing is all of your advancement in that job needs to be using your demons, and all of the actual work stuff should be your saviors, and then that's like probably the optimal balance. But anything with a good and healthy mix is probably like a good idea because you don't want to be only doing your demons all day. That would suck. Or only your saviors all day. That would also suck. So my 2 cents. Anyone else?
I like it. Yeah. Growth mindset versus not growth mindset, right?
That one I think is more what Dave was saying. Just try a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, right. Yeah, keep doing stuff that you don't like.
The thing is, no matter what you choose, it's going to be your niche. Like from a specialist point of view, like whatever you actually choose to do at the end, that's going to be your niche. You're going to get good at it the more you do it. So, yeah, just you can choose it. But just stick. Like the most important thing is to find something and stick to it, and not spend too much time searching. Because like you could spend your whole life searching. I'm not good at that. I don't like that, or like find reasons why it's not that, not that, not that. And at the end of the day, sometimes you just need to decide and be like, okay, I'm going to make it this. It's not my favorite, but I'm going to make it this my favorite, or what I'm good at, and just do it. Yeah.
The only problem is, does your niche really matter? And a lot of them just really don't matter. You can just pave over them. Some can kind of half do it and be good enough. So
for some people it matters. For some people it doesn't. Some people want to find a niche. Yeah,
some people
I want to
find
find
their
a niche.
like early on. They're like, I want to be a teacher, and they're like an ESFJ. Like, yeah, that would work for you. And some people like myself, like I don't know my niche. I don't know exactly what I want to do. But like, how do you know your real niche? I mean, some people really know. It depends on who you are. Some people really know the niche. Some people don't.
Yeah, I don't know my
niche.
I don't know my niche, and pretty much I actually get a lot of conflict with like the job placement, career coach type people, especially since I'm an artist with no special interest that's well defined. I just say, hey, I want to accomplish this with the job, and said, well, you need to pick what you want to be. And I said, I don't really care. I'm flexible enough that I can figure it out.
I like your question. I like a question like good that you're going around and asking us, because like you could literally go on like TikTok live streams and go ask people that have like 10 viewers this question, just get an answer from a large tribe kind of POV. That's what I do.
That's what you do? You get answers from the tribe?
I am lying about that, but yeah, that's what I do.
Okay, all right. Are you preaching your demons? Is that what you're doing?
Okay, well, I'm also double activated play, so I actually do
Right.
that.
I only use the tribe to just check for flaws. But actually come up with stuff, I don't trust them. They just don't know what they're doing. I use them to find just obvious flaws, but for any new development, they're clueless.
I don't know, Claire. How do you find your real niche?
Well, if you're like me, then it's gonna take 10 years. So, and then if you're really gonna find it, then that's, I don't know. You have to figure out how to find your niche. It's part of finding it.
Is there any advice you can give towards speeding up the process?
Probably slower is faster, because it's like if you're going slow, then you're actually going to be doing it. If you're going too fast, then you're gonna like you're jumping to conclusions. You're like, oh, am I gonna do this art or this job or this or this or and you're trying to get like that conclusion. You're trying to go too fast. If you go slower, then you're actually going to be doing the process of figuring it out. And so it's like you can think about it all the time, but then you have to put it into action. But then the action has to be a good investment as well. You can just be, so like you need to think about it too, so that the action actually pays off. So for example, like if you think you're going to make art, then like you have to actually try to make the art, right? But then if all you do is try to make the art, you've just investing more and more and more into something that's not necessarily what you want to master. So you also have to be thinking about it, and it's just like
you're putting a lot of eggs in one basket.
Yeah, and then there's this pressure, like you need to figure it out now because you need to start making money next year, and then you're screwed.
Yeah, there's that argument too, where you have to make money. You can't find your niche or do your niche because you need to survive first. There's the Maslow's needs there, where like you get to your idolization or the actualization like at the top after you've done the lower human needs.
Hey guys, I'm gonna need to head out. Before I do, though, I wanted to put in. No, I don't have good advice in this. Cause
no, go for it.
I figured out
advice to give.
I figured out my main niche by the age of like 12.
Yeah,
in the sense of I had a vision, chemistry, go. Go in the sense of I focused, and it's just a long, horrible road.
Yeah, I know.
'Cause, I mean,
I jump to conclusions a lot. I see that with my mind. I see it from the perspective of somebody that's older than me. They're the ones seeing me jump to conclusions. Or my mind is trying to answer a question prematurely. Maybe that's. But no, I think you gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah, man.
Love having you on.
Hey, thanks.
Yeah, it was also good seeing you on the live show the other day.
Hey, good seeing you too, man. That was one hell of a time.
Yeah, I'm glad you got it off your chest.
Yeah.
All right.
Later, have a good one, guys. See ya.
All right.
Bye.
Oh, it's just us, David.
we got a crew here. Let me turn my camera on. Hold on.
I think what I was saying on it was more like finding a niche in like a bigger sense, but like if you're already working a job and then you want to find a niche of that job, then it's I don't know. I mean, I guess it's the same thing. You have to explore, yeah. But you're already doing the job, so you'll get there, I guess. Like if you're a freelancer and you don't know what your niche is, well, you kind of have to like do the freelancing to then find it.
Yeah, and honestly, it takes time. Like from I'll bring up the happiness curve, but like until you're 40 or 50, you're not like your life sucks in your 20s. Your life sucks in your 30s. You don't really know what you're doing. You're not really making anything. But then you start to get more productive as time. Like this is what I've heard. But like my mom, she didn't really start her business, her travel business until she was 40. Like, and she didn't. She went to school, then college, and then she was in HR, and then after that, she married, and then they had kids, and then she started her travel business, and that's what she's been doing for 18 years now. And so, like, literally, you have to go through some other things in life that's going to take like you're not going to know what you want to do until you're 40, right? So it's like time to burn, put whatever you do in hyperdrive and put your saviors on for the first 20. Like I don't have the sensory on this on my own life, but I could see this in other people, which is why I confidently am saying this pattern of just, yeah, it takes time of you don't know what you want to do, and then around that 40 years old is where a lot of people that are kind of feeling lost start to go up on the happiness curve, is what it seems like. I don't know, Annie, like I don't know about your past. You don't have to share your sleep story if you don't want to, but
Oh yeah. Well, I would say
Yeah.
yeah. In terms of like finding a niche, I mean, I've been a massage therapist for 20 years, and I don't know for sure that that's. I kind of feel like my true specialization is art, but it is just not viable. I mean, that's where I feel really specialist in terms of massage. That is something I chose. And I was lucky that I liked it, because people go to massage school sometimes and they never practice massage because it's not a fit. It doesn't feel good to them. So I just got lucky that I took a gamble on it and it felt good and it suits me and I like it. But all of that is not related to happiness, like the happiness curve, because I have a niche and I have a specialization, but I'm not financially successful. Yet I am happier. So in the massage, there's just these upper limits in terms of what the market can bear and the saturation of the market and what I'm willing to do and how scammy I'm willing to be.
Yeah.
But I guess what happened to me in massage is like the happiness was when I decided to be happy, even if business was slow, even if my income is inconsistent. So I can say like I'm not financially successful, but I do love what I do. I know that I'm doing a good job. Like that was another thing, is like feeling so down on myself because I don't have a lot of money and feeling like that's a reflection of my performance or how good I am at what I do. But then when I started to talk to other massage therapists in my town, it's the same situation. I'm not a shitty massage therapist. I'm a really good one. It's just the market can bear so much, and that's just what it's like being a massage therapist in my town. And I could literally go across the street and work at Albertsons and make more money per year, not per hour, but per year, than I am making right now. But I am happier. It's like it did start to tick up at 40. And yeah, it goes up more and more. I'm 47 now, and I'm just happier regardless of how much money I make, and like pretty okay. I mean, it is frustrating, it's dangerous to live like that with no plan for retirement. But I don't know what else I would do. So
what were you doing before you found you're doing massage therapy? So you were 27?
yeah, I mean, I was always doing art, but before that, I was also self-employed. I was a house cleaner, which I also really enjoyed. I would just go to people's houses and clean them. And that was even before they had Audible and podcasts, So I was like listening to books on tape or just listening to the radio while I was cleaning houses. Like now it would be even so much better to be able to listen to audiobooks all day long.
Right. You got more options.
But in that situation, it's a lot of hours working for a lower amount of pay. So there wasn't as much time left over in the day for art. So that's why I switched to massage, because I have more time now. So it's like in certain magical situations, a massage therapist can make a lot of money. Like say if you are the massage therapist for like a national sports team, then you might make $100,000 a year. But most of them just don't. But it's like that freedom versus security thing. So I have freedom. I don't have security, but I do have freedom. And I guess that's more valuable to me because that's what I seem to choose over and over again. Because I literally could go work at Albertsons. It's right there. It's a block away. But
And you make more money, but
per year.
It wouldn't make you happier. right?
I wouldn't have as much time, especially, because of floating schedules and everything, and like having to fill in.
And take a sick day.
I can't do that because I've worked as an employee before and they call me
No, I mean
on my
like you're
day.
taking one today. You're taking one today. You could take a
Well,
sick day
yeah,
whenever you want. Yeah.
I know, but like in work situations, like when I used to work in a spa, on your day off, you're always getting called in to fill in. And then so you're filling in for Sally because she's having a sick day, but for sure that Sally called in sick because she was out, drinking all night because you saw the photos on Instagram. And it's just like crappy. So I don't
Right.
call in sick. I'm reliable. I'm so reliable. I'm just not
Yeah.
flexible. And I think like every employee has been annoyed because they want you to be both reliable and flexible. And I can't do both. I can only do reliable. So I'm not a good employee.
What do you mean by reliable and flexible?
Well, so they want you to be 100% reliable, which I am, but they also want you to fill in all the time. Like, calling you on your day off.
Okay, well, here's the thing. I could be reliable and flexible, but you need to pay me so much money, I don't have to do resolve my personal problems myself. So it's possible, but you that costs more extra. So
Yeah.
that's the way I handle
If
it.
I was, so like, say if I was a doctor, doctors have on-call days and they get paid a shit ton of money. But those on-call days are also specific. It's not random. It's like, we need you to be on call 2 Saturdays out of the month and every Wednesday. So at least you know which Wednesday and which Saturday it's going to be. It's still not like totally random.
Yeah, but if it's totally random, you need to pay me a fuck ton of money so I can cover my absence elsewhere.
Yeah, and I don't have like the accolades or degrees to be paid a shit ton of money, so that's not going to happen.
Then you tell them, no, it can't be reliable and flexible because you're not paying me enough to do that. I have my own business to take care of.
Yeah. I could say that, but it makes me a less valuable employee than the people who are more flexible.
No, you have to negotiate. Because they'll take advantage of anything you give them. So you have to say, here's the deal.
Will you come with me and talk to my boss?
Yes.
I need an advocate because I'm not
Hank
very.
can't lose in arguments. That's what I've seen.
Yeah.
Can't lose.
It's directly possible for me to lose in arguments. I believe I lost before too, but not recently. Plus,
He's counting his losses, and they make him more and more angry and vengeful.
Plus, I read Never Split the Difference by Chris Voss. He, pretty much the best. I think they had like in Harvard they had like a negotiation class, and the best you get the win when you get.
Yeah, we know Chris Voss. Yeah, we know Chris Voss.
Yeah, in fact, he has his own show right now. But we need Chris Voss as a guest here.
You're Quadra, David. ISTJ. ISFJ, sorry. Yeah.
In my massage therapy
Chris
business,
Voss?
I
don't know who that is.
I tried this experiment where I would put a special button on my website, like, if you want a same day appointment, schedule here, and it costs more because it's same day. It's last minute. I'm scrambling to get ready for you. And I thought that was good and reasonable. And it was me being a little bit assertive about my time and my value. And it just pissed off all my regular clients because they would see that on there and they would be like, I see you're available today, but I want to pay the rate that I'm used to paying. I don't want to pay you more for last minute. So it felt like it made bad blood. So I was like, I was doing something that seemed reasonable. And like, I could see a business coach like advising that, like, if people want last minute service, then ask them to pay more for your time. But it just kind of like backfired, and it made me, it seemed like people thought I was being greedy.
To be cheeky and just raise your rate. Okay, we got rid of the same day fund. Then just the base rate just higher.
Yeah, I mean,
I could definitely see it backfiring.
Yeah, it does. I mean, I think it sounds reasonable. You know, a last minute fee versus if you plan in advance fee. Massage is not an emergency. It's just not.
But people don't plan, so they fit it in when they have time, and yeah.
Yeah. It's just that masculine SI. I'm so stubborn. Like, I won't budge on that.
Like therapist, basically physiotherapy. I think you might be almost twin types. Like it's just really there's a lot of.
Does she have a lot of policies around scheduling and time?
No, I don't think she's played last. That might be why.
Is she over controlling of the system?
But she gets really she gets angry about the problems in my body. Like she'll get like, oh, I need to fix this, and it's really funny because it's like I was just trying to imagine like if this was like mental health and like a psychotherapist, mental health therapist was like, oh, we gotta fix this, and I just thought it was funny. She has a good
I talked to other massage therapists and asked them, do you do same day appointments? And they're like, hell no. Like, because it just gets out of control. You know, you've got like in your town, you've got like 900 people who have your number on speed dial, and they're expecting you to like jump when they snap their fingers.
It's like, hey guys, giving my friend a piece of gum. And like, oh, everyone wants a piece of gum now. Now I don't want to give people pieces of gum.
Yeah, back in my day, it was cigarettes.
But like, I mean, in school, it was still cigarettes in school.
Oh, at my school, yeah, my school.
Like I'm talking like elementary, middle school.
Oh no, I was talking more high school. I went to a smoking high school. It was a long time ago.
It was a long time ago. I'm piecing together your SI. I don't have a lot of details, but like
I still remember flying as a kid. They had cigarettes on airplanes.
Yep.
They did?
Oh, wow.
Yep.
Yeah, and you know, flying as a young person, they had cigarette machines, so you could buy cigarettes in the airport.
On the airplane, yeah. They would sell you them on the airplane.
I was never a smoker, but like, yeah,
stewardesses had lighters for you. Yeah.
I did not know how bad they were for you.
Wow.
Like trying to I know that pattern, but like processing the sensory that like they had them on planes, they had dispensers. Like all right, it was an actual bigger market than it is today.
They smoked in hospitals with all those oxygen tanks everywhere.
When I was at university, they still had smoking in bars. Like it was just before they canceled the smoking in bars. And there was this girl who was getting such bad headaches, but every time she went to the bar, her headaches would go away. And she found out that she was just addicted to cigarettes from home. And like when she was at the bar, she was getting the secondhand smoke, so it was helping her.
Wow.
Yeah, I don't like the secondhand smoke. I'm not personally a big fan of the smell, but I can go either way. My sister though, she hates it. She cannot stand someone doing the smell. Now she won't like Karen the person. You know what I mean? Like the Karens will attack. She just hates it. Anyway,
I mean, it's good. It's good that cigarettes are losing popularity. I think for sure.
I think so. I mean, if we like people living, so if you don't like people very much, you should be angry about that. I don't know.
What I missed though is the tobacco.
Sorry, I didn't mean anything by that.
The tobacco stores in the malls, you know, with like cigars and pipe tobacco. Like before it's lit, it smells amazing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, right.
Manuel, do you have any like tobacco rituals that you guys do? You don't smoke it, but like do you like the tobacco, or is that just a stereotype? Is that wrong?
I think it's a stereotype.
Yeah, like, what do you mean? Because I mean, we smoke tobacco depending on the situation, but
oh really?
If it's for ceremony, we'll probably smoke it. But if you mean like smudging, then we usually use cedar, sage, but it's mostly cedar.
Nice.
Also be tobacco gum.
Well, actually, now that I think about it, we do use tobacco for certain things, like I said, ceremony. But like, for example, if there's like a tornado, wait, is anyone not familiar with tornadoes? Because I didn't realize people didn't know what tornadoes are.
Nah,
it's spinny wind.
We all saw The Wizard of Oz. We're good.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So, like when a tornado is coming, usually they say to use a cigarette and then just burn it and put it outside and pray. But
Okay.
Oh, there's one ritual there.
or
I don't
also
know, for me in high school, it was mainly we transitioned over to vapes in high school or middle school.
Weird.
Yeah, that was my generation. I never did it. I thought it was really dumb and stupid and wrong, but
I don't think
yeah,
they would
I
use
still had to be.
vapes
I
in
still
your
had to be
rituals,
friends with
though,
the
right?
people. I still had to be friends with them, so I had to do it a little bit.
If you lit a vape, would that help? And pray, would that help the
No.
tornadoes, or it's just a?
That's a question for an elder.
Yes, it is. Yeah.
Do you is it like out of a pipe with the bowl where it's basically like it's not like when you smoke out of a pipe, it's like you know, the kind of tobacco pipe that it's like a slow, like long process. But then when you're doing the pipe with the rituals, it's like it's more like you're hitting it. I think I'm asking actually. And then so do you use the same tobacco that someone would use? No, it would be different.
I'm
I don't know
The
how it
question
works.
is also just telling you how what I'm predicting that it's like.
Oh, okay.
Do you have dreams about tornadoes?
No, well, I know for some tribes, if you dream of lightning, it's bad. So, but to answer your question, Claire, usually you'll just smoke out of the same pipe. I don't know if that answers your question, but
Okay. That's all right. That's all right. It's really specific.
I'm sure different tribes do it differently, though.
well, in some tribes they don't even have tobacco pipes or anything like that.
Yeah.
My understanding is something like this is very obviously general or vague. It's like that kind of smoking tobacco is like you use a stronger part of the plant, and then it hits you hard for like 10 minutes. Whereas like and then the normal like the kind of pipe smoking that you would see like a sailor do. That's something that it's like slowly stoke the ember in the pipe for like 40 minutes, and then like the way that the active effects hit you is more slower. And then there's the cigarette, which just is just inhaling it right into you, like just straight up inhaling it, and then like it's a really fast effect and then goes away really quickly. Versus like if you do it during the ritual, it's like you're taking in a lot, and it lasts for it's like a trip. You're having like a tobacco trip.
Have you
Maybe?
personally done this?
I've only been to one, but it was peyote.
Peyote, nice. You guys can take it legally?
Yeah, natives.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you've done it?
I did, but I was like a kid. Like I was like 6, maybe 7.
Would you do it again?
I mean, I wouldn't. If it was for ceremony, yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had kids that did that in my high school because every spring we have field trips, and they were all over the world, but because we were in Arizona, a lot of them were in the Four Corners area, and the kids would have a homestay for like 2 weeks with a family. And if there happened to be a ceremony during that time, then they were allowed. I mean, if they were included in the ceremony, then they were allowed to do the peyote also. And so some of the kids came back from these field trips with stories about doing peyote ceremonies.
Interesting.
Wow.
Did anyone ever try chewing tobacco?
I was going to ask that. I have.
I
not.
did. I did from a
The
very
baseball players
early
would.
age. Yeah, because my grandpa taught me, and he thought it was hilarious. I was 3 years old, and he said, "Hey, little girl, come here. You want to chew a tobacco?" And
He taught me how to drink whiskey and smoke a pipe and chew tobacco because he.
All at the same time.
Yeah, well, in a day, sure.
That's cool, but at 3 years old?
3 years old. What about cigars? You guys enjoy cigars?
Yeah.
I mean, I smoked them with my grandpa. I think they smell really amazing unlit, but once they're lit, they're really gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're really. I can only have them with older men. Yeah, the men talks. They're really nice.
I'm gonna clip that out and just paste that. Just like the part where you said I can only have it with older men. Yeah.
Nice.
You need to police your words a bit more.
I don't think before I speak. You know that.
That's right. I think a lot of people have that. I have that problem at least, so I relate.
Taking shit out of context, like usual. That's like that's the epitome of all drama. Something that's not understood.
Yeah.
Facts.
Yeah. Because if it was understood, it has no drama. But yeah, I like pipe smoking and cigars. I don't like cigars. I like pipe more than cigars. But I don't do it because it's just I don't have the money and it's bad and smells bad. Just bad for your mouth. Yeah.
Tobacco makes me puke if I smoke it, so I don't smoke it. Yeah.
Do you do cigars, Benjamin?
No.
No.
Like I can smoke it without inhaling it. Like the tobacco.
Just in the mouth and then out.
Yeah. But I tried chewing tobacco once, like SE, right? You got to try everything once.
Sure.
And and yeah, it's really spicy. It's like really spicy, and you don't want to keep it in your mouth. It's gross.
Yeah, it doesn't taste good, is what I've heard.
I'm surprised your grandpa succeeded in getting a 3-year-old to keep it chewing tobacco in her mouth.
Yeah.
The crazy uncle, right? Is he like the crazy uncle archetype?
It's so I've been really processing this. You know how you would sometimes partner up with someone that's like one of your parents? I think my partner is the most like my grandpa.
There you go.
Not in that, like, he wouldn't do that. My grandpa was an engineer, an electrical engineer, and just kind of an asshole, but in a fun way. So yeah, it just reminds me of my partner. What was the question? I don't remember.
Do you do cigars? I think that was the question. And you said
no. Chewing. Yeah.
No, like why does the question was
What's his archetype?
Grandpa, is he the crazy uncle archetype? You know, that always makes you try to do crazy shit. Like when you're really young. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he thought it was funny, and he liked ribbing people, and like the way he treated my grandmother really mean, but it was a joke. Like, woman, get in there and make me a sandwich, but like in a fun way, but he was really kind of a jerk. I don't know. I don't know if it was crazy people,
Did your grandma like punch back when he did that?
I'm still processing her. She was not very intelligent, but it was hard to tell. I think she was actually not intelligent, but she also played dumb because she was from a generation where it was cute to play dumb, if that makes sense. Like, she was of the generation where she went to university to get a husband. That was the whole purpose. That's why some women went to university back then.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's what she did. But she would also just it seemed like she was being ostentatiously dumb on purpose sometimes because she
Sounds like maybe an FE dom. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Maybe. Mm.
I know we're kind of past it, but I wanted to blast for Solo Link.
Go ahead. Yeah.
Going back to like jobs, like For me personally, like my first job was just kind of handed to me from my tribe because like it was 2020. Oh wait, yeah. So it was 2020, you know, quarantine, all that stuff, and then eventually they, my mom was like, "Hey, they're looking for contract workers. Maybe you should apply." And I was like, "All right, sure, whatever. I'm not doing nothing already." So I did it, and I had to organize a bunch of paperwork and stuff, which I didn't mind. It was boring, but I did it regardless. And then that kind of led to me realizing, like, okay, I kind of want to do something else. So then they gave me the receptionist position. That just kind of happened too. Then I kind of enjoyed that. uh, but
Yeah.
moving forward, and then I ended up going to my tribal college, and I didn't mind it doing the classes and whatnot, but it wasn't difficult enough, which I mean that was kind of my fault because I had to take a whole placement test and whatnot, and then anyways I basically flunked the math portion, so I had to go back to basic algebra, which that pissed me off, but I passed that with an A. And then I left school, got another job at Hobby Lobby warehouse, and that's when I kind of learned what it's like to be outside of, I guess, a casual environment, because like and I kind of, this is what Anne was saying, was like whenever you're in a corporate position or corporate job or, you know, corporate environment, it's more you're on their time, not your time type of thing. And if they ask you to do something, then you're kind of obliged to do it. And so and then going after that, I became a peer tutor because I went back to college, and so I actually really enjoyed that. So I guess what I'm trying to say is Solo Link is like, you just kind of have to just get a, I would say just get a job, kind of do it. If you don't like it, then you can always get another job. And plus, I'm assuming you're young, so like you can always just jump ship and jump onto another one. That's my perspective on it. And then as for the niche things, like I've always liked science, so like I just kind of narrowed it down to like, okay, it's gonna be engineering or some kind of science field, because I've always liked astronomy or engineering, stuff like that. And so that's kind of how I settled on to where I'm at right now, which is neuroscience. So I don't know if that it was helpful at all, but it's kind of my story.
Thanks for sharing.
Yeah, that's a good story. Like you just do something and then you end up somewhere.
Honestly, I mean, that's kind of how life is it not? Like you can't
this is
really. I mean, you can try and plan as much as you want, which I mean, you can obviously, but there's it. If you're young, from my perspective, it's like it's better to just go with the flow, type of thing.
Yeah, man. EP life all the way.
You get it. See, you got it.
If I were to be EP, or if I were to have OE savior or OI savior, I would definitely choose to stay as OE savior. Not
Well,
that
I mean-
anybody was asking.
Well, and then that's a good point though, because like I would say for me, like I kind of narrowed down onto neuroscience because like I was like, okay, well, on my free time I would like still study OP and whatnot, and then like I just found that like even on my free time, that's what I was always thinking about. So I was like, okay, well, there's something about this that speaks deeper to me. So that's kind of what I was like, all right, I'm gonna go down this lane now. So.
All right.
Do you think people form a sort of expectation that like they have to like invest really hard into one thing and then they're stuck with it, whereas like a lot of the job industry is more like you just go do something and then you just work and make your way and figure it out, rather than like dumping everything into one thing, and then yeah, it's just maybe people form an expectation. Because of this expectation, they don't realize that they could just go and do what they really want.
Mhm. I think that a lot of people, especially nowadays, like I feel like there's this expectation that you have to have, if not have it figured out, then you have to at least have some kind of plan. Which I mean, is nice to have, but I've and I find that it's best to just kind of like start off with no plan, with zero expectations, and then go, and then that's when you start as you gain experience. That's just me though. So.
Yeah, no plan. No plan. Just go. And if you crash, you crash.
Well, see now I feel bad because now I feel like I'm setting someone up for failure. But
You've upset only all the other IJs. No plan.
well, I mean, you could always have a plan too, and but I would say you're gonna have more of a wall that way. That's just my perspective. Because like, if you have a plan already set in motion and you don't have any experience, which I'm assuming you don't, especially, and I think
Well, what if part of the plan, what you're doing now is you're telling them make a plan to get experience.
There you go.
There you go. Yes, that's the plan.
I think this is one of those questions where there are just like a whole bunch of different answers, and many of the answers could be right. And a lot of times you don't know the answer to this question except in retrospect, like which is the best approach. Because some people, like that Mike Rowe guy, he has a really good point. Go do a bunch of jobs and find something you kind of like, and then fall in love with that thing even more. And maybe he's more of a generalist, but if you get someone who's a true specialist, it's just, there's so many approaches. And
it depends on the person you're advising to, and depends on what's getting them stuck. Like if all they're doing is OEing all the time, no plan, and that's why they're stuck, then yeah, maybe stop that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the question is very open. There's a lot of ways to answer it because it's just like, what do you do in life?
Some people get really lucky. Yeah, they win the lottery at age 3, and they're accidentally made a child actor or something like that, and they're suitable for it. And they're suitable for it, and it works for them. Like, go figure.
Yeah.
Or for that, another person in that situation, that could ruin their life as well.
Right. Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, it's like the classic, like the child wants to be an astronaut and then actually becomes an astronaut.
Yeah, the space station guy was that was his thing.
Okay.
There is a good amount of luck that is put into the equation of your life. Like you could be born into a really like rich billionaire family, and that like things could go wrong with your character really bad from that.
Yeah, or you can marry Meghan Markle,
They ask, what if you're not great or specialized in anything after trying?
It's like, just enjoy life. I don't know. There's something that you're getting stuck on.
Yeah, I'm stuck right now in my job. It's been there for way too long, 15 years. Not advancing, not getting raises. Need to move. My type would tell me, no, stick with your job. Stay there. Nope.
Right. I don't know how to help you with that. But I think you.
I was expecting you to, David, and I'm kind of disappointed.
I know. I was just coming in to save the day, and I'm like, shit, I'm not Superman.
You know what the answer is, David?
42?
No, 22. Almost.
Yeah, 22. That's the answer. Well, I'm 21, and 2 times 21 is 42.
You're 21, David?
Yeah. How old do you think I was?
At least 23,
At
24.
least.
Yeah, I said that too.
That's fair. That's fair.
Well, at least it's good to know that I'm not the only one young one here. So
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Right. There's a lot of young people now that are also going into ops. So
Mm.
we're ahead or whatever that means.
I
Yeah.
don't know. Well, actually,
You're going to be studied in the next generation on what went wrong with our society.
I know it's gonna be me, like that bald asshole. Like, what did he do wrong? You know.
that's right. Well, I guess we'll be on the same boat. So
Yeah. Right. Right. Yeah,
it's
so
bad enough.
answer carefully, because you know if you answer things like "I only do it with older guys," you know.
We got another one.
Use your words wisely.
Say it again.
And I said it again. Yeah, it's in context. In context.
It's
Everything's always in context.
oh, jeez.
I think it's also good to add to that it's never too late kind of thing. It's like you never really know how things are going to work out. So if you think that you're not great at something or you're not specialized enough or something like that, that's like that might you might not know, and it might not be. It's not too late.
That's also how most people get weeded out. They get that early like abandonment thing, and the people who stick around are the ones who stick around. Like that's how you win.
Yeah,
You have to stick around.
Yeah,
What's
it's hard to
what's the
fix.
early abandonment thing? Sorry, what was the early abandonment thing?
Like you want to go and be a musician, and then like, oh, guitar is hard, so then you leave. So then, someone who thought the opposite, no, I'm going to be a musician. I don't care if guitar is hard. I'm going to stay. Like most of the people would have already bounced. Take this, and everyone plays guitar, so I don't use this analogy, but
Yeah, like everyone, yeah, you stick with it, right?
yeah, most people will leave. Specialization is like there's a lot of niches. Like that's what it is. There's a lot
There's
of
a lot of
niches of
specialization,
a lot
right.
of people that need to go all in on one thing everywhere, and yeah, just got to pick one.
I don't know. I'm going into AI, and I'm going to school for that, and like I don't know what I'm going to specialize in. I don't know that.
What's AI? Like Old MacDonald had a farm?
Artificial intelligence.
Oh, okay.
Claire knew that. Yeah, don't worry.
He's FI trolling, isn't he?
He's got an ENFP in him. Come on.
I don't think he honestly convinced me that he did it.
You didn't get it? Like AIO? Oh,
Yeah.
you're too young. That's why.
I got it. It was a dad joke.
I got it. It's just not what the point was. Oh my gosh. There is meanings in the tubes.
Thank you, JR. But yeah, it was great to have you come back next time.
I also have that too, by the way.
Okay.
I see my Enneagram tri-type pretty much daily.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and it, because I think, I don't know why, but it's, so my tri-type is 496 or whatever. And so like the likelihood that I check the time on my phone or just notice a combination of 4, 9, and 6 somewhere. Like earlier I looked at the live, the count of like how long we've been doing this. And
Yeah.
I looked at it while it was at 4, 4, 9, 4, just before getting to 6. And I was like, well, there again, what are the chances? It's like every day. And it's been like that for like maybe 8 years. It's like, yeah, ever since I knew my tri type, which is a long time ago.
Maybe before, but you just never noticed it.
I don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I started seeing it before I was certain about my tri-type, and then it's like, and then as I became more certain, I was like, oh, that's why I'm seeing it. I don't know. I think
Well,
it's
that's a good typing method. So now, if you ever want to know your tri-type, you just look at synchronicity, and it'll tell you.
yeah, yeah.
So I must be some weird Enneagram type 222. That's how it works.
Two wing, two.
Depends how long you've been seeing it, I guess. I think it's like the tracking the synchronicity is like a whole form of like being aware of like not just what happened or how you feel about it, but the context, what's been going on in your mind when it happened, and then just like it's kind of risky. It's really risky because you're like a synchronicity happens and now you're trying to read into it and you're taking a risk because it's like you start to come up with some kind of like logical conclusion about what it means, but you're like reading into the unknown, and it's like
yeah, it's sensory above intuition. It's risky. Yeah,
all you
intuition
see
is risky. Yeah,
risky. Yeah.
You know, someday I'll be able to argue on the, you know, the categorization to dismissing stuff. But,
yeah.
like, it just feels-
I brought that up, and now you're figuring out how to do it better, right?
Well, I've already been seeing that because like at least my mind jumps to conclusions like really fast, and I feel like it's that sort of thing where it's just like it makes that any connection really fast.
So I don't know if Hank's still watching, but I see Hank do that a lot, where he'll always have an answer for something. He'll just make up an answer on the spot. Just
pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. Is it like it's more like an intuition thing? Like we're doing that in a savior state, trying to dismiss something.
To dismiss
Like, I don't know
it,
if like dismiss is the right word, but like try to understand what.
Put
we
it to
don't
rest.
understand.
Put it to rest.
I don't know how to put it to rest. It's kind of confusing.
Because like you do get stuck on things that you keep processing over and over again, right? Like this Terrence McKenna or whatever you're talking about. No, what's his name? Terry.
Yeah, it's not okay. It's not that I'm stuck. Is that since I have given it a categorization, I'm now having other things that are falling into the categorization that matches.
Okay, but like otherwise, like you would want to dismiss that, right? And the fact that it's still plaguing you is you're not able to
No,
dismiss
I
it.
don't. No, I like to have.
All right.
I like to have it. Like
okay. All right.
The more information, the better. The more understanding. Like since I see him, it's helpful. Like is it? I don't see it as a plague. I see it as like. I don't
But you're
see it as,
not. Like, then why would you want to dismiss things so easily? Like
like our minds need an answer to something.
Right. Because like if you don't have that answer, that would be plaguing you, no?
It's I remember I just thought about the Matrix quote where it's like he Morpheus talks about it to Neo as like a splinter in your mind. And I don't remember the quote, but that's what he said. So take that in context, but yeah, just like yearning for the answer to something. And yeah, to make our human minds work faster, we need to have like if we're trying to program an AI bot to drive, then we're gonna say like, okay, yeah, this is like how do you, if it's a paper bag that's coming in front of the car, how do we know? Just run it over. Like you got to be able to program that to like it's a paper bag, and we've seen paper bags before. It's this floaty, brown thing, and this is how it moves. And you gotta do a bunch of like labeling for that, just to see it. So like, it's being able to like use it. I don't know where I'm going here, but I just thought about it randomly. Now I'm trailing off, so we don't have to finish that thought. But yeah,
That's a good way out of thinking. I'm gonna use that. That exact line. I like that.
What did I say?
You said I I was going somewhere with that, but now I don't know where that is, so I don't have to finish that thinking. There we go.
That's just my dumbass brain. I wouldn't use it if I were you.
All right.
Every time David finishes talking about something, just clip what he says at the end.
Right.
Take it out of context.
That's why that's exactly it. That's why the NE has to give all of the context, because what they're about to say sounds really bad.
Yeah, so much context. I'm like, okay, like I'm getting like it's thinking about like intuition over the details. Like I'm getting to the details. I just got to give you context first.
Right. Otherwise, the details.
The details will be, not favorable.
I only do it with the older guys. That's the detail.
Yeah, I know.
So you need the context.
Enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's bad for me too when I try to like give the intuitive answer on something that I haven't processed, because then when I go to do like I'm trying to give like this intuitive answer I'm making up on the spot, if it's not processed, then I'm processing it with everyone or in front of everyone, not with everyone, but in front of them, and then it just it doesn't work that well.
Yeah, and NE inherently doesn't make sense, but it makes sense. Yeah, honestly, I was like maybe traumatized for like 5 seconds about the something, nothing, everything. Just trying to process that a little
Something,
more.
nothing, everything. What?
Oh
Yep.
We've been making fun of David for a while.
Yeah, that one is like, it's something, but like I don't want to like go there because there's nothing really special about it. But then the more I think about it, I'm like,
It is everything.
It just happened. God damn it.
Oh, you were doing that on purpose?
Yeah.
I was like, I was thinking it's like I was trying to do it on purpose when I said something, but then I'm like, oh, I'm not trying to do it on purpose, and I realized, oh wait, that's the like I'm not trying.
You're doing it by accident on purpose.
It's by accident, yeah. And okay, what I tied that to was, it was like the NE is always, the masculine NE is just always trying to connect to everything all the time, right? And so it will pick out one detail of something. And it's like, is this something? And it's like, probably not. Throws it away. And then once I throw it away, I zoom back out to everything, and I'm like, oh, I see where that fits. Okay, it fits over here. So that's where I'm trying to process that zoom in, zoom out kind of thing. I'm taking a magnifying glass to something, like, it's probably not anything. And then I look over the rest of my desk of all the other things, like, oh no, it's in relationship with everything else.
It's like an actual puzzle. It sounds like an actual puzzle piece. Yeah.
That I was
fit?
like, you're the dismissing argument. It's like, yeah, it's just like it's like a more puzzle piece. I'm trying to put down.
If you find where it fits, you don't have to look at it anymore. It doesn't stand out. What stands out is what it hasn't fit yet.
What stands out if it hasn't fit yet?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You understand how to make it fit in all these different ways, so then it becomes just a part of the. Yeah, it
doesn't stand out anymore. Yeah.
For me, because I think probably because I have thinking last, plus that, I feel like for me it was like every time I came across a new idea that felt like novel, I was like, everything is this, and then I actually literally in my mind was like, oh, I'm gonna write books, and they're gonna be like, everything is like, and then this whatever that is that I was trying to think about when I was
drink 8 ounces of water. Read that.
16 years old.
Well, that's what Annie has. Annie has the answer to everything.
Right, she figured it out today.
No,
she's probably done that a million times already. Everything's this, everything's that, and then and then you see how it is like this and it isn't like this, and then you know how to like put it in places.
Yeah.
When I was young, I didn't understand that though. I was like convinced I actually came across something.
Yeah, because the nothing part about it is the demon, or like it's like the low. It's the feminine. Maybe it's feminine sensory, where like the sensory doesn't matter here. The sensory is nothing. Like that's what you're saying with like that's everything. When you say like that's everything, it's like it's not like in counting for all the sensory stuff that's in the way. But then it like, since it's nothing, it connects to everything. So I said like drink 8 ounces of water. It's like that is everything, because you can kind of piece logic together that will help you in every situation from drinking 8 ounces of water. Now that's where the NE comes in. Like you have to understand how that connects or how that expands, and be able to kind of run through your own SI on that. But like, if you haven't thought about how drinking 8 ounces of water can save the universe, you're gonna have no idea what I'm talking about. But you know, if you try it, you can make it happen.
Listening to you
I'm
talk doesn't
sarcastic,
feel
but
like 8 ounces of water.
What's up?
Listening to you talk does not feel like 8 ounces of water.
Yeah, hold up. Let me just drink really quickly.
Oh my god.
Well, while he's drinking water, I'm gonna head out.
All right. I drank more like 15 ounces of water. That was a lot.
Thanks for coming, Manuel. I think I might bounce too.
All right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming, everyone.
Nice meeting you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Annie, can I ask you another question before you? Do you have somewhere to be?
I
You wanna
have
bounce?
nowhere to be. Ask me anything.
Yes. Annie, I get time with Annie. I'm sorry, I'm not prepared. If you could tell, I'm not trying to ID.
No, that was cutting out a little. What's the question?
The question was, I didn't have a question, but I just wanted to say that I'm not prepared.
Oh, okay. So you had the
Um,
inspiration for a question, but don't actually have one.
Yeah, like there's things I could ask you about, like how'd you figure out the answers to the universe? But like, do you really know?
No, I mean I think it's in me somewhere because I had a dream about it, but it was so abstract that maybe I possess it within me now since I had the dream, but I can't say what it is. So
Yes. So it's there's something, nothing, everything. I think that Annie just talked about that. But do you see at least with myself is that when I start setting something up, it feels like I'm lying about it, or it feels like there's something bad about it. And like trying to put it into a deep context that you might not understand.
what?
I know. I just did it. Like I see myself is that I make people uncomfortable because I'm trying to ask these like very specific questions and have very specific answers from them, and people feel that that's a lot of pressure on them, you know. And it's
Oh, okay. So when you're saying when you ask a question, you're trying to get the person to answer in a specific way.
yes. Now I don't realize that I'm doing it, but it's something that I've been told from people in my life. Where like I'll ask them some sort of question, and then they can see on my face that like that's not the answer that you wanted. Like, and they're trying to figure out what I wanted, and I'm like, I don't know, what did I want?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I haven't noticed that in you. I haven't put together the pattern, but I think I mean, I have noticed that frustration when each person that you're talking to is speaking a different language, kind of. You have to learn to speak their language. So, I mean, I have noticed that sometimes I ask people a question and they're not giving me the answer I want.
Mm-hmm.
But what is that?
Yeah.
You said something about lying. What is the lying component?
Oh, something I've been processing just this weekend was just my feminine sensory has a hard time remembering the details, especially if it's a demon and not very activated. It's almost like my bottom function.
Mhm.
So there was a little drama that happened over the weekend with me, and I was kind of confronted on it, and I'm trying to give the details on what it was, but it was since I'm having difficulty remember, like it like it's hard for them to trust me because it feels like I'm putting too much conscious effort into remembering details, and like I'm only remembering like let's say like 20%. So it feels like I'm lying to people because I'm like leaving out a lot of details and kind of
Oh,
yeah.
okay. So do you feel like you're lying, or do the people perceive that you might be lying?
It's definitely the second one.
Mhm.
I see that like I know what happens, but I don't remember the details exactly.
Mhm.
Or like I just didn't think there was a problem with something, but then yeah, I'd say the second thing. You know, people think I'm lying.
Yeah, I have that problem too. I mean, I don't have feminine sensory, but like if there's
a thing that's triggering or something, and you're trying to recount it to someone else, like this happened and this happened and this happened, I might leave out a detail that would be critical to like build the argument, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, that dynamic happens with me and my partner. He thinks that he has an excellent memory, but I know for sure sometimes he didn't, we're just not remembering the same event the same way. So he might
Right.
tell me, yeah, he might
Yeah.
tell me that I am remembering incorrectly, but there are sometimes when I know for sure that he's remembering it incorrectly. So I like, for me in that situation, I don't think it's that I can't remember the details. It's like I'm omitting them accidentally because I'm not good at building a logical argument to explain something to someone.
Right. Yeah.
So it's,
Oh,
for me, I think it's more of like the feminine thinking is not.
yeah, that's also lying to some degree.
Yeah, and we're like, I think my partner's TI, and I have feminine TE.
Like,
my partner's probably masculine TI. So if it's like a logical argument, I mean, I can't win. He's gonna win.
affects, yeah.
Yeah.
I definitely got to soften up from my masculine thinking. It's a bit heavy.
Yeah.
No, but no, SI. Let's talk about some actual SI. I'm piecing together your sleep story, so I apologize for being sleep last and info dominant. But yeah, so you went to high school, a smoking high school, which is cool. And then did you go to college or university?
Yeah. Yeah. So the high school was like a boarding school in Arizona, and we smoked outside. It was on 40 acres, and it also backed up to BLM land, the national or whatever, the public lands. And so we smoked outside on this big rock called Cow Pie. It was in Sedona, Arizona. It was like this big flat red rock. And it was permitted to do that. So that's the smoking part. I did go to college initially. I moved to Oregon, and I went to Oregon State University, and I was sort of drawn to that school just intuitively. I was drawn to the upper left-hand corner of the United States for not really a particular reason. And then that school had a strong agricultural program, and I was thinking of going into equine science, but I ended up not doing that at all. I was studying studying literature first, and then I transferred to Eastern Oregon University, which is like high desert, upper left corner of Oregon. And I studied art history and studio art and writing, and I didn't finish because it was like around 2000, I guess. The internet was getting really, really good. And the only reason I was in school was because I'm lead consume, and just the curiosity, just like the NE curiosity and the love of language. That's the only reason I was there. So when the internet got really good, I just thought, I don't need to pay for this anymore. I don't need to pay to learn. Like I had these romantic ideas about academia, and the reality when I got there was like, you're jumping through hoops, you're passing exams, you're getting a piece of paper. I don't need this. So it was a real ENFP thing to do, to just drop out of school and be like, nah, don't console me, bro. I'm gonna go learn. But I have absolutely no regrets, because if I had continued, I would have a liberal arts degree. And I mean, the only thing that's good for is like if you run out of toilet paper in the pandemic, then you can wipe your ass with the diploma. Like, what else would I do with it?
Nice one.
So I have no regrets at all. I continued to educate myself, and found a way to survive and make some money. If I did have a degree, I think I would be suitable as a counselor. If I got like a counseling degree and I could be a therapist, that would be one thing. I could kind of almost be a nurse, except for the 12-hour shifts and the system, you know, the medical,
Right.
the
Yeah.
healthcare industry. I just could, my FI could not align with that and put up with the frustrations of the industry being run the way that it is. But I, you know, I look cute in scrubs, and I think I could do it.
Fair
I
enough.
think I would almost enjoy it, except for the bureaucracy and the, you know, the dysfunction of the system.
That's really relatable for me. And
Yeah.
I don't have my diploma. I probably should have gotten it. Would have been useful. Now I have
Yeah,
to
I
go bother.
honestly don't know what I would do with it. And I was paying for school with my own money. So I had a settlement because my dad died in a plane crash. So that way I had a lot of money and I was paying to go to school. So I have no debt. But it was just at some point I was like, well, you know, learning is free and I can follow, you know, I can learn whatever I want. I don't need to go to these university classes to do that.
Yeah. Yep. Learning is $50 a month.
Yeah, for a good internet cable, internet connection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I like. So what was your first job after getting out of college?
The very first one was shoveling shit at a stable, just cleaning out stalls, doing stuff for horses, keeping the stables clean. I worked at a deli.
How'd you fall into? Did you know somebody that at the stable?
It was at the university, so it was a university stable. So it was a place that was used to hiring first-time employees, used to hiring OSU students, and so, you know, they took
They
would
took you, yeah, because you
yeah, they
fit
would
those
train you.
requirements.
I worked at a sandwich shop, like a deli. I didn't like that much. And then a kind of a specialist gig that I got was working in a frame shop. So people bring in their artwork and you do the matting and the framing. So I was cutting glass and putting the frames
Yeah.
together. And I really liked that because I was back in a workshop with a bunch of specialist tools and I was you know, SI, working carefully. That felt really good. I worked in an art supply store and I loved, I'm really familiar with every single art supply, every medium. And so I really liked when people came in and they were trying to solve a problem on their art project and I could connect them with the right product that they needed to accomplish it or, you know, explain a technique to them. But then after that, I was self-employed. So from
Did
probably
the house cleaning?
yeah, I just so the art supply store, there was some weird politics, some weird drama, and I didn't want to work there anymore. Like something unethical was happening that my FI wasn't on board with. So I left a note saying that I quit, and then on the way home, I went to the library and I checked out books about how to clean houses, and then the next day I put an ad in the paper, and then I just started cleaning houses.
Started cleaning houses, and then how long were you cleaning houses for?
Probably like 2 or 3 years, and I did really enjoy it because I'm so reliable. People really liked me, and I guess I did. They said I did a really good job because of the masculine SI, maybe, but at the same time, at the end of every day, I had this insecurity. I wondered if I did a good enough job because it was like, even though I probably was, you know, cleaning from top to bottom and like following a system, I had this bizarre insecurity about it that like maybe I forgot to dust something. But yeah, apparently I was good at it. So maybe 3 years, and then I just wanted more money. Well, really more time. I wanted more time to make art.
More time for the art.
Yeah, you have to work a lot of hours if you're cleaning houses, and you know, if you do that for your whole life, there's overuse issues that come up. You know, you start to feel old and tired by the time you're 60 if you clean houses for 40 years.
Yeah, right.
So then just massage school after that and just dove right in.
Massage school. How long is massage school?
Well, I went to a fast program. So my mom was living with my grandmother in Texas because my grandma was old. And my mom said, why don't you just move back to Texas and move in with us and go to the massage school down the street? So I did that. So I was living rent free with my grandma, and I did this. It's in Texas. It was just every state has different requirements, but this was an accelerated program. So it was like 6 weeks, and then you do an internship where you have to do a certain number of massages. And then in Texas at that time, you were allowed to work on a temporary license. So I could go ahead and start working until the next available state board examination. So I dove right into one of these factory massage places that it's called Massage Envy. They just like pump them out. You do like 5 or 6 massages a day. And to me, it was sort of like putting myself through an internship. So it was like a lot of massage for a low pay. Then I took my state board exam, and then I continued to study and take classes in order to come back to Oregon, because Texas isn't really my thing. But I was in Texas for like a year and a half, and then saved up the money to come back to Oregon. Yeah.
Got it. And you've been doing that for 20 years now.
Yeah, I've worked at spas a little bit, but mostly just my own business, my own name. Yeah.
Yeah. That's really cool and
Yeah.
amazing. Yeah. And then a couple 5 years ago now, or like not 5 years ago. Are you planning on making any money from CRG?
Not that I know of. How would I do that? I mean, so I have gotten another thing that happened a little bit before the pandemic. There was just some energy where people were asking me to coach them. And so I did it a little bit. And then during the shutdown, I did the IPEC coaching program. So I actually have, a certificate for coaching. And sometimes I coach people in the community, just like via Zoom. But that all happened really organically, and I don't like to push it. I've studied like some business coaching around making money as a coach, and a lot of it makes me really uncomfortable. Like one business coach told me, if you want to make $10,000 a month, then you need to design a program that costs $10,000 and sell it to one person. Like that kind of thing. It just like it felt scammy, and I feel like it's more comfortable for me when people approach me because they really want to talk to me one-on-one, and it's like their idea. I'm not like pushing it. But I don't know, maybe that's my insecurity, that I'm not like, I don't have out like a bullhorn saying like, I'm a coach,
Yeah, right. But you've done it before with how many people have you coached?
Probably like 20 or 30. Yeah.
Okay.
And some of them would be just a one-off, like they have an issue. Sometimes people are processing their type. And then others were like, they would buy a series, like buy 3 at a time. And so I would get to know them better. And
Right.
And that kind of, I like that kind of work. I like listening and reflecting back to people. And I would like to build that skill more, but it just feels kind of creepy and scammy to promote that. And I think part of it is just how popular coaching became in 2020 around that time, and like how saturated it is now. And
Right. Everybody does coach. Yeah, a lot of people do. Everyone's their own personality guru. There's a lot of those.
Yeah, and I don't want to be scammy. I don't want to pretend. I don't want to pretend I'm doing better than I am. Because
right.
you have to present this image like that you have all your shit together, or that's what a lot of coaches are doing.
Right, because why would you go to their program if it wasn't working for them?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, and also like coaching is so beneficial, and I want people to be able to afford it. But the people that are making money as coaches are selling coaching to other coaches around how to make a lot of money coaching.
Yeah, like making a video on how to make a video.
And I just don't want to do that. It's like, what can the people that really need it or would benefit from this like one-on-one processing, maybe they could give me $40 for an hour,
Yeah.
but I'm
Yeah.
not going to charge $120 an hour. I'm not Tony Robbins. I'm not going to do that.
Right. It's like, yeah, the more that your name, the more that the bigger you are, the more you can ask for. Or it's like, or I see it also as like almost a placebo effect with some people. So like some people are like, I'm gonna get my type back. I'm gonna get my information about my type, and then I'm gonna be doing better. Well, it's certainly helpful, but it's not like the end all be all. There's still like I did therapy, and a lot of the therapy was just me yapping, being my type. I'm yapping kind of type, and like I realized it's like therapy for me is just basically talking to anybody. It's not like I'm always looking for some sort of reflection from the other person. And so like coaching is now you're still like, not that there's not a difference between coaching and therapy, but if I were to do therapy or coaching, they would end up being a very similar process.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a percentage of people where it's like that. It's not everybody. Some people do need to go to therapy and have therapy reasons, but
There's a difference. And there's certain people that I feel like I can help them, and there's certain things I would stay away from. Like addiction's a tricky one. Because I feel like if an addict wants to talk to you about their problem, then that's good. That you shouldn't deny that, but at the same time, there's just really tricky things. I mean, it can be a medical issue, and addicts lie. So that's it. Imagine an addict like hiring a coach and then lying to the coach.
Right.
I think it's dangerous. I wouldn't really turn anyone away, but I would say it's good that you're talking to me, but let's really talk about what kind of treatment do you really need here? Because I'm not I'm not qualified.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're not qualified thing. Yeah, not my job to do that, but yeah, my sister, a lot of people in my family now were thinking our sister needs to do therapy. Um, she's an ESFP, and she's got a lot of masculine FI rage, and she doesn't really control it.
Yeah.
There's also to consider, like, she's a number one, and she doesn't like the place where she's at in life. Like our entire family is a 4. We've raised her to be a 4, but she's not. She's literally the exact type as Paris Hilton.
Wow.
And so there's a lot. Yeah, it's just not her. And then we're at a hard time with her. We're now, she's at her first job out of college, and then now my sisters are both moving. I'm actually moving to the same exact neighborhood, which is kind of funny. But they used to live together for 2 years, and now they're moving out. And so there's now another force of some sort of narrow down in her life, and she's been really frustrated. And a couple days ago, she went off of her anxiety meds and didn't tell anybody. And like she just started she started freaking out and yelling and screaming a lot, just angrily, and mad at the Keurig, or mad because she couldn't find her water straw.
Yeah.
And like we're like, what do we do? Like, we need to like do something about this. We're like, okay, so try to tell her to do therapy. We're like, that's not gonna work. She's not gonna listen to anybody else. Especially like the masculine FI. I have that somewhat as well with my DI. Like, I don't like, I know my own problems, and I'm trying to explain them. So like now they're like, all right, send her to David. He has this ops typing stuff. That'll give her some perspective. I'm like, now the responsibility is falling on me. And like, it's never been like, she's always been, my older sister. And
Mm-hmm.
I feel a little bit uncomfortable. I just don't feel like she's gonna be able to listen to it just because of some other parts. But that'll be coming soon for me, trying to help more people process this stuff. But Yeah, it's
Yeah,
Why
I
it's
would
think
that help her?
she's 20, she's turning 24 in a
Why
week.
would why would her why would knowing her OPS type help her?
She already got typed. It's just I haven't like processed her type with her or been able to explain it a lot. Like
I know, but why? Why does it matter?
there's some things that like I'm seeing and I could like and like in my family I'm the only person with masculine thinking and the only person with like masculine savior intuition. And so like there's something I can only see okay, this sounds let me just back up.
What are you saying?
There
Answer
there's
the actual
something
question.
I know I'm answering it. I'm answering it.
She
Like
has medication compliance issues and a serious anxiety problem, and you're worrying about her OPS type.
no,
well, right.
there's other things in that.
If it's a masculine FI rage problem, in the one way that it is helpful to know your OPS type is
To know what
if you're
that
doing
is. Yeah.
if you're going unconscious when you're doing that rage, which I used to do all the time. And I was starting to be, I was conscious of it before OPS, but that just helps it even more. Like you put a label on it, and then you can wake up in that moment, like, oh, I'm
Yeah,
raging
that.
again. This is my
Right.
masculine side.
Right. Yeah. Do it consciously. That's
Yeah.
yeah. In my family, I was like, why does she just not listen to anybody? Why does she just like not respect anybody and think everybody else is stupid but her? Like, well, that's it's just like to me, like it's like most of the not that they're freaking out, but I'm trying to like process of like why can't they understand her the way I understand her? And so it's also
Mm.
it's an FE thing. So I'm trying to make the entire tribe feel better about this. So I'm trying to explain the OP lens, not to just help her and herself, but to help the entire tribe feel better about it. Because I'm able to understand it and do what Annie said. Yeah, put a label on it. This is totally normal. Like people of her type, the masculine FI rage, the number one rage. This is like completely normal for this type. And so since I have that, there's a lot of calmness, at least with me. But then my family doesn't see it that way, and I'm not living with her, so I can't completely vouch for it. But I'd say it's helped me. So like if something that's helped me actually helped me, that's when I actually want to tell other people about it. Because it's actually helped me. Yeah, we're working through it. She's double decider, so she does come around and listen to people, but not a lot.
I don't see how OPS is gonna help like that. You're like to actually make it happen. I just don't see. It just sounds like the reason why OPS works for you is because of a lot of other factors. But you're just trying to bring it to your family, who's not studying the theory otherwise. Like it's
No,
that's not
they're doing it. It's slow, right? Like to learn OP, it takes time. You can't do it in a day, in a week, or whatever. And I know that, it takes years or whatever. Someday I'm playing the slow game, which is why like I got him typed, but like I didn't tell him anything about type at all. She got typed 6 months ago. I only had one conversation about her type with her. Everything else has just been other random stuff. But at least with my mom, I've been able to every week we type somebody that she wants to type, and then I go through and we look at their clips. So, like we type Mr. Beast 2 days ago, and I have a whiteboard. I put all the things and I like prove the type to her, kind of like Shan live typing. I just do that, but for people, we typed Anne Hathaway, we typed Kristen Bell, Dr. K, Jordan Peterson, and so we're doing this, and so she's starting to see it more. She's starting to see it. We typed a lot of observers, and now she was at like a couple days ago. She was at a hangout with her friends, and they were getting into some observer conversation. People were getting angry and throwing insults, and then some EJ was freaking out, like, "Oh, don't offend the people! Don't stop doing that! Stop doing that!" And she was able to see her freaking out, and then she was doing her blast, and like she was able to stop the group and start. Now she was preaching observer decider to the group. She's like, "No, you're just a decider." So like they're able to actually understand the person now, and so like that's been great for like I've been trying to like help people understand this for a little bit now, just very slowly, and now she's getting to a point where she can actually blast about it and actually tell people like, but it's getting dangerous because it's not family friendly yet. The system, it's not family friendly, so there are caveats there because a lot of people I'm with are Christians, or a lot of their they're in the Christian loop, and so there's that they do that with the OP.
Yeah.
the OP. Yeah, but no, I'm just processing it out loud. Sorry for the sleep blast shit.
Claire, what do you do for work?
I'm not working.
You're not.
There's nothing.
No.
No.
No. I'm a dependent.
Hmm.
So I don't have any financial independence.
Hmm.
And I've chosen that a long time ago. But I've had a bunch of jobs, but yeah, I'm pretty much just like all in on the free time, the fact that I can do anything with my time. I'm just going all in on that. It's not exactly wise, but
Oh, I
because
totally, really, yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, I mean that's all I want. And like for me, when the pandemic came, I was doing all this marketing for my massage. The pandemic came, and I was like, "Thank you. I don't have to do this bullshit anymore." The pandemic was amazing for me.
oh my god, yes, oh yeah,
It
for
was-
me,
yeah,
for me,
it
yeah,
just
it was,
it was like a sabbatical from the bullshit, and it happened that I started selling on Etsy, and that brought in money. There was like this golden 3 years when Etsy was just really profitable. But it was like, oh my God, I'm a stay-at-home artist. Like amazing. It was like winning
yeah.
the lottery.
I was working into the pandemic, and then 3 years go by, and then I just don't go back to work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like I was already living like without working, and I'm like I'll sacrifice that to keep living like this, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess I'm lucky because I have the massage therapy and it does offer me a lot more freedom, and I have learned to love it, like cultivating myself through the challenges that come along with that. I mean, massage itself that's easy, but all the business stuff, I am growing through that, but it's still not as intense. Like I probably should have and maybe should now go get a real job, but I just am not going to do it. It's just like a wall for me. I love
Yeah.
my independence too much.
Yeah. Yeah, you just to tailor your life to like maybe if there's something causing a demand, then you'd look at different jobs if there's a demand for you to. But if you don't have that, then you just kind of, yeah. Yeah, I'm like for me it's like I just don't see how anything is really gonna like benefit me. It's just gonna take away my free time. Um, and then because it's like I just feel like it takes a really long time for me to grow into something that actually produces something. So like when I look forward in my life, like I'm like in a couple of years from now, I'll be much more like able to produce something. But like right now, if I try to go produce something, it just feels like if I was a tree, it just feels like I'm trying to force the tree to grow faster, and it's like I don't know. I'm not saying I can't just go get a job, and I totally would if my family asked me to. If they said we need you to go get a job, I would 100% be, but they don't need me to. So it's like as long as I'm not just playing video games all the time, then like I see
Yeah,
what I'm doing.
Yeah, I've felt that way so many times in my life. Like on the outside, it might look like I'm not doing anything, but I am doing something very important, and I'm not producing right this moment, but I am. Like there is something incubating. That feels
Incubating. Yeah.
important to me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm trying to always be aware of my tribe and
Oh yeah.
trying to figure out what they want and like trying to give my opinion on things. So like one thing I've seen, at least with this like deciders, is that we feel a little bit nervous trying to give our opinions on certain things. And like I gotta realize it's like to have that balance out with my tribe, I gotta give them a little more that shove of, here's my opinion, and being an extrovert helps doing that. But like also know that I gotta like now then take in other people's opinions and then kind of use that. So like, the opinions like, get a job, go do this thing and start working for society. There's definitely a point where it's like, you know what? No, I am doing something inside of here and I'm doing consume, right? And that's like completely normal and completely fine. You gotta like burn that out over time, and then you'll get to a point where it's like, okay, now you want to start being productive, in your 40s, wherever that later point is. So yeah, it does feel like that. It's like I'm not producing in this moment. I'm just laying in my bed, not doing anything, but I'm putting puzzle pieces together to make sure my life is successful, and I enjoy it and I love it, and it's worthwhile
Yeah.
for me, and I'm doing something I love. But like I don't love it now, and that's like it's a little bit painful because I'm trying to give myself hope for something else by building these puzzle pieces out. And then COVID 21 is going to come through and break up my entire plan. So
Well, and I mean that's what you should be doing right now. Like you're in school, and that is what you should be doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I just keep getting lucky. Like when I think about where does money come from, I don't have like a ton of it, but it comes. Like my living situation is super cheap. Here is free. I'm in a different location. I'm next door to where you usually see me. This is where I sleep and eat. This is completely free. Next door where you usually see me is my art studio / massage. It's $400 a month. So my rent is $400 a month.
That's so cheap. You're in Oregon, right? That's really cheap.
Oh yeah, and that's not typical for Oregon.
No.
Yeah. So this place is 400 square feet. My place, my massage office is actually 500. So it's a little better. But like the main house, like this is a mother-in-law suite. We are inheriting the main house. So we're not living there right now, but it's like that's my security. So no, I'm not going to go work at Albertsons. I'm going to keep being a massage therapist and doing art because everything's okay. And I don't make a lot of money, but I don't need a lot. But at the same time, it's probably irresponsible just because if something catastrophic comes up or like there's no plan, there's no plan for retirement. So in that way, it's irresponsible. But in terms of how everything's going right now, I'm paying all my bills, and I'm doing okay.
Right. All right, you're doing good. You got to start your coaching business now. You're doing good. You got your shit together.
And I want that to come the way that came about organically just from having my YouTube channel. I never once said like, hey, I'm a coach, let me be your coach, until people started asking me. And then there was a time on my channel where I would drop it like, hey, you can, click this link if you're interested in coaching. And like at this point, that link is gone and it's just my contact information. So if anyone wants to reach out to me, they know how to find me. So then that just happens organically.
I see.
Yeah. And, like a blaster would tell me I need to try harder. Like no one's going to come to you for coaching if you're not plugging it every single time on every video, but it just feels weird to me.
That's the Kendrick thing. That's what Kendrick does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, you don't want to do that.
No one what?
Yeah, Kendrick.
I appreciate.
What's up?
Sorry,
no, I was interrupting you. You can go ahead.
I appreciate the way you're seeing it, Annie, because you're looking at how you feel about it. You're assessing like what it is that you're actually doing for people. Mm-hmm. Like a lot of the problem with the coaching is that these people, a lot of people don't really figure out what they're actually doing for someone. They're just figuring out how to get money from them.
Yeah.
When it's a job where it's really important that you know what you're doing for someone. It's like the point of it is to be really clear about that. So
yeah,
I understand. Yeah. Hey, Nico, welcome back. We're wrapping up here.
Yeah, my old man's gonna be home any minute, so he's gonna see that I've been sitting here since the last time he saw me.
That's exactly what we're talking about. You're doing something. You're doing something. Even though you're sitting on the same couch, you're getting something
Yeah.
done.
Yeah, he'll freak out if he walks in and then he's sitting.
Oh, let me. Sorry, Nico.
So
I
I'm
gotta
gonna
mute
go
you.
upstairs, of course. But it's been really nice to talk to you all.
Yes, it's
Yeah.
always really nice to talk to you. I'm a fan of talking to older people. They're much better than talking to people my age. Sorry.
Cool.
Sorry,
Yeah.
21-year-olds. Y'all suck.
All right.
All
See you
right.
guys.
I'm gonna end the
Bye.
stream. Say bye, guys.
Okay, bye.
Bye.